for today's Grand Prix action. Well, yesterday Massimo Rivola called it a serious misjudgment in braking for that first corner from Jorge Martin. Jorge will know that he was the one that made the big mistake. Let's get the thoughts of Massimo Rivola right now, who joins Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to everybody at home. Massimo, obviously a huge shame yesterday for the sprint to end for both riders like it did. Just bring us up to speed with how Jorge is and what the next steps are over the coming days.
So the good news is that he had a decent sleep. He will fly to Barcelona, and tomorrow he will get the surgery, and then we will see. You know, we have no time fixed for him to come back, but again, we give him his time. This season is like this, you know.
Of course, a broken collarbone is a serious injury. I imagine that Indonesia immediately we can rule out.
No, but we don't even think about that. I don't even think about the following two, honestly. At the moment, honestly, I don't care. I just need him to be fine, and he take his time. And already was supposed to be like that, working for next season. So now even more. So there's no rush at all. The important is that now Marco can deliver. The important is that the whole team is united. The important is that the two riders between themselves got along quite well despite what happened. So it's going to be good in the future, but now we have to focus on Marco and stay close to him and close to Jorge as much as we can. We're considering the distance.
And just on Marco, obviously we can see he's out there this morning, but it was a big impact yesterday. How is he?
I'm impressed about... I was waiting for him this morning. I thought he was coming really struggling with even walking. He didn't look like that, so I was impressed about his recovery, but let's see on the bike. Let's see today.
Thanks, Massimo.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a Prix boss, Massimo Rivola. Of course, he'll be in some considerable pain and discomfort this afternoon. Will Marco Bezzecchi. A big blow also, in many respects, to his hopes of capturing third in the World Championship. But his recent real strong run of form on Sundays, 5 podiums in the last 7 Grand Prix, that got him to within striking distance at Bagnaia. He was only 8 points behind Pecco going into yesterday's sprint. But with his DNF and Bagnaia's victory, that gap now has stretched out to 20 points. You have to love coming to this part of the world, don't you? The Japanese fans, they certainly get creative in how they show their love and affection, as Marc Marquez almost hits the deck. Is that into turn 5 again? It is.
Yeah, it's been
turn 5 has been a real problematic corner this weekend for Marc.
Troublesome corner for the 93 all weekend so far. You mentioned the creativity of the fans. Don't want to spoil the surprise too much, but we're known here in Motegi for the famed Marshall's morning display as the safety car goes in its reconnaissance. And when myself and Jack Appleyard were entering the circuit via the oval which surrounds this road course, we did see that taking place, so we have that to look forward to a little bit later on as we ride on board with Marc Marquez, I believe, looking back at Pedro Acosta. It was Marc Marquez looking forwards at Pedro Acosta in the latter stages of the sprint yesterday, when Marc Marquez made it very clear, didn't he, as soon as he cleared Joan Mir and Acosta, what kind of pace he actually had, but he spent way too long stuck in traffic to do anything about his runaway teammate.
Marc says it's not all about going all in this afternoon for the victory. It is just making sure that he gets the job done, make sure that he is crowned world champion sooner rather than later. You do feel if it's not job completed here this afternoon in Motegi, well, he won't have to wait too much longer, of course. We're immediately back on track next weekend in Mandalika over in Indonesia. Fair play to Marco Bezzecchi. He certainly got out the right side of the bed this morning, no matter how much pain he's in, because he leads this warm session with a 1:44.197. Have to say Bez was pretty fortunate to get away himself unscathed from that real nasty incident with Martin. Like Martin's absent Spanish teammate, that was a third crash of the weekend so far for Bez, who's just getting in hot there into turn 5. He just checked up there. He knew if he didn't sort of dart to left, he was going to maybe contact the back of Fermin Aldeguer. Shame that, because he was on another strong lap, was Bez. Bez and Aldeguer actually 1 and 2 so far in this 10-minute build-up.
Yeah, easier to name the riders who haven't had problems at turn 5 through the weekend. Aldeguer is among them. He crashed there in qualifying 1, which explains why he's down in 15th place on the grid. Here is the 54, currently second in this warm session. Bagnaia third on the 144.6, and I think the big question in terms of the Grand Prix win this afternoon, of course, so much of the focus, quite rightly, is on the World Championship and if Marc Marquez is going to clinch it. But in terms of who wins the Japanese Grand Prix, you feel the first lap of Marc Marquez is going to be crucial. Are we going to finally get the head-to-head shootout from start to finish between the factory Ducati teammates? Does Marc Marquez have the pace to threaten Pecco Bagnaia, or does he have the will to fight him in a risky battle to the finish when he knows that a second place is all he needs to take the title?
Some strong rides in that sprint yesterday. It was a great Saturday, wasn't it, in front of all of the Honda senior management for Joan Mir. Second on the grid on the factory Honda, his first front row start on a Honda, his first front row start in well over 3 years, and he put up a great fight for what would have been his first ever sprint podium. Over the line at the checker flag, just under 7/10 of a second behind Acosta in third place. By far, you'd have to say, the best day of Mir's factory Honda career so far. Second on the grid, fourth in the sprint, very near miss in terms of the podium. He was a victim of a very aggressive block pass, wasn't it, from Mark late on in that sprint up at turn 10. I think he said that if that's the rules of engagement, well, you've got to sometimes fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I have no problems at all, really, with the move. He has pointed out the kind of nature of racing we see in the sprints where everyone is absolutely on the limit, pushing as hard as they can from start to finish. Overtaking is difficult because it's so difficult to find that extra 5 or 10 metres under braking to get ahead of someone. Marc Marquez was basically forced into a position where that was the only way he was going to pass Joan Mir yesterday. Mir tried to let the brake off to force Marc Marquez to brake too late, but in the end they both went wide, which was to Marc Marquez's benefit. So Mir hoping that he can dish out some revenge in this afternoon's Grand Prix, but I think he's mindful of how much progress Honda have made this weekend. He just wants to see the checker flag and back some more very useful points.
Yeah, he's not been on a podium, Joan Mir, since the Algarve Grand Prix, all the way back in 2021. Is that long 4-year wait for a Rostam going to come to an end? It will be the perfect place to do it with so many senior Honda figures gathered here this weekend. And a motorsport complex which Honda built all the way back in 1997. Honda still own Marc Marquez. This will just ease a few nerves. I think he said yesterday he was just starting to feel a few butterflies on the brink of what will be a historic achievement for Marc. Well, that's a real nerve setter, isn't it? 143.755 on his 5th lap of this warm-up session, which he's now in complete control of, over 3.5 tenths clear of Fermin Aldeguer.
Yeah, Marc Marquez is on a brand new medium rear tyre. Absolutely everybody in the field in this warm-up session has got the medium front, medium rear combination. Some videos just muddied their medium tyres in the gravel trap. The rider who's done that is Taka Nakagami, wildcarding this weekend on a 5th factory Honda to take to the track. Nakagami didn't score in the sprint yesterday, having qualified in 20th place, but doing a very solid job, as always, as a deputy and as a replacement. And a wild card on this occasion, of course, we saw him previously in the season at Brno and injured his knee in the sprint. He's actually going to be making it to the start line on a Sunday this time in front of his home crowd.
Second in yesterday's sprint, remarkably, was Marc Marquez's 30th podium of the campaign. He has been next level. He has been on a different playing field, hasn't he, all season long, really, right since he made the dream start to his factory Ducati career with the pole sprint win and Grand Prix win treble over in Buriram. He threw down the gauntlet very early, and really, apart from when he lost the lead in the championship to brother Alex in Austin and then in Jerez, it has been one-way traffic. It has been plain sailing as far as Marc is concerned. And he knows in what, about 4 or 5 hours time, well, he could be starting what are sure to be very emotional celebrations. Only Marc himself knows just how dark the place he's been to mentally and physically since Jerez 2020. It was the career-saving surgery he had 3 years ago over in the States. Had to wait a long time then to get himself back to winning ways in Aragon last year, and then he's just been doing winning for fun, hasn't he, in red?
Ironically, the person who perhaps knows best exactly what Marc Marquez has been through is the one rider who can stop him winning the World Championship now, Alex Marquez. But we remind you, even if Marc Marquez doesn't score this afternoon, Alex Marquez needs to finish in the top 9 to keep it going to Indonesia. And Alex Marquez did not finish in the top 9 yesterday after a litany of problems. Ride height device was stuck on for the first 5 corners, then he had that moment on the front into turn 9, and in the end, scored nothing.
Yeah, it's going to take a late capitulation, you feel, from Alex if he is to be denied Marquez 1-2 in this World Championship. Despite the setback of scoring no points in the sprint yesterday, he's still 81 clear of Bagnaia in that race for second.
Quartararo looked like he's about to put his left fist through his Yamaha screen again there as he completed the session into turn 1. Quartararo 9th, and he did manage to bank some points in the sprint yesterday. He was involved in a race-long rearguard action against Luca Marini and the Trackhouse Aprilias, but he was rewarded with that 6th place. But Quartararo in a bit of a state of regret, I think, this weekend that Yamaha appeared to be the slowest of the 5 manufacturers.
Well, the comeback is loading this afternoon. Will the comeback be completed? That's the perfect way. No better way to start off the most decisive day of the season potentially this afternoon for Marc Marquez than to top the morning warm-up session. This is not alien territory for him, is it? He has already won 3 MotoGP world titles here in Motegi. Be a champ in Japan. Well, he has been before, 2014, 2016 and 2018. All on those occasions, of course, in the famous livery of Repsol Honda back in the day. Practice start just about to be completed by Marc. 6 years after his last title success, is he just 24 laps away from more glory? He'll need a better start than that if he's going to get the drop on Mir and Bagnaia on the run down to the first corner. And after all the drama we saw with Martin and Bezzecchi in that turn 1, let's hope the field can get themselves safely through for the start of this 24-lap Grand Prix of Japan.
He's not a guy who has a phobia of the finish line, is he, Marc Marquez, having won so many World Championships, so many Grand Prix over his career. Of course, if he does triumph today in the race itself, he would rack up a century of Grand Prix wins across all classes. Of course, moved on to 99 with his victory at Misano last weekend, covering all bases, ensuring that every angle is covered and every eventuality has been thought of as he puts in a flag-to-flag bike swap. Certainly much more cloud cover overhead here today out of Ability Resort Motegi. Still quite a lot of blue sky overhead, but much more grey and white cloud overhead. But the likelihood of some rain interfering with the Grand Prix remains reasonably low, although in Japan we can never say it's completely out of the question.
Certainly coolest conditions of the weekend so far. Friday was a scorcher here in the Motegi Mountains, some of the hottest conditions we've had in this part of Japan since we first came here back in 1999. Yeah, perfect way to start this key race day for the factory Ducati rider. No dramas, no obvious real issues. A 1:43.755, then you ride it in the 43s in that 10-minute session. And now it's just about to get himself through the normal routines. He will not be doing anything different. Why would he? When he's already won 6 world championships. He knows the feeling, he knows just how to handle these pressure situations. It could be the 6th time actually in history a world championship in MotoGP has been won here in Motegi. Casey Stoner did so, of course, back in 2007. Ducati's first ever success. A year later, Valentino Rossi was a world champion right here. And, of course, the 3 titles we mentioned from Marc. As once again, my eyes are drawn to the very distinctive inflatable red dragon, or the red T-Rex.
Well, the colour very much is red this year, and in 2025 Marc Marquez has dominated throughout. Of course, there have been very few Grand Prix weekends where he hasn't taken at least 1 victory. I have to go back to Silverstone when he took a 2nd and a 3rd cross sprint and Grand Prix. That is the only weekend in 2025 where Marc has gone completely winless.
25 wins. Incredible record so far, isn't it? Already in 2025, 191 points clear, brother Alex, and we've still got 6 Grand Prix remaining. Happy to see, even if he does look a little bit ashen-faced, a little bit pale, as understandably so from the big scare he had yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi cleaned out by his out-of-control teammate Jorge Martin at turn 1. Good job that by Bez, 3rd quickest in this morning warm-up session. Likewise, another solid performance by Aldeguer. Outside of the points at the checker flag in that sprint. Second quickest he was behind Mark.
As the debrief continues, perhaps a much calmer and considered debrief than we saw from Marc Marquez on Friday, when he was quite obviously having a fair few problems.
He's talking there to Gisolini about the launch, isn't he? We just saw the front wheel jump in the air in that practice start. You could see there with the two fingers on his left hand, that was all just about the clutch. He wasn't particularly happy that they've got the start all dialed in. Luca Marini, well, it's been an excellent home Grand Prix, hasn't it, so far as HRC are concerned. 3 RC213Vs featuring in Q2 yesterday. Joan Mir off the front row, putting up a real strong fight for the podium. Luca Marini kind of got stuck behind Fabio Quartararo for the whole of that sprint yesterday. So many riders reporting concerns over front tyre temperature and front tyre pressure, which of course gets exaggerated here in Motegi with so many fierce, hard braking zones. You're stuck in traffic where you can be stuck in a whole world of bother.
Well, Marc Marquez has made the perfect start to the biggest day of his Grand Prix career. Fastest in the warm-up from Fermin Aldeguer and Marco Bezzecchi, the same top three as we had at the checker flag in Austria last month. Luca Marini 4th from Alex Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia, the sprint winner yesterday, 6th ahead of Oliveira, Mir and Quartararo. Miller 10th, so 3 Yamahas up inside the top 10. Morbidelli next up from Acosta Vinales, that's as high as he's been this weekend. Nakagami, despite that, tripped through the gravel at turn 1, 14th from Zarco Bastianini, whose bike stopped in the sprint yesterday. Raul Fernandez, who scored in the sprint, 17th from Rins Chantra. Di Gian Antonio 20th, Igor 21st, and no sign of Brad Binder's weekend turning around. He was 22nd this morning.
Well, that's it. That's the warm-up completed here in round 17. Coming up later on this afternoon, it's the Grand Prix of Japan. Fastest in that warm-up session, fastest throughout this season on so many occasions. World title number 7 looms large on the horizon here in the land of the rising sun for Marc Marquez.
Fa paura. No, perché già sì, controlli. Sì, esatto, se poi andiamo tutti piano è che meglio. Controlliamo tutti. Ah, però.
Prix of Japan. A massive Sunday ahead, isn't it, in MotoGP. Konnichiwa, Japan as well. Fantastic to be here. Hopefully the rain holds off for this rider parade and through the rest of the day as well. But as I say, a massive day here in Japan. Match point to the man just on my left-hand side, Marc Marquez. A huge day ahead in MotoGP. But of course, we always get underway with the riders parade. Fantastic to see plenty of Japanese fans here packing the grandstands already, as they always do here at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Once we're underway, we'll start talking to the riders, but an intriguing sprint yesterday, wasn't it? And of course, we're getting warmed up to Moto3 coming up, Moto2, and then the main event, MotoGP, where the title could be won. It's got a hand and four fingers on the championship, let's say, as we get ready to get going here in Japan. I'm starting to feel spots of rain, unfortunately, which hopefully isn't the case. There's a few dark clouds around. Hopefully the rain stays away for race day, but we are shortly going to get underway. Plenty of reds over in the grandstand opposite me. If we turn the camera around, we can maybe give the fans over there on the start and finish straight a bit of a wave as we now get going on the bus. Let's start talking to some of the riders. We'll start with Marc. Marc, you said yesterday that you were feeling more stressful. You know the magnitude of today. How did you sleep last night, first and foremost, and what are the nerves and feelings like after today? Sorry, I'm not trying to hold your hand.
It's the right hand. It's the good one. No, I mean, I sleep well. Today I felt good in the warm-up. Looks like a bit colder temperature helps everybody to be even faster, because with the medium tire we were riding quite good. But let's see. I know that first laps in the race will be not easy. But yeah, just try to concentrate in our main target, and then of course follow our instinct as always.
You've been here plenty of times before, we all know that, but what is the difference now? You said yesterday that you're obviously a lot more experienced, you've not been in this position for at least 5 years, so what is the feeling now here this morning compared to in years previous?
I mean, in the previous years I think I didn't realize what was a World Championship. But no, part of jokes always I realized, but you know, I get used to fight for the championships, and now are already 5-6 years that yeah, I wasn't able to be on that position, and I know that today can be an important day. I know that if it's not today, I predict that can be the next week, but let's see, we will try to close today, because I like Japan. I celebrate here 3 World Championships already, so let's see if we can do it.
And always special fans here, of course, as well. It must be great for you riders to go everywhere, but of course, a real special occasion here in Japan, as always.
Yeah, the fact that I has been on the rider for more than 10 years, and also I won here 3 World Championships. I have a lot of fans here, and I feel super good with them.
Thank you for your time, Marc, and good luck for today, and enjoy the fans today. Obviously a huge day ahead for Marc, as we know. We'll move around. Marc going to wave to his plenty of fans over there in the grandstand. Fermin, you're next on our list. How are you this morning?
Good, very good, because with the medium I felt so good. Also yesterday and Friday on the practice. I think we can do a good race for sure. It will be difficult because I start in P15. It's difficult to overtake, but we hope the weather continue like this, a little bit more cold, and help me for do some overtake.
That would be good to see for me. First time here in Japan on a MotoGP bike. How have you found it? Of course, being a MotoGP rider at Japan must be a special feeling. The fans are great here, aren't they?
Yeah, the Japan's people is amazing. It's very different to the rest, but yeah, I'm so happy to stay here. The track also with the MotoGP is super funny. It's hard for the brace, but nothing. We try to enjoy it today and do the best result as possible.
Have a good day for me, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if that's okay, we'll shuffle on over, moving people out of the way. Feel a little bit rude. We'll just negotiate towards Alex. Alex, obviously it's been a bit of a tougher weekend this weekend, let's say. What was the troubles yesterday in the sprint? We spoke on Friday and you were missing a bit on the front end feeling. Was that the same yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, the front race on the train.
What's your mentality going into this, Alex? You know you're the only one who can stop Mark from winning the title. A difficult starting position, of course. You've got to make up places. Is the key today if you want to take the title chase to Indonesia, to get a good start and then see what you can do?
Well, I mean, we're not in the position to stop him or to avoid to win the title of him. So, I mean, we need to try our best for our interesting. That is our second place in the championship. So we'll try our best, and from that point, it will be important to, especially to finish the race later on, to have a good feeling for Indonesia.
Good fans here as well, aren't they? Plenty of blue in the grandstands, a lot for Igor, of course, but for you as well. Describe how special it is to race in Motegi year on year. The fans turn up, don't they?
Yeah, really passionate, and it's something super nice. So the culture are really different, and I like it. So yeah, it's super nice to game every year here in Motegi.
Thank you, Alex. Good luck for today.
Thank you. Thanks.
On over to speak to Fabio Quartararo. Fabio, how are you this morning? All good?
Could be better, but could be also worse. So yeah, let's see what we can do during the race.
Saw a bit of frustration down here at turn one at the end of warm-up, but just not quite having the feeling you wanted to, I guess.
No, it's no feeling, and we are trying to sort it out also for the tire consumption with the power and electronics, but still we are far, and we are trying to make our maximum.
What's the maximum you think you can do today? I guess getting a good start is first and foremost the priority, and of course you want to get a good result for yourself, but also for Yamaha on their home turf.
To be honest, thinking of better than top 10 will be difficult. We know that we are starting 5th, but is Alex behind that is really strong pace, Luca, Motegi, so let's see, just try to make our best to be fast.
Thank you, Fabio. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Fabio Quartararo then. Yamaha's home turf, of course, Honda's home turf as well. We'll shuffle on over to this side of the truck where we have 3 Honda riders not waiting to speak to us, we're waiting to speak to them. We're going to slightly annoy them potentially, but we'll come to the corner with Somkiat. Somkiat, how are you?
Yeah, I was good here.
How was the sprint yesterday, and how are you feeling after warm-up? Think you can push for the points today?
Yesterday I was, for me was really tough yesterday because I was burned my tire quite a lot, and yesterday my pressure of the tire was really high, and at the end was quite difficult. And yeah, on the warm-up we setting a little bit, and also we tried something different, and was quite good, quite working well, and let's see on the main race of today.
A special track for you. You won here in Moto2, and it's clearly a track that you like, so Honda's home race as well. I guess this has been quite a special weekend for you.
Yeah, this is like a Honda track also, and also this circuit I was love it. Yeah, I will do my best, and also all the Honda. They was have something new and look like walking well in here, and for sure we will have some advantage to be top.
Good luck today, Somkiat. We look forward to seeing it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great to speak to Somkiat, who's had a brilliant weekend this weekend, especially on Friday, of course. One home hero I should mention isn't on the bus with us today, Ayagura. He's unfortunately had to go to the medical centre for a check-up on his wrist. Of course, he had a big crash back in Lozano and just knocked his wrist around a little bit, and after warm-up, saw him strapped up yesterday actually. He isn't on the bus, unfortunately, to soak in the atmosphere ahead of his home Grand Prix. But we do have another home hero, experienced Taka Nakagami. Taka, great to see you here. Always love to see you back in MotoGP, and I mean, what a venue to come racing out. You've done miles and miles of testing here already this year, but nothing quite like racing in front of your home fans, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be here, come back here, of course, as a test team. Yeah, as you said that, I did so many laps here, but yeah, I'm really just focused on our job to do our best and bring back home, the good feedback. And this is the main target for this weekend. Also today's main race. Yeah, a little bit windy today, but yeah, this morning conditions pretty well. Hopefully, suns stay out, and hopefully good condition as well on the main race.
Honda have been really impressive this weekend, of course, down to some of your work as well. Some new parts on the bike. give a little insight if you can to what they might be? Are you trying anything new in the race as well?
Yeah, since FP1 Friday, we just, some new parts already on our bike, 2 bikes as well. A little bit different, between factory team, but almost same level. Some parts is different, but still we are trying to, get the more data, is because at least whole session is condition same, so which is good for the engineers. Try to get the feedback. So yeah, today main race is going to be really important also for myself, and then also to give them good data for after the race.
Some words in Japanese, Taka, of course, the fans around the circuit can hear us, and I'm sure you've had a great reception this weekend, so what would you like to say to the fans ahead of Grand Prix Sunday here in Japanese?
皆さん本当にいつもありがとうございます。これからレース始まりますけど、しっかり自分たちベストを尽くしてホンダとともにいい順位で終えられるように頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Taka. Yeah, hopefully Taka has a great race in front of his home fans. Plenty of them in the grandstands that you can see there. Plenty of Agura flags and Japanese flags, of course. Johan, always a special occasion here for Honda as the bus suddenly stops and nearly fall over. Johan, how have you been this weekend? You had to retire, I think, yesterday. Just talk us through that and how you're feeling today as well.
Today condition looks quite good, and with the French flag, that's cool. And I could try the new bike, the new Honda bike this weekend, and we have seen that there is an extra performance, but now we need to set up well, and I would have liked to perform a bit better, but yesterday was a bit unlucky during the sprint. So I hope today get back in the top 10, and because it's many races that I could not score, so I will try to score well today.
Honda's home race as well. I'm sure there's not pressure as such, but you want to perform for Honda as well on home turf, and we are seeing some French fans, so that's great to see. I mean, everywhere we go there's some French fans for you, but must be special racing here for Honda in Japan with some French fans as well.
Sure, but there's more pressure from Honda for the Suzuka 8 Hours than for a Motegi race. I think when we will be capable to win races, maybe then the pressure will come higher here in Motegi.
Johan, look forward to seeing how you get on today, and thank you for your time. Yeah, good to see the French flags. You can see there on your screens as well. Joan Mir and Marc Marquez just chatting away. I think you can see there the fans are trying to retrieve some of Alex Rins's miscalculations, let's say, and they've got them. Fair play to the fans there wearing a Monster and his Yamaha top job done, lads and lasses. Over there, we'll come over to these boys over here, Alex Rins, Jack Miller and Brad. Boys, who wants to chat first? Alex is keen. Alex, a slight miscalculation over there with the...
No, the guy from the gun says press here because otherwise you go up the hill. So I say okay, it was too short.
Just misjudged the wind as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, not easy with the wind.
How are you feeling this weekend, Alex? Yamaha's home race, of course. Of course, you had to take a void in action yesterday for the Turn 1 incident, so hopefully for you a bit more of a less dramatic race.
Yeah, it was a shame yesterday because the pace was there. It was quite better than comparing another races. But yeah, avoiding the bike of Miller, I went to the gravel. Then I did like a lonely race. But yeah, anyway, let's try everything today for the Yamaha's race.
Top job, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, who's next, boys? Jack or Brad? We'll go with you, Brad. Jack's pointed the finger straight away, unlucky. Brad, how are you this weekend? A tougher day yesterday. How are you feeling ahead of the race? Did you find anything in warm-up?
Well, yeah, yesterday's race was challenging, to say the least. This morning we put in the maps and everything to make sure we can try and save the centre of the tyre a little bit so we can make the full distance. And yeah, I went out with a super used tyre from yesterday just to see what if it really worked. But it definitely wasn't spinning, but it wasn't going too much either. So I think we need to find a happy medium for the race, and let's see what we can do.
Good one, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move over to Jack. It is now Jack's turn, unfortunately. Jack, plenty of support for you over here. As always, Australian flags and the Miller flags just as we get to you. And plenty of them there as well. Australian GP coming up soon, but great to see you've got support everywhere we go, including Japan as well.
Yeah, as you can see, here's a beer.
It's two of those signs now.
Yeah, I don't know how many I've been given this weekend. It's making up for the fine last week, but it's awesome to be back in Japan. You know, we've got an amazing support from the Japanese fans. Not only from myself, but for everybody. You know, they turn out in droves, and they're the most polite but enthusiastic fans we have. So it's always a pleasure to be here, and looking forward to today. Hopefully, we can go one better and finish today. Would be good.
That would be good to see, Jack. Thank you. Enjoy the fans and enjoy the race today.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff from Jack. We'll move down the bus to another pair of Red Bull KTMs. Pedro, just quickly to interrupt, good to see the fans out in force. How are you feeling at a good sprint yesterday, aiming for a bit more today?
Yeah, let's see. We make some changes in the bike today. Let's check the data, how it was. Let's see. Yesterday we was missing a bit from the half to the end of the sprint race, but let's see today. It's a really long race. Will be a managing race for this. Let's see what is going.
Changes you make, go on, give us a bit of secrets.
Just try to be slightly more competitive. That's it.
Top job. Pedro, hope to see you in the podium and victory battle today later on. The fans are here in force as well.
Yeah, I mean, super nice to have all the long-haul Japanese fans for this. Let's try to give them a picture.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you.
We'll switch our attentions back over here because we've missed Joan Mir. Joan, top job yesterday. Great to see you back at the front and in that podium fight as we go downhill on the brakes. Great fans here as well, of course. But how are you feeling? You must have slept a little bit better. I'm not trying to hook you, I promise. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great. Ready to try to close a good weekend for us. A very positive one. Yesterday we were very close to that pole position and also the podium. Today we will try to give our 100%, but everything what comes tomorrow today will be a gift.
Look forward to it. Do you reckon you can be in the podium fight again?
We will be in the podium fight for sure.
Good to hear.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see Joan and Honda, of course, making giant steps forward this weekend on home turf, which is brilliant to see. And of course, always great to see a world champion in that podium fight 2020, of course, Joan Mir lifting the title. Maverick, we'll come to you next. How are you?
All good, thank you.
How's the shoulder feeling this weekend? A heavy braking zone here, a tough circuit, of course.
Very tough this weekend. The bike drives me everywhere, but I'm improving, so I'm quite happy that the recovery is going well. Obviously, it's so hard for me to accept that I'm injured because I want to push at the maximum because physically I feel good. It's just the shoulder, so yeah, it's a long process, but I think it's very interesting to be on the bike, keep working and keep believing that every weekend I'm getting better.
Special to race here as well. I can see a Spanish flag up in the distance there, Italian, like everyone here, everyone gets so much support, don't they?
Yeah, all the fans are incredible here, so we are more than excited to race in Japan.
Top job, Maverick, and hopefully to see you in the race in the point.
Thank you.
Switch over a group of Italians now. I'm making my way towards having an important conversation, but I'm going to go around to Franco Morbidelli or Luca Marini, actually. Luca, you've just been towards the fans there. I mean, fantastic sport for all you riders, and I can see an Italian flag up there as well. Just how special is it to come to Japan, riding for Honda and performing well as too?
Yes, yeah. For us it's a super important weekend. Really a pleasure to be on the rider in this amazing track, in this amazing country with all these great people, and hope you will enjoy the race. We try to do our best. Me and Zohan, we are starting in a very good position. We have a good pace to fight for the podium. I hope we can end this weekend in the best way.
Hope to see you too, Luca. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Luca's had another great weekend as well. He's really informed at this moment in time. It's great to see. Franco, how are you? P5 yesterday, looking for a podium push today. How was the feeling in warm-up as well?
I'm good. It's a great Japanese morning. Yeah, I hope to make a podium this afternoon, but it's going to be important to have a good start and then see where we are after 4 or 5 corners and see if we can stay with the top guys and maybe attack at some point.
Good luck today, Franco.
Grazie. Thank you.
Yeah, hope to see Franco in that podium fight as always. Sorry, Franco, just still on the toes there. I'm bumping into everyone today. I'm not having a very good time. Pecco's trying to run away from me as we get all out of shape on the bus. Yeah, please, Pecco, if that's okay. Pecco, firstly, great to see you back on the top step. Yeah, let's hold on to the rails here as we come to a grinding halt. Pecco, sorry, as I was saying, a fantastic day yesterday, a perfect day, and you said it was the biggest relief you've had in the last 5 years, and understandably so. How's the feeling this morning, waking up knowing you've won the sprint and on pole position again?
I'm surely happy, but this morning in the warm-up I was struggling a bit more with the grip, so I was trying to be constant and competitive, but in any case, let's see the weather, because it looks that it could be cloudy, maybe some bit of rain, so let's see. But we are ready to fight and see if we can fight for the top 5.
Yeah, great to see you back, Pecco, and go and enjoy the fans and the fans. And now as we make our way off the bus, you can see the hero walk over there, and that is all we have time for as the riders go to the hero walk. We'll open the gate, get off the bus and try not to fall over for the umpteenth time today. That's what we've got time for. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the Riders Parade, and see you around the corner. Enjoy Grand Prix Sunday, a massive day ahead. Can Marc Marquez clinch the crown? Let's see. La foto, por favor. Gracias. Suerte. Seco.
Located in picturesque valleys just 2 hours north of the basketballing capital of Tokyo lies the mobility resort Motegi, host of the Motegi Grand Prix of Japan. It's race day 17 this year, without doubt the biggest of the season so far, as Marc Marquez looks to cement his legendary status by clinching a 4th MotoGP title in Japan and 7th in total. Brace yourselves for a historic day. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning, one and all, wherever you are watching in the world, and welcome to Japan. Welcome to the mobility resort Motegi. Welcome to the start of our intense 4-race flyway tour in the next 5 weeks, where right at the very beginning of it we could find ourselves today crowning the new 2025 MotoGP World Champion. Marc Marquez, 6 long years since he was last victorious in a World Championship, all the way back in 2019. Well, today he has his first match points to be a 7 times MotoGP World Champion. 191 points he is clear, brother Alex, as we come into our race day number 17 of the campaign. That's all coming up later on, the battle for Premier Class supremacy here in Japan, over 24 laps at 2 p.m. local time this afternoon. But in the coolest and cloudiest conditions we've had of the weekend so far, our race day commences as always with what we hope is going to be another thrilling and nail-biting battle in the Moto3 World Championship, which looks like in MotoGP it's going only one way, doesn't it? Maybe not quite as dominant as Marc Marquez in the Premier Class, but not too far behind his fellow Spaniard. His number 99 there, you just saw him on screens, Jose Antonio Rueda, victorious 2 weeks ago in the San Marino Grand Prix in Misano. Means the Spanish rider comes into this 17th round of the series 78 points clear of Angel Piqueras in second in the World Championship. Rueda then potentially, depending on what happens here this afternoon, could be lining up for a first match point himself next time out in Indonesia. Big day then coming for Rueda. He's been brilliant all weekend so far, hasn't he, Lewis? On pole position for the potentially decisive Grand Prix. Matt Burt, Lewis in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, having the privilege of talking you through the most pivotal day of the season so far. Rueda on pole position, Perrone and Kelso on the front row.
Today is a special day and quite could well be an historic one for Marc Marquez, and we're going to start it with some of the best racing you'll see anywhere in the world. Moto3, as you mentioned, Jose Antonio Rueda has been a class apart for much of 2025, although his incredible hot streak earlier in the season on Saturdays had come to a bit of a halt recently. His first pole position for Rueda since the end of June at Assen, but a blistering lap at the end of qualifying 2 yesterday, when many of us thought that pole was secured by Joe Kelso. Both Valentin Perrone and crucially Rueda were able to get ahead of him. It is an all KTM front row, and as far as Rueda is concerned, unless he loses 4 points to Angel Piqueras today, he will have a match point to win the championship 7 days from now at the Mandalika circuit in Indonesia.
KTM have been dominant so far in 2025, haven't they? They've won all 16 Grand Prix. We are, though, of course, at the home of Honda. Carrying their hopes is the home crowd hero, Taya Furusato. He goes away from the middle of the second row in 5th place, just 1 place ahead of another Honda rider, the informed Adrian Fernandez, who's qualified 6 in 5 of the last 7 Grand Prix. Just a few penalties, a few sanctions from the FIA MotoGP stewards to cover off. David Almanza for Leopard Racing. Well, he was hoping to start this Grand Prix over 17 laps from 9th on the grid, but he's at the back of the grid. Excessive slow sector in Q2. A second offence. Almanza then relegated to the back of the grid. Likewise, for the same crime is the experience of Dennis Foggia, and as you've just seen on screens there, Guido Pini, who does start from the back of the 3rd row in 9th place. Pini will have a double long lap to contend with in this Grand Prix for riding slow online in Q2.
Top one for Almanza in particular, because he's looked pretty good this weekend. We started the San Marino Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago with absolutely no penalties in the Moto3 field. Did feel a little too good to be true. Indeed, one weekend later, we have penalties to tell you about once again. So here is Jose Antonio Rueda, fresh from one of the great last lap, last corner overtakes to snatch victory from Max Quiles in Misano. Does appear to have the superior pace here in Motegi this weekend. That is not always as easy as it sounds in Moto3. So often we have a pack fight, and of course many straights around this Motegi circuit, so it's not going to be the easiest track for Rueda to make his customary escape.
He's had 11 podiums in the opening 16 Grand Prix. One young rider who really is catching the eye. He's caught the eye for so many of the recent Grand Prix, hasn't he? 17-year-old Argentinian Valentin Perrone, 4 front rows in the last 5 Grand Prix for the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 rider. Misano was his 4th top 6 of the season. Perrone has really been superb since a rather rocky start to life as a Grand Prix rider. Perfect timing because we can say good morning to Jack for the very first time as he joins Perrone on the grid.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Good morning, Valentin. Seems like you're enjoying your first visit to Japan so far. On the front row, ready for a big fight?
Yeah, of course. In Moto3 we know it's a crazy last lap, so at the beginning it's good to be in the first row to try to follow Rueda. He has an amazing pace, so we will try to follow him until the last laps and try to battle with him or with the other riders until he gets the victory.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks as always then to Perrone. Points in 13 Grand Prix in a row. That includes 10 top 10s, trying desperately to keep his faint title hopes alive. It does feel like a big ass, doesn't it? 78 points adrift with 6 rounds remaining for Spanish teenage sensation Piqueras. He heads the second row in 4th place, does the number 36. 10th time so far this year. He's qualified inside the top 5. In terms of results, top 5s in his last 7 Grand Prix. He has been consistent, but hasn't really converted. Home race boost for the Oz Grand Prix coming up in a few weeks' time. 3rd on the grid is Aussie star Joel Kelso, and he's with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. After looking back to your best last time out in Misano, Joel, you've really got stuck in there. More of the same today?
Hopefully, mate. Hopefully we're feeling good this weekend, so let's see what we can make of today's race.
Have a good one, enjoy.
Cheers, legend.
Yeah, there we go. We got the cheers legend. We're getting very accustomed to that, aren't we? As far as Joel Kelso's concerned, the 22-year-old Darwin rider, of course, good news recently. As far as Kelso's concerned, he has secured a seat on the 2026 Moto3 grid over at Main Lab Racing next year. 7th front row start of the campaign for Kelso. 4th last time out in Misano. His best result in 9 Grand Prix since his podium at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans.
7th on the grid is where we find David Munoz. 7th was where we found him at the checkered bike in Misano after some early contact with Valentin Perrone, who went spoiling for a fight by the looks of it, didn't he, after the San Marino Grand Prix, looking to find Munoz in the intact box where Munoz was no place to be found. Has to be said, that's an underperformance from Munoz in qualifying, having been quickest on Friday afternoon and on Saturday morning, but couldn't manage anything better than the 3rd row of the grid when it came to the crunch of qualifying.
A first Japanese Grand Prix experience upcoming for 17-year-old Spanish team sensation Max Quiles. That last corner, last gas defeat to Rueda in Misano a couple of weeks ago. His 7th podium in the last 10 Grand Prix. Quiles now up to 3rd in the World Championship. 107 points he sits though. The home fans and the hopes of HRC in their home Grand Prix is Taya Furusato. Points in 12 of 16 Grand Prix so far this season for the 20-year-old Japanese rider. Only the 3rd time this year Furusato has actually qualified inside the top 6. Well, it looks like already this is Jose Antonio Rueda's Moto3 world title to lose in such a commanding position with just 6 to go. He fires away from pole position. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Nicky Ayers with Jack.
Season?
To be honest, no. I think, since having those couple of, let's say, a little bit worse races in the beginning of the second part of the season, we've only set one target, is to try to win every race or get the maximum points as possible, and then we see towards the end of the season how close we are to the championship. But that's the only target at the moment.
Have a good one today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks as always. To Nicky Ayo. What a young charger he's got. expecting it for some period of time, but on the eve of this jacket.
Piqueras, Munoz and Quiles, who are all on the medium front tyre. The Hondas up the front of Forasato and Fernandez have gone for the soft front tyre, as has Joel Kelso.
More home expectations resting on the shoulders of Ryusai Yamanaka, 23-year-old Japanese rider about to make his 112th Moto3 start. Points in his last 10 Grand Prix in that consistent run. He has found himself inside the top 10 on 7 occasions. 6 he was here last year from 5th on the grid. That's his best result in Motegi in 4 previous appearances.
So we'll cover ahead then from the grid. Still relatively warm, track temperature up at 39 degrees according to Prix. Despite that cloud cover, there is potential for some rain maybe to head in our direction later on in the day, which could impact on our MotoGP action, but we appear to be set there for this Moto3 battle, which will feature Stefano Nepper in a relatively lofty, by his standards, 13th place on the grid. I'll tell you, doesn't sound like a particularly noteworthy result, but it is his best qualifying since the 4th round of the season back in Austin.
1 place behind his 658 Squadra Corsa Honda teammate Luca Lanetta, who had a really scary crash, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago in his home Grand Prix. Mazzano losing the front going through the high-speed Cavone corner. And David Almanza doing a phenomenal job to avoid any kind of contact with Lanetta, who's had some pretty serious injury issues to contend with so far in 2025. Lanetta then, he's at the back of that 4th row in 12th spot.
Here he is, the number 58 then, looking for a rather calmer and quieter afternoon of it, rather than he had in Mazzano, and as he had here last year when he also crashed out of the Grand Prix. Did say after Mazzano, though, that physically Lanetta still not operating at 100%. Of course, very easy to forget the nasty broken leg that he suffered all the way back at Assen. That is still impacting Luca Lanetta, who, of course, is Moto2 bound next year.
Good job by Marco Morelli. He's on the middle of the 5th row in 14th place. Here he is. Well, not a good job, an excellent job, actually, for MLAV Racing. The Honda rider, 18 years of age now. Big news has emerged as far as Morelli's future is concerned. He has got a plum seat. He has got a plum ride next season, part of the Aspar project in 2026. He will slot in alongside Max Quiles. And if you're picked up by Aspar, well, you know, they don't pick up riders who I'm not sure they don't think have got big futures. So yeah, one to watch in the future and beyond is Morelli.
And how good is it to see that young man back? Matteo Bertelli, absent through some serious injuries he sustained pre-Qatar. Bertelli makes his return here this weekend, and he made Q2 yesterday. He starts 15th.
So on a day that Marc Marquez can be crowned MotoGP World Champion, Jose Antonio Rueda can take another ginormous leap towards Moto3 glory in 2025. Your front row of the grid, Joel Kelso, 7th front row start of the season so far. The informed Valentin Perrone fires away from the middle of that front row, but looking to consolidate and build on a massive 78-point lead in the World Championship. He starts from pole position, looking for back-to-back wins in 2025 after Mazzano and Motegi. Rueda from pole.
Well, the Moto3 World Championship was wrapped up in Motegi 1 year ago. Can Jose Antonio Rueda take a step closer? Heat starts for his 5th pole of the year from Valentin Perrone and Joel Kelso. Angel Piqueras, the only rider who couldn't stop Rueda now, starts 4th. Ahead of Tayo Forasato with his best qualifying since Assen. Adrian Fernandez completes row 2. David Munoz, Max Quiles and Guido Pini on row 3. Pini has 2 long laps. Alvaro Carpe via Q1 to 10th ahead of Ryusei Yamanaka and Luca Lanetta. Stefano Nepper's best qualifying in 13 rounds. He starts P13 ahead of Marco Morelli and Matteo Bertelli. So good to see him back in action. Cormac Buchanan was another Q1 graduate. He starts 16th ahead of Eddie O'Shea and RB added. Tama still in for Tachikon Watri. Ruche Moodley, Jacob Ralston after a crash in Q1 and Ricardo Rossi are on row 7. Behind them we find Noah Detweiler, Scott Ogden and our 2 penalised riders from qualifying, David Almanza and Dennis Foggia. No Nicola Carraro for those wondering. He withdrew through illness.
So race day number 17, a Moto3 battle which will be fought out over 17 laps coming your way here at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Adrian Fernandez there on the Leopard Honda. Keep an eye on Fernandez. He's on that 2nd row of the grid in 6th place. Back on the podium. Last time out in Mazzano, his first podium in 12 since Qatar. bizarrely, Fernandez's first ever podium in Europe. His previous podiums had come overseas in Indonesia, Japan, Australia, Thailand and in Argentina. He travels well, does the number 31, so let's see if he can keep that impressive record on the flyaways going here this afternoon. You just saw there Prix slotting into the long lap penalty loop, just a bit of a dress rehearsal for his 2 long laps coming up shortly. Just for clarification, I'm sure you're aware by now, the long lap penalty loop on the outside of turn 3.
Yeah, not an easy long lap penalty to negotiate that on the outside of 3 and 4. You rejoin on the way out of turn 4, and then the long straight up towards turn 5. So many overtaking spots around this Motegi circuit, into turn 1, into turn 3. Turn 9 is an option as well. We're expecting this Moto3 battle to be decided on that run out of 10 down to the 90-degree corner of turn 11. The downhill approach on the end of the longest straight, 762 metres between turns 10 and 11.
He's already done so much leading and so much winning so far in 2025, hasn't he? Championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda wins in Thailand, in Texas, Jerez, Le Mans, Silverstone, that brilliant sequence of 3 successive victories, including from all the way from the back of the grid at the British Grand Prix. Follow-up wins in Assen, Brno and most recently in Misano. Perfect proof of why Rueda does find himself in such a position of authority in this Moto3 World Championship. All eyes really, the onus now on Piqueras just to try and make sure that this championship does roll on beyond Mandalika and Australia. There it is, right on cue. 295 points from our opening 16 Grand Prix have been gathered by Rueda. Piqueras, the only rider then who's within 100 points of the informed Spaniard. Max Quiles, a rookie, 3rd. What would the championship picture have looked like had Quiles not missed 4 Grand Prix, a combination of not being old enough at the start of the campaign and then a bit of injury. When you think of the fact he's only done, what, 12 or 13 Grand Prix this season, still 3rd in the World Championship. Here we go then, we're about to go racing on a potentially pivotal day in MotoGP here in Japan. Moto3 action getting underway though shortly. Lights out and we're racing in Moto3 here in Motegi. It's a great start from Tayo Furusato in the middle of that second round, bringing 5th. Furusato immediately delighting his home crowd as he's up into 3rd place, slots in behind both Perrone and Rueda. Rueda has made the jump from pole position, with Furusato electric off the line.
Bit of a shocker for Kelso. He dropped a couple of places. One of the best of starts either for Quiles, who got way too much wheelie off the line, but he has been able to make up some early ground. He's alongside Carpe, who's another big mover on that one.
Furusato has been swallowed up on the exit of turn 2. He was briefly 3rd. There's drama further back. Adetama's gone down in a bit of a melee on the brakes into turn 3. Furusato then, he was superb off the line. Came through sector 1 down in 7th. He lost 4 places coming out of turn 2.
And Piqueras also lost places coming out of turns 1 and 2. He's now back to 8th place, so already Piqueras playing some catch-up. Big move, as I mentioned, is Carpe, who started from 10th on the grid. He's already up into the top 5, although Quiles has now taken away that 5th place.
What a great start as well for Fernandez on the 31 bike, 6th down to 10th place. Getting busy, isn't it, between Carpe and Munoz.
2 riders who know each other very well, knew each other too well last time at Misano. It's Munoz versus Perrone. Here comes Munoz at the inside into 3rd place. These 2 have got previous.
Kelso's looking pretty racy already, isn't he, in 2nd place as Moroni runs out wide onto the green paintwork as coming out of turn 9. Top end of the circuit now into the hairpin curve we go. It's all about picking up some slipstream now as they power out up towards top gear. Accelerate down the downhill straight into the 90-degree corner. They're all going to sort of fan out here on the slipstream city. Rueda from Kelso, from Munoz, who's been very, very strong on this first lap. Quiles coming from a mile back. How's he made that work? How's he got that CF Moto bike stopped? He's got the inside line. How's he coming under the tunnel? No, not quite. But Quiles, we know how strong he is on the brakes. That time around, they're not able to get through.
Well, he launched a bit of a speculative one into turn 10. I thought he was going to have his front tyre swept away from him because Perrone swept right around the outside of him. So Quiles then has made some early progress, up from 8th on the grid up into 5th. Ahead of Carpe, Furusato, Piqueras and Pini, who, remind you, has 2 long lap penalties, and he has around 5 laps to serve them. He's ahead of the first Leopard on Fernandez. And shout out to Almanza, who started at the back of the grid with his penalty. He's already up to 13th.
Yeah, he's at a sensational first lap, has Almanza. He has threatened a podium challenge this weekend as Quiles does get this time through on Carpe. Or Perrone, I think it might be in that battle for 4th place. There is your race leader, Rueda, a serial front runner so far in 2023. It was Quiles this time around through on Perrone. Calso then darts to the inside line on the brakes into turn 5. There's no way that Rueda could turn in. So this is superb by Calso early on. He leads now here in Japan as they cover the tunnel through the high-speed right-hander of 6.
Remind you that Kelso is on the soft front tyre. It was the only KTM at the front of the field that's on the soft front tyre. As Munoz now gets aggressive, it's his only way, isn't it, as he comes through on Rueda. So the championship leader loses 2 spots in 3 corners.
Yeah, Munoz putting manners on arrival. Where have we heard that one before? Well, Jack's just reporting from down in pit lane. There are spots, light spots of rain falling then. Wow, we didn't think there was going to be any kind of rain intervention here on race. So let's hope it is just a brief intervention.
See it on the camera
you can see it now on the camera lens. This is at the top end of the circuit. Some light rain spots then on the camera lens at turn 10.
There's no flag-to-flag rule in Moto3, so if the rain does get too heavy that they feel this is dangerous to be riding around on slicks, they may stop this race and bring a red flag out. Noah Detweiler will get no benefit from any red flag as he's already crashed out of the Grand Prix. We're approaching the final racetrack where we understand that there is some more rain falling on the start of the straight. It is very light though at this stage.
Still very unnerving though, isn't it, when you start getting light spots of rain on the Vine. It's getting better and better and better as far as Almanza's concerned. He's now up in a 12th place, picked his way through on Luca Lunetta. No further action taken after the first lap incident that involved Aditama at turn 3. Real good battles. More rain spots are seen on that camera lens going through turn 1 and 2. Some battle, isn't it, between Perrone and Quiles. 28 versus 71. 2 young chargers going toe-to-toe.
Yes, so there's lots of rain clearly impacting on the race pace at the moment at 55.8 as Pini comes in for the first of his long lap penalties. It's rather narrow, isn't it? You've got to make sure you stay within those 2 white lines, otherwise you'll have to reserve it. First of 2 long lap penalties successfully served, but look how far back it's dropped Pini. He's now down to 13th spot and detached from the group.
Kelso, quickest rider on circuit, last lap at 1:55.862. That was a whisker quicker than Munoz in 2nd place. Munoz, who's come from 7th place, 3rd row on the grid. Now they'll attack up this short rise through into the hollow of 7. Then right now coming through 8. Kelso, Munoz, Rueda, Quiles then and Perrone. Just having a quick check on Almanza because very, very quickly Almanza's going to be forcing his way into the top 10. This would be a stunning early recovery from the Spaniard.
Forasato's just taking Carpe in the back of the picture. They're battling over 6th place. Of course, Honda's main hope in this Grand Prix as Quiles launching another of his late lunges at the inside. This time it is Rueda who's going to try and hang it out around the outside and try and win the drag race down to turn 11.
He is not shy at all, is he, young Quiles? If he sees a gap, well, he is going to go for it. Pushed wide there, Rueda, he lost all of his drive coming out of 10. That's allowed Perrone to come through. That was because he got picked up by Quiles in the 10. He just had to run slightly offline there, compromise his exit speed, and Perrone just says, thank you very much. He takes the place as well. So not really going to master plan 8 right now as far as pole starter Jose Antonio Rueda is concerned. Bumped back to 5th.
Fair play to Almanza again. He's actually in this group now. It's 11 who got away at the front, and Almanza's just set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix on a 55.7. To give you an idea what kind of pace that is, Pole was a 54.8 yesterday, so any drops of rain that are landing on these riders' visors, it's not affecting the pace at the front.
Oh, here we go. They're now attacking into turn 3. There is the rain flag. You can see it there being waved into the braking zone for turn 3. We did say pre-race it's the coolest conditions we've had of the weekend so far. Certainly the cloudiest. You get almost a microclimate here in the Manthus region of Motegi. This was not on the forecast at all, was it? Quiles, he is just lethal. He's so good on the brakes. This time around he picks off Munoz down the hill into turn 5.
And Rueda just took Perrone back as well for 4th place. So the 99, the blue number, the light blue number on the front of the IO machine, as opposed to the slightly bolder blue of Perrone, who's now lost another place. Forasato comes through. Quiles and Munoz still battling with each other. That's a battle that any Moto Grand Prix fan would pay to see.
Pini lost about 2.5 seconds coming through the long lap penalty loop as Perrone instantly tries to find a retaliatory move on Forasato, who got pushed out to the grass there, didn't he, for Osato? That's going to cost him so much time out of 9, and Piqueras goes through into 10. Quiles, well, you knew it was coming. You knew he was going to make an immediate attack on Kelso. Quiles on Kelso, and not for the first time in 2025. It's some Quiles aggression, some Quiles now, so it's got him to the front of the Grand Prix.
Well, Quiles and Kelso had a bit of a frank exchange of views on circuit yesterday morning in Saturday practice, so they've already swapped some positions already through the weekend. Kelso then, in many respects, if there's some rain on the visor and some rain on the circuit, perhaps the best place to be is a bike or two further back. Of course, it's Quiles who's now going to be the first rider to hit any slightly slippery sectors.
This is Quiles' 13th Grand Prix start. This is now the 10th race he has led. This is not a new experience at all, is it, for the rookie, as he breaks hard.
Peroni on Rueda.
Peroni on Rueda. Well, Peroni's not thinking about Rueda's charge towards the World Championship. Side by side go Munoz and Kelso. They both lost drive. And look at Peroni and Rueda. They both slipped through up into second and third, respectively. And Munoz and Kelso tagging on the exit of 2, as Munoz then just unceremoniously almost cleans out Rueda. Munoz, well, we know he's got razor-sharp elbows and knees. He's not scared to use them.
And he's got tunnel vision as well. He's not looking at anyone else. As Quiles has a moment now on the front end into turn 5. Is the rain now starting to get a little bit more troublesome out there?
Yeah, you can still see the rain flags being waved by the marshals. Big warning there for Quiles, who has now got Peroni for company. Of course, these two have locked horns famously in that classic Hungarian Grand Prix at Balaton Park. Look at Peroni almost playing to the back of Quiles there. Jack just informing us once again, it's Peroni on the inside of Quiles into turn 9.
He's not bothered by the rain,
Quiles getting some Quiles treatment there from Peroni. Jack just informing us the rain is starting to get a little bit heavier down in pit lane. First time I can actually see it hitting our commentary box windows here. We're just sort of in the run between the exit of pit lane and the first corner.
Yeah.
So yeah, this rain could be posing a big threat.
There's some big spots on the window. It's tricky, this, for race direction in terms of determining what the tipping point is. They don't want to wait for someone to crash. They want to try and call it just before we arrive at that stage. We'll see what the kind of lap times are to see what kind of drop-off we've got in performances. That's someone on the back picture. Is that for Piqueras saying, well, it's Yamanaka actually on the second of the MSI machines. You can see the panels, you can see the flags waving. These are really tricky moments for everyone in this Moto3 field, particularly Rueda, who's got so much to lose.
Out of the final corner we go, victory corner. It is Peroni that leads. They're all ganging up behind Quiles in second place. Osato darts to the inside line, trying to find a way through on Kelso. More and more rain spots falling on our camera in the first corner. Oh, that's going to be tight. It's going to be super close in between Kelso and Osato on the exit of 2. Osato briefly had the better of it. Kelso, though, will now have the inside line for 3 on the brakes.
Oh, Quiles once again getting a little bit squirrely under braking for 3. They're going around a second and a half slower than they were earlier in the Grand Prix. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix earlier on was a 55.7 for Almanza. Peroni did a 56.8, but the majority of the field were back in the 57s.
Yeah, and this lead group is now starting to concertina up, isn't it? Osato once again tries a raid on the inside of Kelso. This time around he has made it through. That was on the brakes into 5. Who was that at the back? Was that Carpe with his arm up there?
I don't know whether he's trying to send a message to the race direction that this is getting a little bit too wet. It's not your call, I'm afraid. You race until you see the red panels flashing.
Yeah, that is not a call that Carpe could make. I don't know if he was getting frustrated maybe with something that was happening ahead of him, but yeah, Carpe, you can stick your hand up as much as you want, but it's up to race direction to decide when we might have a halt to proceedings. Further back, Almanza with a lovely move there on the inside of Piqueras into turn 9. Almanza's come from the back of the grid here. He's now up into 7th.
He's just piled through Kelso there into turn 10. Kelso now way out wide, and he's going to drop to the back of the group. The Hondas are on the soft front tyre. They look like they've got the superior grip and confidence at this stage. Fernandez and Almanza are racing towards the front.
Munoz is now at the front though as he drops down into the 90-degree corner. Got perfect drive coming out of turn 10 there, did Munoz, and for the first time in this Grand Prix from the third row of the grid, the 64 hits the front.
And Carpe again did have his hand up on the back straight. He's clearly trying to call a halt to this. Unfortunately, Alvaro, you just got to keep going until race direction decide that it's too sketchy. As Keyless now goes on the wrong side of the curve, and that's going to cost him all his exit speed.
He was on the grass. He was so close to losing the rear there on the grass. Was Keyless, and that's lost him all of his drive. Furusato had no issues there, just hugged the inside line, had the initiative on the inside, and he's now up into third place. Goes Furusato.
We're not far away, by the way, from the point where which race direction, if they do stop it, we could have a result. Lap 11 of 17 is the point where, if they stop it, we will declare a result. So we're 4 laps away from that point. So don't be thinking about this race getting stopped at a red flag. Make sure you're leading this race.
As Munoz is quite brilliantly, having hit the front on the previous lap, he's already threatening a 4/10 of a second advantage. Look at that, half a dozen bike lengths. He is now clear, and Perrone in second place. What about Rueda? Rueda's back in 10th.
Look at it in the foreground, it's pouring down, or it looks like it is there through turn 6, certainly falling as heavy as we've seen it in this Grand Prix. Not that it's bothering Taya Furusato, who sees a golden home result in the horizon here.
Yeah, I think it was Yuichi Yui. There's not been a home winner in the lightweight category here since 2001. The home fans will be going potty, won't they, if they see Furusato getting the job done here today. Two title contenders in this Grand Prix. Piqueras at the moment 9th, Rueda in 10th, because they've got so much more to lose than some of those are headed in these precarious conditions. Blue on blue, turquoise on turquoise. A bit of friendly fire there between Almanza and Fernandez.
Yeah, and in the end, it's Yamanaka who might be picking up the pieces from all of that and coming through into 5th place. It's the Hondas that are going so well here. So you've got Furusato second, you've got the Leopards when they're not busy running into each other, also going very well. And Luca Lanetta is also making his way through the field. We're now back into the mid-57s and low 58s. The pace continues to get slower.
Yeah, something happened to Kelso, didn't he? He's down in 11th at the moment. Carpe's been cut well adrift as well. Maybe just a little bit too hesitant in these wet conditions. It's called mental rain. There's nothing worse than just seeing spots of rain on your visor. You're just not quite sure how hard you can push, where the limit is. Do you have to adjust your braking markers, where you pick up the throttle? So easy to wipe out the front, so easy to lose the rear. No problems at the moment, though, is there for Munoz, who's nearly 8/10 of a second clear now of Furusato, who picked up Perrone on that last lap. Side by side go our top two in the championship. Piqueras versus Rueda.
It's pouring down outside our window. There's some major lashes of rain now hitting the commentator's window. This might be the point where they have to call a halt to this. Race direction, of course, they've got first-hand information. It is absolutely chucking down now on the main straight.
Where has this rain come from? This was not
blue sky ahead of us.
It's not in the forecast as it, or was it at all?
This needs to be stopped.
And of course, this could be drama in terms of the MotoGP potential title decider coming up later on this afternoon. It's teeming down at the moment. We're just have our commentary box window looking in the braking zone for the first corner. Munoz now is over a second clear of Furusato, being dropped from this lead group. Piqueras and Rueda, who are perhaps understandably are in on a little bit more side of caution than some of those ahead of them, with potentially so much to lose in terms of the championship. Rueda's just going to follow Piqueras here. Is he just go, well, wherever Piqueras finishes, I'm directly behind him. Very little damage being done to his championship lead.
Munoz still pushing on as Furusato there was almost ballet dancing his Honda into turn 10. We're now heading back towards the part of the racetrack where we are, where certainly it was falling heavily. It has eased off a little bit again on the main straight. But these riders might be in for a bit of a nasty shock when they get down to turn 1.
Yeah, and it looks like it'll be a turn 1 which Munoz will be tackling first. Further down, a bit of a British battle. Scott Ogden just past Eddie O'Shea for 19th place. Here is Yamanaka versus Lanetta as they come into the blue skies, the sunshine now in the 4th sector. I mean, talk about unpredictable topsy-turvy weather here in Motegi. Munoz then is over the line now. He's coming into braking zone where we've seen a sort of heavy rain falling just a few moments ago. A bit of a twitch there on the front as he squeezed the front brake into turn 1. No signs at the moment of this race being halted, and looking out that commentary window once again, it looks like the rain has completely stopped.
Oh, Furusato's gone down. He has been caught out by that wet, slippery first sector. Hopes of a home victory have sadly slipped away for Taya Furusato.
So tricky to just manage the balance of where the limit is in these kind of conditions. There he goes. Oh, he loses the rear. We said it's so easy to lose the rear, just trying to be that little bit too eager to get on the throttle on the exit of turn 2. He could see Munoz was streaking away at the front of this field. Oh, they can't quite believe what they've witnessed, have they, the Japanese fans? There's going to be no home success as far as Furusato is concerned. That's a seriously aggressive move by Yamanaka and Lunetta, going through 6.
Keras has lost a whole heap of time somewhere around the racetrack, trying to find out where he is, because we're looking at the field coming through, but Keras was all on his own there in the field, trying to find, he's been passed by Rueda and he's lost the best part of a second and a half in the process as Lunetta now comes back through on Ryusei Yamanaka. Munoz has also lost a second somewhere in the second sector. His lead has been cut in half.
It's a tightrope, isn't it? A tightrope at the moment for these Moto3 riders, just trying to judge how hard they can push. It's just all about your risk and reward ratio right now. Good fight this, isn't it, between Yamanaka and Lunetta. That's the third time these two have swapped overtakes on this lap 9 of 17. Trying to benefit from this chaos is Rueda as well.
Furusato, according to our time sheets, has crashed again. We had information that he'd rejoined the race. He's now crashed again. That was what happened to Keras. He went straight on that turn 5, and that's where he lost all that time.
Yeah, I think it might be time to park it as far as Furusato is concerned. Was that maybe some damage to his Honda Team Asia machine? Well, there it is. It's a sorry Sunday, isn't it now, for Taiyo Furusato, who would have been dreaming at one stage of a home podium, potentially even a home victory. That's not going to happen after 2 crashes in quick succession. Here is Munoz then now, 1.3 seconds clear of Perrone in second place. Almanza, who started this Grand Prix in 24th place, is now potentially on course for his first ever World Championship podium. What a recovery, what a fight back it has been from the Leopard Honda start.
And the pace is now back in the 59s. We're now going the thick end of 4 seconds a lap slower than we were earlier on in the race. I think this is Furusato's second crash, or is he going to just pull over? Yeah, he crashes in a straight line coming out of turn 5 just as he goes under the bridge and leaves his bike halfway up the racetrack. Fortunately, that cleared away before the field came back round again. This is that part of the racetrack. Furusato, fortunately, 2 crashes in half of a lap and ends his hopes of winning at home.
There was some issue with the front brake stuck on or something. I mean, I'm not quite sure really what's put Furusato on his backside for the second time. Back at the front, gap between Munoz and Perrone, 1.4 seconds. Here is Quiles then now on the inside of Almanza. Lovely, lovely move. That's the textbook manoeuvre there on the brakes, isn't it? Having the inside line going through turn 9. Adrian Fernandez is just getting cut adrift by the 2 Spaniards directly ahead of him. And then there's a real battle behind Rueda, Lunetta, Keras, Pini. Jack just confirming the rain has stopped. We've now got glorious sunshine, which will be quickly drying this damp mobility resort Motegi surface. It was never really what you could call full wet at any stage. And with this sunshine now blazing down on this Motegi surface, it will dry up very quickly.
We are living in strange times here at Village Resort. This is a weird Moto3 race, but David Munoz is not complaining one iota. He's still got that 1.3 second lead over Perrone, as Scott Ogden has been given some information to drop a position. That will drop him out of the points for overtaking under yellow flags, presumably for the crash of Furusato. But we are now back in the 156s. The pace has now quickened up by 3 seconds a lap as the rain eases and the sun now beats back on this Motegi circuit.
Thankfully, the rain was never severe enough, was it, to really soak this Motegi track. And now, unbelievable, isn't it? Just a few moments ago, we were sort of picking these riders out through some gloomy, cloudy skies into turn 3. But under now some rather spectacular sunshine, we ride on board with Quiles. He's got Almanza for company as they power out of turn 4. You can see there Almanza has gained 20 places from his starting position. This would be some way to take his first ever World Championship podium, to do it from the back of the grid.
Looking at the lap times then, so we've got Keras is also doing 56s now. Of course, he's now all the way back in 8th, line trying to come back at Rueda. He's now in the same group as Rueda, so we've got Rueda 6th, and then the 2 fronts at empty helmets, MSI KTMs, Yamanaka and Keras right behind him.
In terms of the championship contenders, Rueda in 6th spot. Kelso was the early leader in this Grand Prix. Well, he's down in 11th, isn't he now, just ahead of his fellow Aussie Jacob Ralston. Keras, after his big scare at turn 5, he's still circulating in 8th place. We'll pick up number 36, just closing in on his empty helmet, MSI colleague Yamanaka, who's now really sort of carrying the podium hopes for the home fans here, although Yamanaka, he was 4.4 seconds behind your race leader Munoz when we started this lap 11 of 17. He's got time maybe if he cracks on with it and gets his head down to maybe still have a say in the podium battle.
Fair play to Guido Pini with his 2 long laps earlier on. The slightly tricky weather conditions were kind of perfect for him to enable him to win back some of the time that he lost with his 2 long lap penalties. So Pini just inside the top 10 now and catching Lanetta up ahead of him at a second a lap. So Munoz's lead still holding firm around that 2.5 point. He's now doing low 56s. In fact, Rueda has now just set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix on a 1:55.9.
Yeah, and Almansa's suffering. I mean, how much has he taken out of those Pirelli tyres to get himself from the back of the grid almost to the front of it? He's been dropped by Quiles. That's not a help his cause either, is it? Charging in hot going into turn 11. So that was the reason why he did surrender a whole bunch of time on that previous lap. Has that cost Almansa a podium here then? Because you can just see how much time it cost him compared to Quiles ahead of him. About 5.5 laps to go here in Motegi. It's been a very unpredictable race, hasn't it? Unpredictable weather conditions for the riders to contend with. Almansa and Fernandez, well, they've already had a couple of big battles, big contact earlier on in this Grand Prix. This now the battle for fourth.
A reminder, both of these Leopard Hondas are on the soft front tyre. So is Kelso, who's now back in the 55s too, in 11th place. So as soon as it's dried up again, the riders who started at the front are now starting to make their way back towards the front. Rueda and Kelso in the 55s. Piqueras also doing low 56s as the Leopards go to battle again. Fernandez, we think, might well be leaving that team. David Almansa potentially staying, and it's Almansa who takes that position away and costs Almansa a couple of spots.
Yeah, and saying thank you very much, I'll take a couple of extra points. Here's World Championship leader Rueda, who is getting some immediate payback from Almansa. And so Almansa now, that's red mist. He's trying to charge back towards his teammate Fernandez to get some payback, isn't he? On board with Rueda now, hard on the brakes into this real tricky down on braking zone, the 90-degree corner. That's a lovely move there by Rueda. That was beautifully done as Piqueras was a little bit wide. I think trying to make a move through on his teammate Yamanaka down the hill into 11. I think Piqueras did get through.
Piqueras is now up into 7th place, and yeah, in terms of the World Championship, it's all about determining what kind of match points Rueda's going to have next weekend. If you put the flag out now, Rueda would go to Indonesia with a chance to win the World Championship. Quiles is catching Peroni for 2nd place as Kelso now sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Quiles in the 55s last time round. He was half a second quicker than Peroni, so that all-rookie battle for 2nd is closing up.
Very important points in the championship at stake here, particularly as far as Munoz and Quiles are concerned. 16 points splitting those two Spaniards in the race to be 3rd in the championship. This is Pini's very impressive recovery from his 2 long laps, working his way through on fellow Italian Lanetta on the brakes into turn 3. So that now pushes Pini up into the top 10, which is some ride after those 2 long laps.
Well, remember when the rain was starting to fall, it was Peroni who was getting particularly aggressive and rampaging through the field. He looks like he's now starting to suffer with around about 3.5 laps of this to go. Quiles has caught him so quickly that it feels like it might be just a simple move for Quiles to take that 2nd place. And of course the 2nd place that Quiles has occupied on many an occasion this season. Here we are, almost trying to ride around the outside of Peroni as they drop into turn 9.
Well, there's no elbow-to-elbow combat like we saw over the line between the pair of them at Balaton Park a few weeks ago. Quiles trying to go the long way around here. Oh, he gets his right knee clipped there big time, doesn't he, by Peroni. 2 real young, hungry talents here, aren't they, going elbow to elbow. Knee to knee. Quiles gets the better of it. He got the worst. Piqueras has crashed. Angel Piqueras has dropped the ball here big time in Japan. That could be huge. Well, it is huge in terms of the destiny of this Moto3 World Championship. He tucks the front going through turn 10. Didn't come through turn 10. Is that the moment? Is that the key and decisive moment, not just this Japanese Grand Prix, but this Moto3 season, as it'll be game on now in the championship as far as Rueda is concerned?
As funny as it might sound, because the field is so splintered and spread out, he only lost 3 places with that. He's come through in 11th place. It's Piqueras. Of course, it's going to cost him any chance of finishing ahead of Rueda this afternoon, but it's actually, in terms of points, not cost him a great deal. Piqueras was still waiting for him to come across the line. He has now come across the line just ahead of Carpe in P11.
Pini's like a rocket at the moment, a 1:55.592. That's the fastest lap of this Grand Prix so far from the Italian. He's trying to now close in on Kelso. Yamanaka up to 7th now after the mistake from Piqueras. Jose Antonio Rueda's also got some serious speed as well, as he's in a Leopard Honda sandwich right now. There he is, the World Championship leader, stuck in between Fernandez and Almansa. Mid 1:55s being produced by Rueda late on here.
A really mature job being done by Munoz here at the front of the field, just basically managing the gap to the field behind him. Quiles now up into second place, but Munoz is basically just matching his lap times in the low 156s. A 2.2 second lead is rare in Moto3 terms, but Munoz doing a fine job. He managed to break away from the chaos, and a lot of the chaos has been here with the Leopard Hondas going head-to-head. They're now both behind Rueda, and it's now Almanza with the advantage ahead of Adrian Fernandez.
But for how much longer? Because you knew this was coming. Very next corner, Fernandez with the block pass, just grabbed the piece of tarmac that Almanza wanted. And Fernandez then now is back up into fifth place. I don't think this is the end of this one. I think this is going to run all the way to the checkered flag between Fernandez and Almanza. A few chewed fingernails inside Leopard Honda right now. Piqueras 11th, further down Carpe, Foggia, Ralston and Batelli in the point-scoring places, which will be some return after his 6-month injury layoff to pick up a point as far as Batelli's concerned. Career-threatening injuries in a training accident directly after Austin has put him out for so long, so that would be a big win as far as Batelli's concerned.
All credit to Perrone too, given how quickly Quiles caught him. Thought that it would be not only a simple pass, but that Quiles would just disappear off into the distance. He hasn't done that with 3 to go. Perrone looks like he's saving for perhaps a final attack on Quiles in the remaining 3 laps. This second place is still up for grabs.
You just wonder, you know, whether Jose Antonio Rueda might fancy getting himself into this podium battle late on. Once again, of all the riders in the top 7, he was the only one in the 55s. So he was a couple of tenths faster than Perrone, who is being pushed to his fastest pace of this Grand Prix so far in this heated battle with Quiles. Perrone found a 156 flat on that last lap, which was a PB lap from the Argentine. And here is Rueda. Let's just check the gap. He's 7 tenths at the moment behind Perrone in third place. He's already picked up about a tenth and a half halfway around this current lap. This might be game on for Rueda in terms of the top 3, you know.
And he's dragging the 2 Leopard Hondas, who called a momentary truce in 5th and 6th place, along with him for the ride. So we've got a 5-way fight now for this second place. The 2 rookies up front, busy watching each other. Watch out for the champion-elect up behind you.
Rueda, no question, absolutely no question. 2 in a few corners. Laps remaining in this Grand Prix. Quiles and Perrone, well, I'm not sure that they're aware of the danger that's brewing behind them. The gap now between Perrone and Rueda is down to under half a second. He's taken half a second in 3 sectors alone on this lap 17, lap 14 of 17 rather, for Rueda. What a late charge this is as he takes a giant stride towards Moto3 glory.
Yeah, Piqueras has lost a further place further back. He's now been passed by Foggia for 11th. Of course, Piqueras shortly riding around a rather second-hand MT Helix MSI KTM, so he's going to lose further points. And of course, Rueda with 2 laps to go could still gain a chunk of points.
Rueda surely isn't a 55s again, is he? He is fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Well, visibly, you can see with the naked eye just how much quicker he is than Quiles and Perrone at the moment. A 55.305 on 15-lap-old Pirelli rubber from Rueda. This is scintillating late speed, isn't it? From a rider who surely is cruising to the title in 2025.
And in fairness, Quiles and Perrone didn't respond to the threat. They set their personal best laps of the Grand Prix. They were faster than Munoz leading the race, but it's still not as fast, nowhere near as fast as Rueda. And look at the gap that Rueda's put into the Leopard Hondas, who half a lap earlier were being dragged along by him. They're now long gone.
In those spots of rain, about half race distance or shortly before, Rueda was down to as low as 10th place. But once again, he is producing a ride which is showing exactly why surely he'll be crowned Moto3 World Champion in 2025. He once again closes up through the left-hander of 7. Now through the long radius right-hander of turn 8. Rueda's going to line up a move here, potentially on Perrone. On the brakes into turn 9. He goes back through the gearbox. That's beautiful. Rueda now up into 4th.
I think we've lost Almanza on the Leopard Honda. He's now tumbling down the order from the back to very nearly the front, but Almanza's race ends a lap and a half from home.
So Rueda then now onto the podium places. What a stunning late charge this has been. That's a shame as far as David Almanza's concerned. He produced heroic effort to get himself from the back of the grid. 24th, he started this race. He was briefly on the podium places, wasn't he, after a rousing recovery? Rueda, I thought he was going to maybe send it on the inside of Quiles there, down the hill into the 90-degree corner. But this, in terms of the championship, is just getting better and better and better, isn't it, for Rueda?
Well, sounds like a silly thing to say with only a lap to go, but I think Rueda has the luxury of a little bit of patience here. He's caught them so quickly. He doesn't have to attack at the first available opportunity. Of course, attacked at the very last corner on the last lap in Misano. Will he wait as late as that this time?
Once again, comfortably in the 55s. It is Rueda trying to get a bit of corner speed now through turn 2. Get the exit now, maybe line up a move on Quiles on the brakes into turn 3. I think he's going to be a little bit too far back to attack Quiles then on the hard braking zone into 3. Just moving out of your picture there now as we go through 3 and forwards. Your race leader, Munoz, who started this final lap just shy of 2 seconds clear of this epic battle raging now. Quiles, Rueda and Perrone for the final 2 spots on the podium.
Well, we've seen when he's been attacking, you can see it there from the aerial shot, how good Quiles is on the brakes. Of course, a couple of laps ago, we saw Rueda attack Perrone through this infield section. On the way now through the 130 RF6, he gets the run on Quiles into 7.
He's just got the better corner speed, far better corner speed than Quiles, going through that fast right-hander of 6. Now then, has he gone a little bit too early? Because he is giving Quiles and Perrone a potential opportunity. First one coming up right now to try back on the brakes into turn 9. Rueda just too strong on the front end of that KTM. He holds firm.
After last lap heartache at the hands of Rueda in Misano, Quiles won't want a repeat of that. He'll want some revenge on Rueda, who is now on the precipice, on the verge of the Moto3 World Championship with this result. Of course, Munoz doing a fine job on course of victory up front, but who's going to join him on the podium?
No, it's got worse for Piqueras. He's now down in 12th place. Betelli, who was 15th a couple laps ago. What a charge it's been from Betelli. He was briefed up into 11th. Here comes Quiles. You knew that move was coming. Rueda's going to lean on him on the outside. Quiles has not been able to get through. Surely then now Rueda has got this 2nd place coming off here in Japan. What about the final spot on the podium? It's Perrone sends it on the inside of Quiles. Big nudge between the pair of them. At the front though, as Quiles will hold on the 3rd place. It has been a masterclass here in Motegi in really tricky conditions from your race winner, David Munoz. Superb performance by the Luca Imoli rider. He takes a checker flag, 1.6 seconds clear of Jose Antonio Rueda. Rueda, who dropped back to 10th when those spots of rain were falling around half distance, does take a superb 2nd place. Massive 20 points in terms of the World Championship. Quiles wins that epic fight. That's the 2nd time in the last few Grand Prix that Perrone and Quiles have had close combats coming out of the final corner. They did so in Hungary. Quiles then is on the podium once again in 3rd. Perrone misses out in 4th place. It's a 5th for Fernandez. Top 6 for Yamanaka in front of his home crowd. Pini after his 2 long laps 7th. Top 10s for Kelso, Lunetta and Foggia. Piqueras does get through on the last lap ahead of the heroic Betelli. Out for 6 months 12. Ralston 13. Points for Carpe and Nepa. Absolutely supreme ride that, wasn't it? In real testing conditions, mentally demanding conditions at the front for David Munoz. He made it look so easy. 1.6 seconds clear once again of the classy Rueda, who now stands on the brink of Moto3 glory in 2025.
Yeah, I failed A-level maths, but he extends his lead to 93 points with that result today, which by my reckoning means that if Rueda wins the Indonesian Grand Prix and Piqueras doesn't finish 2nd, then Rueda will be crowned world champion in 7 days' time.
You know what, he was so fast through the corner of 6, he almost had the temerity to ride around the outside of Quiles going through that high-speed 6. Once again, it's Quiles versus Perrone on a last lap thriller. This time around it was for the podium, and once again it's Quiles' aggression that wins the day. Without any issues, without any dramas whatsoever, was your runaway race leader, David Munoz. Brilliant job that by Munoz. Of course, winner in Aragon, winner most recently at the Sachsenring in Germany. He picks up yet another 25 points. Game on in terms of the championship, well, 3rd place in the championship between him and Quiles. So there you go, confirmation after that real hard-fought 2nd place from Jose Antonio Rueda. A bit of a disaster here in Motegi for his chief championship rival. Angel Piqueras down in 11th. It means we go to Mandalika next weekend and we could see Rueda crowned world champion in Moto3. Unstoppable though, wasn't he, today here in Japan? Your race from the David Munoz. Let's get the thoughts of his rider coach, Tom Luthi, with Jack.
Tom, what a brilliant job by David. Just how brave was he in those middle laps when the rain started to fall?
It was the key, exactly. When the drops came down, he didn't took out any of the speed. He even risked more. He put
strong. Great ride, well done. Thank you.
Fortune favours the brave on so many occasions, doesn't it? None braver today than your race winner, David Munoz. Thanks for that, Jack. Thanks for that word with Tom Luthi. Himself, of course, 125cc world champion. Winner in 250s and in Moto 2. Top-notch rider was Tom back in the day. Yeah, David Munoz just judged the conditions to absolute perfection. For his chief championship rival, Angel Piqueras, down in 11th. It means we go to Mandalika next weekend, and we could see, did he put a foot wrong at any stage in that Grand Prix? Munoz, who started from 7th place, he wasted pressure.
Didn't took out any of the speed, he even risked more. He put
one of his close up EP Paddock, of course, congratulating Munoz, who were now sits just 7 points behind Quiles in what's turning out to be a pretty thrilling fight for third in the championship. Well, it could be a fight for second, actually, because Piqueras' nightmare day, missing out on the top 10, means that Piqueras now only 18 clear of Quiles in third, only 25 clear than now Munoz.
Third win of the year for David Munoz, of course. Fought right to the wire with Quiles in Aragon. Sachsenring was also a pretty frenetic affair. This one, of course, was pretty hairy when the rain was falling, but Munoz took full advantage. Rather than seeing it as an opportunity to lose, saw it as an opportunity to take victory, and win it he did. Munoz, of course, such a mercurial talent. Of course, we saw, I guess, in some respects, the worst of Munoz in Misano when he had that contact with Peroni. We saw the very best of him today.
We really did. A top-class performance, that, by Munoz. He made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look easy, and it certainly wasn't. There can't be any more demanding scenarios as a Grand Prix rider when you're getting light rain spots and at times sort of heavy rain spots falling on the visor, because you're just having to calculate through your brain at millisecond judgments. So close to disaster, aren't you, all the time on that tightrope of grip, as we saw with Tayo Furusato, Exhibit A, crashing out of second place, or crashing out of twice eventually. Another brilliant podium by Quiles. That was just his 13th appearance in Moto 3, and that is now his 8th podium finish. We don't need to remind you once again that what a young star of the future Quiles is going to be. Indeed, wasn't he, in that group, without a contention in that by that visor. Not really was out in black and on up needed 7 seconds. He was back of our race winner Munoz. We're about to hear from the rider then, who's taking the checker flag here, who very hard for third place. He's on the podium once again. Max Quiles with Jack.
The podium once again in such a difficult race to manage when those raindrops were falling. Just how slippy was it out there?
Yeah, when I saw the rain, I knew it was gonna be slippery, but it was really hot, so I keep the rhythm. But then I saw Munoz was really fast. I have little experience in these conditions, so I said I'm going to relax a bit. Then when the sun came, I said, okay, now is the turn. I pushed. Yeah, then I was catching Munoz, but he was really strong as well, so it was difficult. And then in the last lap, I saw he overtook me, so I said something is strange, because I didn't know it was last lap. I saw Rueda braking so hard, and I said I think it's last lap, because he's normally really smooth. Then Perrone overtook me, and I said, oof, I'm going to overtake him back, because I think it's last lap, and it was last lap, so I nearly left the podium because I was a bit, so focused on racing that I didn't know the laps. So yeah, I learned about this, and next time I will be more focused as well on the laps.
Great job, great recovery, well done.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks, Max. It just shows what a test of concentration. Easy to get mental fatigue later on in these battles. He thought this wasn't the last lap at all.
Just in time.
Yeah, better late than never. Ultra aggressive. Is he anything other than that? Max Quiles then. It's just dawned on him right now, hasn't it? Crikey, this is actually the last corner of this Grand Prix. Yeah, that's hard. That is a hard move indeed, isn't it? Perrone got a little bit frustrated with Munoz last time out in Misano. So Keyless, well, he will say, did not completely drop the ball. He did not have a further 4.8 kilometres to try and work our way back through on Rueda in that Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think Rueda would have passed him anyway, even if Keyless was aware it was the final lap, because he was just so much stronger in the latter stages. Keyless worked out just in time that he had to stay ahead of Valentin Peroni. Well, he is one step closer. He might be 1 week away from the World Championship. Second place, Jose Antonio Rueda's with Jack.
Jose Antonio, a championship-worthy performance there. When you're trying to fight for the ultimate goal, when there's rain falling, I imagine there's nothing worse. Just how did you manage those difficult moments in the middle of the race?
Yeah, it's a very difficult moment because I don't know if the rain coming worse or no. I just going there and making some laps. And when I saw that it's the time to push, I push and trying to come back into the front. I want to win like always, but well, today also is a missing day. I want to say thanks for the team and to everybody to support me, and yeah, I'm very happy today.
Another great ride, well done.
Thank you.
20 points, and now just 1 week and 7 days away from potentially the biggest day, not just of his career, but of his life, because this time next week over in Indonesia, we could be toasting Jose Antonio Rueda as the Moto3 world champion. Second from pole position. That sees him tip over the 300-point mark in this year's Moto3 world championship. Surely now he can't let it slip through his grasp. Well, that was a perfect ride, wasn't it? A real mature ride by David Munoz. Your Motegi race winner here in Moto3, and he's with Jack.
Well, David, fortune favours the brave, and you were definitely the bravest out there today. Victory in the end by just under 2 seconds, but I guess it all comes down to those moments when the rain was falling and just how you managed to keep going at an excellent pace.
Yeah, today is a very important day for me because very difficult race. In the beginning of the race, a little bit rain, and I control the race very good with very calm. And well, third victory in the World Championship. Thank you to the team for all the work, for him. And well, thank you to everybody.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a great ride in very testing conditions for the 19-year-old Spaniard. 8 podiums now in the last 11 Grand Prix for Munoz. Of course, he had a real tough start to 2025, didn't he? When he didn't even score a single point until round 4 in Qatar. Well, that was a classy ride. That was a really impressive ride by Munoz. He judged those conditions perfectly. Big smile on his face as he gets greeted by BK8 Gresini Racing MotoGP rider Fermin Aldeguer, who certainly appreciated the work of Munoz. As you mentioned, it's not a given at all, is it? Rangel Piqueras is going to hang on to that second place in this World Championship. Very much game on in the battle for third, as just 25 points now split Piqueras, Keyless and Munoz with 5 to go.
Keyless and Munoz, surely the two overwhelming title favourites for next season. Of course, they're both staying in Moto3. Angel Piqueras, championship or not, is moving up to Moto2 next season, where he'll be staying, of course, with that MT Helmets MSI squad. He doesn't look like he's going to be moving up as champion. It wasn't lost here today. It was lost at various stages through the season, but any lingering hope he had surely disappeared in that cloud of dust at turn 10.
Yeah, his worst finish at 11th place over the line since he was 12th in the opening Grand Prix in Buriram, which feels like an awful long time ago. It wasn't a third DNF of the season, thankfully, as far as Piqueras is concerned. Otherwise, we might be saying completely goodbye to any hopes he had of winning this Moto3 World Championship. But it is an all Spanish lockout of our first podium here on our race day 17 in 2025. And you do feel that once again it was a very pivotal race for Rueda. Having missed the podium in Austria and Hungary, not exactly a disaster with 5th places on that particular sequence, but the response has been superb. It has been emphatic. 2nd in Catalonia, 1st in Misano, and now 2nd here in Rueda, in Japan rather. And those 3 successive podiums, such a big haul of points over those last 3 Grand Prix. Amin Rueda standing on the brink of title success.
If there's one rider that'll be pleased that Rueda's moving up to Moto2 next season, surely it will be Quiles, overtaken at the very end of the Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, finished right behind him, or was behind him when he crashed in Assen, was second to him in Brno, and was passed on the final lap by him in Misano, passed on the final lap by Rueda today as well. But they were in the end fighting for second place today behind the dominant David Munoz, who takes victory number 3 of the season. Onto the podium dances Max Quiles. This is a special venue for the Aspar team, who won the Moto3 title with David Alonso here 1 year ago. Jose Antonio Rueda moves one step closer. If he gains a further 7 points on Piqueras next weekend, that will be enough to secure the World Championship with some 4 races to spare. Tetsuro Suzuki, President of the Motorcycle Federation of Japan, will present the Constructor Prize, which I'm sure he would have loved to have been handing over to Honda. But it is a KTM podium lockout here today. Munoz, Rueda, Quiles, Honda's hopes of being on the podium really fell away when Taiyo Furusato crashed out of second place. Congratulations to the Locomotive Dynabolt Intact GP squad. Of course, we'll see plenty of shortly in Moto2. So Max Quiles, as mentioned, has got an incredible podium record in such a short career. 8 podiums from 13 starts now for Quiles. Surely the Rookie of the Year prize is heading his way with Carpe's recent slump. Jose Antonio Rueda hitting 12th podium of the season. The record in the Moto3 era is 15 podiums in a season. He still has 5 Grand Prix left to break that record. Potentially, in a week's time, win the World Championship en route. But they were all playing second fiddle today to David Munoz. Such a mercurial talent. And in the chaos and the mid-race shower here in Japan, it was Munoz who stood tall to take his 3rd win of the season.
Could be Jose Antonio Rueda celebrating the biggest prize of all this season in terms of Moto3, as he has the chance to clinch the World Championship with still 4 rounds over in Australia, Malaysia, and then back in Europe in Portimao and Valencia still remaining. Yeah, it was a great ride that by Munoz. That means now only Rueda and Piqueras have done more winning in 2025 than the Spanish rider. Quiles won. Not easy to tackle this hard-braking circuit and in those very treacherous damp conditions. Another outstanding ride by the rookie, but Munoz, your Motegi master.
Well, it was certainly eventful in the mid-part when the rain started to fall. Munoz took that as his opportunity to escape and take victory from Rueda and Quiles. Peroni missing out in that three-way battle for the two remaining spots on the podium. Adrian Fernandez won that battle of the Leopard Hondas before Almanza later crashed. Yamanaka sixth for Pini, Kelso, Lanetta and Foggia. Piqueras, after his fall, remounted to take 11th. Bertelli in 12th place ahead of Ralston, Carpe, Nepa, taking the final point at the expense of Cormac Buchanan. Scott Ogden, a late faller. As we mentioned, Almanza down. Furusato fell out of second place. Arbi Aditama was a lap 1 faller. So Jose Antonio Rueda's World Championship lead is 93 points. If he wins the Indonesian Grand Prix next weekend and Angel Piqueras fails to finish second, Rueda will be crowned champion next Sunday. Piqueras is 18 points ahead of Quiles for second. 7 points further back is where we find Munoz in fourth. Alvaro Carpe's hopes of finishing in the top 4 and as the Rookie of the Year surely look to be gone. KTM lead the Constructors' Championship by 213 points. Of course, they've already clinched the title. Rebel KTM IO are close now to the team's crown. Their advantage over Prince MT Helmet MSI is 135 points. That could be clinched as early as Australia. As always, Moto3 brought the entertainment, or perhaps not in the style we expected when the race got underway. Certainly some mid-race Moto3 rain was not in the forecast, as we saw some early entertainment involving those starting from the front row. Joel Kelso winning that early battle to take the lead on lap 1. Quiles, who'd come from row 3, immediately into the thick of the action, passing Munoz for second place. The chaos, as you can see there with Carpe waving his hands in the background, began to unfold as the rain started to fall. At one point, falling pretty heavily too. You can see the spots there on the curbside camera, and it caught out Furusato into turns 1 and 2 at the point at which the rain was heaviest. The home favourite fell out of second place. That left the battle for second at the time between the rookies of Peroni and Quiles. Quiles caught the Argentine quickly before snatching second place. Piqueras was being left behind in that particular battle, and he fell before eventually remounting to take P11. Surely not enough that for his title aspirations, particularly with Rueda rampaging towards the front, passing Peroni a lap and a half from home before taking the same opportunity a lap later to pass Quiles, who at this point was blissfully unaware that we were on the final lap. He'd worked it out by now as Peroni attacked into the final sequence of corners. The victory corner was a battle for the podium between Quiles and Peroni. Not the first time this season we've seen contact at the last turn between those two teenagers. Up ahead of them, though, David Munoz was comfortably clear, taking advantage of that mid-race shower to make his escape and claim victory in the Japanese Grand Prix. Can the intact squad take some further success in Moto2? Their battle comes up next.
MotoGP's made the mammoth trip of nearly 10,000 kilometres from Misano to Motegi for a potential title-deciding Grand Prix of Japan. The biggest prize in motorcycle racing is on the line, with all eyes on Marc Marquez to see if he can wrap up a 7th MotoGP title as Ducati look to dominate at the home of Honda again. We're ready for a decisive duel in Japan. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to Japan. Welcome back to the mobility resort Motegi, the home of Honda, of course, where 3 times previously on board a Honda, Marc Marquez right here in Japan has been crowned MotoGP World Champion. Times are changed, times are different though, aren't they, now in modern day MotoGP? Because for the 4th time here at this great motorsport venue, Marc Marquez now, of course, on a factory Ducati can clinch the MotoGP World title. It'll be lights out for the Premier Class battle over 24 laps in just under 2 hours' time. Coming up next, though, is the latest episode, the latest instalment in what is turning out to be a real fascinating battle for Moto2 glory in 2025. A battle which continues to rage between championship leader Manu Gonzalez, who of course was victorious here in a rain-affected Moto2 battle in Japan 1 year ago. And I'm just looking out of our commentary box window to see some rather ominous grey clouds starting to gather once again above this Motegi circuit. Gonzalez on pole position after being the winner here last year. 39 points clear he is of his 2 closest championship rivals, Diogo Moreira and Aaron Canet, who's had an absolute nightmare. There is Canet on the 44 bike. What a shocker he's had so far here this weekend in Japan. Maybe it's a 4-horse race for glory in 2025. Let's not discount the impressive Belgian Barry Baltus, an excellent second in Misano last time out, behind home hero Celestino Vietti. Baltus only 54 points adrift in this Moto2 title chase, with 6 rounds still remaining. Matt Burt then, Lewis Sitterby and Jack Appleyard bringing you all of this live coverage of this 19-lap Moto2 battle here in Japan. We hope it's going to be a 19-lap battle because we've got a few eyes skywards at the moment. There was a brief rain intervention in the earlier Moto3 battle. The race was not stopped. Don't worry, no spoilers in the commentary box here, but there was a few spots of rain that did just potentially threaten some serious disruption to our opening exchange on this race day number 17 then in 2025. Tyler contenders then. Gonzalez on pole position. Diogo Moreira second in the standings. He fires away from the middle of the second row in 5th. And then Aaron Canet, well, he needs binoculars to see the lights go out here in Motegi. 22nd on the grid is the Spanish one, and that's courtesy of a couple of grid times as well, I believe. Let's go down though straight away to Jack Appleyard and our pole starter and our championship leader, Manu Gonzalez.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be a big day today for Manu, starting from pole. Pace looks excellent, but looking up to these skies, clouds coming across, does that come into your thinking at all when you're trying to plan for this race ahead?
Well, I think it's not a new thing for me, but yeah, we hope that it's a normal dry race, so our plan is to go first and
The pole starter Gonzalez, 2 Aspire riders, 2 rising stars in Moto2 alongside him on the front row, Holgado and Alonso. But as mentioned, Lewis, a massive task for Aaron Canet to keep himself firmly in the championship picture. 22nd on the grid at the head of row 8. He's only there having qualified 23rd because of a penalty that came the way of Jorge Navarro. It has been an absolutely dismal weekend, hasn't it, so far in Japan for Canet?
Yeah, hadn't been looking great before qualifying. He had a crash on Friday afternoon which plunged him into qualifying 1. And if it sounds bad for Aaron Canet, it's really bad. It's as bad as it's ever got for him in Moto2. In his 105th Moto2, 104th should I say, Moto2 start today. That is Aaron Canet's worst ever qualifying.
Has to be one of the worst ever qualifying performances of his entire Grand Prix career. Having no dramas, having no issues right now is 20-year-old Spaniard Dani Holgado. Bit of a blip early on Friday morning here in Japan when he had a crash at turn 10. But since then, he's been superb once again. Holgado, of course, 3 podiums in the last 4 Grand Prix, including that brilliant victory in Catalonia. Well, he was super fast, wasn't he? Throughout practice, Jake Dixon, fast in both sessions on Friday, fastest on Saturday morning. He goes away from 6th place on the grid, does the Brit, and he joins Jack on the grid.
Jake, been a great weekend so far, really fast on Friday and on Saturday, but these conditions aren't ideal. I don't think we're expecting any rain. Can you plan for it at all?
My day's all the better for seeing you now. At least I'm not laughing this time. No, it's been a great weekend. Just didn't quite have the out-and-out speed for that last little bit in qualifying, but got great rhythm. I'm going to get stuck in today, and yeah, it's going to be a great race.
Have fun.
Cheers.
Jake Dixon, of course, was on pole position here last year when he was one of several riders that was on wet tyres, which ultimately proved to be the wrong choice. And now then, there's been so much focus on the top 3 in the championship, Gonzalez, Moreira and Canet, with some justification because they have been the standout trio of the season so far. But I think it is fair to say, Lewis, that we can't discount Barry Baltus from that championship picture. 54 points behind Gonzalez, just 15 behind both Moreira and Canet. A whole bunch of podiums so far this season, still searching for that breakthrough first win. But Baltus quite clearly is in the hunt for the championship.
Yeah, he's going to have to start winning, though, if he's going to chase down that 54-point gap to Manuel Gonzalez. But you're absolutely right. If we're considering Moreira and Canet title threats to Gonzalez, we have to consider Baltus 1-2, given that he's just 15 points further back. Had that San Marino Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago been 1 lap longer, we might well have been talking about Barry Baltus as a Moto2 winner. He, like Canet, his teammate at Fantic, was in qualifying 1 yesterday. Baltus, though, was successful through Q1 to get himself on row 3.
Well, we've talked about our top 2 on the grid. Manuel Gonzalez and Dani Holgado, 2 informed Spaniards. Brilliant job by our reigning Moto3 world champion David Alonso, the 19-year-old Colombian, starting on the front row of a Moto2 battle for the first time. Well, there are a few Brits that have made a very, very long journey over to Japan to roar on Jake Dixon. David Alonso, brilliant performance to get himself on that front row. Last 6 finishes all top 10 for the 19-year-old. But one of the stars at the moment in Moto2 is another rookie, Dani Holgado, on the front row with Jack.
Danny, you're in great form at the moment. You must be loving riding your bike right now. What's possible today?
Yes, today will be a very good race, I think, because we have a good opportunity to keep learning on this way. Yeah, very, very happy with my second position here yesterday in the qualifying, but now is the race. I'm ready to fight. Let's see, we can do it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is ready to fight. We talked about his golden podium run, podiums in 3 of the last 4. He's been pretty strong on Saturdays as well. He's qualified top 2 now in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. He has been, in many respects, probably with Baltus, one of the surprise sensations of 2025. 3rd here in Moto3 in 2023, 4th here last year, so he knows his way to a fast lap time around this Motegi track.
Izzy Nakamura, he starts at the front of row 4 in 10th place, was up in the top 3 on Friday, even if he had his best lap times ultimately cancelled due to some incorrect tyre pressures. He has his fans too. The number 28 former Moto3 champion, of course, does feel as if he's got some genuine podium potential. And could we say the same about Ayumu Sasaki? He starts from a career best 8 despite a crash in qualifying. Let's get his pre-race thoughts for Jack.
Yeah, what a weekend it's been on home soil so far. Ayumu, I imagine, really excited for this.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good to be back home, and the speed is much better than last year, so that's good. And showing over to the Japanese fans is great. And
Yeah, it's been good 2 days. Now we have a race. Yesterday I made a mistake in the qualifying, so we have to learn from that. And today we just try to finish the race and hopefully we can stay with the conference.
Have fun.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to 24-year-old Japanese rider Yuma Sasaki, who has had a couple of spills so far this weekend. As he mentioned, that one in qualifying yesterday at turn 3. When he has been upright, Sasaki, he has been very, very fast in front of his home crowd. He was second quickest here on Friday afternoon. A Moto3 podium finish himself here back in both 2022 and in 2023. 12th last time out in San Marino, and the 6-point finish of his Moto2 career for Sasaki.
Yeah, that Q2 crash was the second of 2 crashes for Sasaki yesterday. There is one of 2 riders who've been booted 9 places back down the grid. Mario Aggi and Jorge Navarro, as Matt mentioned, the second of those has at least given Aaron Canet one fewer rider to overtake from 23rd on the grid up to 22nd. Tyre information has already come through from Pirelli, and it will be very easy to remember. Every rider in the field is on the soft front and the super soft rear.
Yeah, you are starting to feel a little bit for Canet's prospects of reeling in Gonzalez in the latter stage of this world title battle. No podium in the last 6 for the 25-year-old Spaniard, his longest podium drought since 2021, and no win in 12 since the Qatar Grand Prix. Yeah, thumbs up in the crowds. Thumbs up from us in the commentary box as well. Let's hope it's a thumbs up as well for the number 71, Yuma Sasaki, who they were home fans clearly showing their allegiance for there in the grandstands. And there's a massive contingent of 79 fans who've been out in force since Friday morning. Of course, a massive day in the career and life for Ayagura, about to make his Grand Prix debut in the Premier class in just under 2 hours' time. Of course, the first chance that Agura-san has had to race in front of his home crowd since he was crowned Moto2 world champion in Buriram last October.
Yeah, it's a second place in this Grand Prix that really did catapult him towards the world championship in conditions which we can't completely rule out a repeat of this afternoon. Remember when it rained on the first lap, we had that red flag and the confusion about whether to start the restarted race on slicks or on wet tyres. Agura, along with eventual winner Gonzalez, made the decision to go on slicks, and boy were they rewarded for that.
Home fans, they'll be keeping a close eye on one of their own, Honda Team Asia rider Yuki Kuni, who's had a pretty difficult debut season in the Moto2 World Championship. The 92 finds himself down in 25th place on the grid. Still plenty of support though in the grandstands for the 22-year-old. The 75 then of Albert Arenas, 28-year-old Spaniard. He completes row 4 in 12th place. Second here 6 long years ago now in the Moto3 battle in 2019. Only 1 point scoring finish though in 3 attempts here in Moto2 for Arenas, who has scored points in 13 of our opening 16 Grand Prix, including 8 top 10s. Well, it was right here last year, wasn't it, where David Alonso won the Moto3 World Championship in spectacular fashion. And he's back here in Japan on the front row of the grid for the first time in Moto2. Alongside him is his Aspar teammate, the informed Danny Holgado, who really has hit a real big purple patch in his rookie season. But from pole position, looking for his first win in 8 since Mugello. Looking for back-to-back wins here in Motegi. It's world champion leader Manu Gonzalez.
Manu Gonzalez took his first Moto2 victory here in Japan a year ago. Can he move a step closer to title glory by going back-to-back in Japan? He starts from a 7th pole of 2025 ahead of Danny Holgado and David Alonso. At first front row for him, Misano winner Trustino Vietti 4th from Diogo Moreira and Jake Dixon, who was quickest in all 3 practice sessions. Barry Baltus came through Q1 to 7th ahead of Imu Sasaki of career best 8th, and Colin Vine 9th. He had a big crash on Friday. Ethan Guevara, Tony Arbolino and Albert Arenas are on row 4 from Ortola, Van den Gorberg and Joe Roberts, who starts 15th. Alonso Lopez, a former podium finisher here, 16th from Danny Munoz and Philip Salat, who crashed in Q2. Marcos Ramirez out in Q1 for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row. He starts 19th ahead of Senna Regis, his worst qualifying since Argentina. Huertas next up from Aaron Canet, his worst ever Moto2 qualifying ahead of Binder Eskrige, Kunai and Aradre, with Navarro and Anchi completing your grid, having been relegated 9 places.
So a pivotal and absolutely crucial 4-race flyway tour for our Moto2 title contenders, about to get underway here. Ali Mobility Resort Motegi, about 2-hour drive north of Tokyo. Who'll be hitting the karaoke bars in the vibrant capital later on this evening, celebrating as we head over to Indonesia in just a few days' time. It has been unpredictable, it's been wide open at times, hasn't it? 2025 Moto2, Celestino Vietti last time out in Misano, the 10th different winner of the season, which is actually a new Moto2 record. We'd had 9 winners in 2010, the very first Moto2 season, and last year in 2024. Are we going to get an 11th different victor here this afternoon? Well, Barry Baltus will be certainly hoping so from the head of the third row of the grid, because that would certainly fire some more momentum in what is already a very strong championship charge as far as the Belgian is concerned. That's how the land lies then in terms of the championship, with 6 to go this season. Gonzalez, 39 points clear of both Moreira and Canet. Baltus then a further 15 points back in 4th place. Jake Dixon is 5th in the World Championship, but he's a further 21 points behind Baltus. We're still awaiting that official confirmation. It's pretty much done and dusted for a few weeks now about Dixon's move over to the official Honda World Superbike team for 2026. He'll be looking to lead Moto2, at least a couple more victories, you'd imagine. Aaron Canet, well, this is very alien territory as far as the Mark BDS bound Spaniard is concerned. All the way back down on the 8th row of the grid. I mean, the top 10 will feel like a massive bonus today, won't it, as far as Canet is concerned. The photographers are ready. We're all ready then for 19 laps of Moto2 action here in Motegi. Your front row, pole position for World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez, winner here 12 months ago. Danny Holgado looking to continue this excellent run of form. And David Alonso, well, he knows what it takes to win here in Moto3 in Motegi. A victory here 1 year ago saw him win the Moto3 World Championship. Here we go then, round 17 coming away in Moto2. Lights out, and we're racing in Moto2 here in Motegi. It's a brilliant start from the middle of that front row by Holgado. Getting swallowed up from pole position right now is Gonzalez. Through immediately has gone Vietti. Well, Vietti's got one. That's pushed Gonzalez right out to the paintwork. This has been a nightmare first 2 corners for Gonzalez. There's contact further back there, I think, between Binder and Cooney. But Gonzalez is mid-pack from pole.
And it gets worse than that for Diogo Moreira, because the rider's second in the World Championship. Moreira leads the Grand Prix from 5th on the grid. He got it hooked up beautifully off the line. Moreira from the Aspar duo, who are still 2nd and 3rd.
Gonzalez down in 9th place, Vietti in 10th. I mean, the first corner in the braking zone, they were both inside the top 3. Vietti getting aggressive on the inside now. Gonzalez back into turn 5.
That's
somebody's down. That's Munoz. Thankfully, all the field are going to pick their way through. Munoz losing the rear coming out of turn 5. At the front, though, it's Moreira that leads. Dramatic start here in Japan.
Who was it that sailed? I think it's Van den Gorberg who went sailing off at the top of the picture into turn 5, and then Munoz crashed on the way out. So Moreira, Holgado, Alonso, now Dixon into 4th place. It's Boscascoro's 4, 5 and 6, because it's the 2 Blue Crew Pramac bikes next up.
A combination of a real poor start from pole position and then Vietti's aggression into that first corner as he ran wide, picked up Gonzalez, and that has seen Gonzalez surrender 8 places from his starting position. He's got an awful lot of work to do now, hasn't he? Moreira, Holgado, Alonso, who started alongside Gonzalez on that front row of the grid. Confirmation there on your screens, it was Van den Gorberg that did crash out, as Arbolino toughs it out at the moment with Dixon down the hill in the braking zone for turn 11. Arbolino then now the Italian up into 4th.
Canet update, he's up into 17th place, so he has gained 5 places off the line, although he's just lost one of those to Gonzalez, his teammate. Senna Aegis doing a turn for his teammate. Not a lot has gone right for Gonzalez on this first lap, but at least Aegis is keeping Canet back.
So Arbolino not close enough to attack Alonso on the brakes into that first corner. There is Dixon in 5th place. He was so strong, wasn't he? Led all 3 practice sessions pre-qualifying yesterday, as Holgado's going on the inside of Moreira on the brakes into turn 3. He's made that stick. Beautiful move by Holgado, and just like he did in Catalunya, he hits the front early.
So the 27 now leads from 10. Alonso and Arbolino still going head-to-head behind this. We're now looking forward from Moreira, who needs to try and take full advantage of Gonzalez's problems. Arbolino does now go through on David Alonso. Arbolino into the podium spots. We haven't said that much this year.
Gonzalez's first lap nightmare was, well, it cost him 1.6 seconds. That was the gap between the pole starter, the world champion, is just about to fight through there on Vietti at the back of the picture. He did make it through. Gonzalez then has gone back up into 8th place. David Alonso's going the wrong way early on, isn't he, in this Grand Prix? Picked off now by Dixon.
So he's now back to 5th place, is the Moto3 world champion, as his teammate leads the Grand Prix. The top two already putting some distance between themselves and Arbolino, who himself is moving forwards. We're trying to pick out Gonzalez to see if there's any sign of progress for him. He's still in 9th place behind Celestino Vietti. He's in a Boscascoro sandwich with Ortola behind him.
Yeah, not a bad start this bike. Ortola up 3 places early on into the top 10 from 13th spot. Down the hill we go then, into the 90-degree corner. Lap 2 of 19. Holgado leading, coming from a long, long way back there. Guevara trying to find a way through on Alonso. Struggling here as he tries to get temperature in those tyres, and with a full fuel load, Alonso suffering a little bit.
It's been his weakness throughout the season. Of course, he managed to get over that yesterday on fresh tyres to get a qualifying time in, but usually we wait until around mid-race distance to see David Alonso's best work.
Yeah, if he's in the mix, if he's in the picture late on, well, do not discount the Colombian. Holgado's got some sensational early pace here, hasn't he, Motegi? The first and only rider in the 148s. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far. 4/10 quicker he was than Moreira. And that includes an overtake right here at turn 3 on the Brazilian.
A little bit of a snap there for Alonso into 3, but he did hold off Guevara. Of course, Holgado admitted that he perhaps got a little bit overexcited, like a kid in a sweet shop early on in Misano, used too much tyre and then found himself under late pressure. Of course, it was Moreira who nearly caught him on the final lap in Misano. At the moment, though, Holgado doing a very solid job. His lead is approaching half a second now.
As you can see on that timing tab on the left-hand side of your screens, Gonzalez is now 2.3 seconds back of Holgado at the front of this Grand Prix. They started, of course, side by side on the front row of the grid. Just a clear indication of just how poor the start of this Japanese Grand Prix has been for Gonzalez at the moment. He's coming off the worst of this early battle with Misano winner Vietti.
Still an awful long way to go, but he's blowing a major opportunity at the moment. Given where he started and his other title contender started, Moreira, even in 2nd place, would gain 13 points on Gonzalez from there. And of course, even Baltus would gain points on Manu Gonzalez because he's 2 bikes up the road.
Holgado is stretching his legs at the front of this Grand Prix, isn't he? He's over half a second cleared now of Moreira for the first time. It's been a real strong lap from Holgado, having hit the front. He really is just trying to get his head down here now and see what the chasing pack have got behind him. We pick up then Gonzalez. This is the race. It wasn't really a sluggish start off the line by Gonzalez as he drops the clutch and starts arrowing that Triumph engine sideways. You can just see Vietti got a great launch directly behind him. Holgado in the middle of your picture.
5 abreast.
With 5 abreast, they run down the first corner. You can just see Gonzalez was about to just briefly rolled off there as Vietti chopped in front of his front tyre. But at this point, the pair of them then got dropped to almost outside the top 10. Oh, Vietti through the eye of a niggle there, wasn't it, between Holgado and Gonzalez.
Just didn't accelerate forwards, did he? And there was Vietti's problem, which of course then hung out to dry Gonzalez, who was stuck on the outside. Guevara
Moto2 Race Japanese Grand Prix laps chart. MotoGP Race Grand Prix Japanese Grand Prix laps chart.
Who has now set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix. He's settling into this now.
Holgado is making this look like a cinch at the moment here. He's 7 tenths ahead now. Moreira wants to gain. He's the only rider that's in the 48s. Back-to-back laps of the 48s. We lost Senna Aegis. The Aussie has gone down, looks pretty heavy. Covered in dust, isn't he there? And dirt is the Australian down at turn 3.
Meanwhile, Gonzalez has now passed Celestino Vietti. Here he is now, 18 ahead of 13. So Gonzalez now up into 8th place. He is 2.5 seconds off the race lead, and a lot of bikes to overtake. He's going to get himself back to where he started, and Vietti's trying to come back at him on the inside. Vietti's not interested at all in Manu Gonzalez's World Championship hopes as he now retakes that P8.
Yeah, Gonzalez trying to get some instant retaliation on the brakes into turn 10. He's going for the block pass. He's gone for the block pass, and he could be in hot water. He could be in a real spot of bother here. We'll have to try and look at the replays, but Vietti has gone down. He's clearly frustrated the Misano winner. Gonzalez came from a long, long way back. Red mist, frustration.
Well, remember Silverstone when, of course, Gonzalez had a rotten start from pole position and was impatient trying to pass Barry Baltus. Here he is up the inside. Vietti comfortably ahead. He's halfway alongside, but right straight into the side of Celestino Vietti.
Took his right arm and his handlebar from him, didn't he? Looked like from that camera angle, we'd like to see maybe the camera on the outside of turn 10, but yeah, Gonzalez, the steward's going to be all over that, and he
Vietti gave him plenty of room.
Yeah, he did. Well, Gonzalez then, that was just the fact that he'd not been able to break that battle with Vietti, and that was just a little bit of red mist. What did he say to Jack on the grid? This is all about a race to use your head, be calm and composed. Well, he's really paying and suffering, isn't he, for that start. Holgard at the moment is just wanting. This is like Catalonia all over again. He's on a different level, a completely different league is Holgado. 3 laps in a row now. He's been in the 48s. At the moment, there's not a single other rider in this Grand Prix that's been in the 48s.
And his teammates under pressure. This time he does lose the place, albeit briefly, to Ifan Gabara, who was into P5 for all but a split second before he crashes at turn 5.
Yeah, Gino Borsoi, part of the Pramac Yamaha MotoGP operation, of course, frustrated as Guevara then goes down. We've lost some of our leading contenders already, haven't we, in this Grand Prix? Vietti down now, Gonzalez down.
That's not the first turn 5 front end washout of this Grand Prix weekend, so some sympathy for Ethan on that one, but he's missed a major opportunity as Gino Borsoi and Paolo Pavesio of Yamaha watching on closely. They were hoping for a genuine podium threat from him. All their podium hopes now rest on the shoulders of Tony Arbolino.
Shows just how hard he was having to work that front tyre to make the move through on Alonso. The front tyre, unfortunately, crying no more. There is Jake Dixon, who's sort of been stuck in that 4th place for much of this Grand Prix. Very, very quickly, Holgado, maybe at the end of this lap 5 of 19, will be 2 seconds clear of the field. Absolute demolition job he's doing on the field at the moment. Is he still going to be in the high 148s? He's going to come over the line very, very soon. Further back, yeah, he is, a 48.8. Vietti and Gonzalez incident currently under investigation. Big call this in terms of the championship. Holgado once again, lap 2 148, lap 3 148, lap 4 148, lap 5 another 148, and still nobody else in the race is able to match that speed.
If Manuel Gonzalez gets a long lap penalty from there, that'll drop him somewhere back towards Lopez in 12th place. If he gets a double long lap penalty, he'll be back with Aaron Canet in 15th place.
Joe Roberts becomes our latest early victim and what's already turning out to be a bit of a race of attrition here, isn't it, in Motegi, Moto 2-wise. With Holgado checked out at the front, it's now down to Arbolino, Moreira, Dixon and co to fight it out for the remaining places on the podium. Arbolino has got through, hasn't he, on Moreira. It's one of the best dry race performances we've seen from Arbolino on a Bosca Scorer package, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of competition from Arbolino's 2025 for that particular prize. Baltus is now making his way forwards too. We said before the race, don't sleep on Barry Baltus as a potential World Championship contender, and with Gonzalez potentially in some hot water later in this race, Baltus in 6th place could be making some big gains in the World Championship too.
Canet's just been pushed back out of the point scoring places by Salac. Canet was briefly up into P15, but now he's down in 16th spot. There is Holgado. Our camera operators are doing a pretty good job of keeping him in the same shot as the chasing pack right now. Such is his commanding advantage he's built up the front of this Grand Prix.
Manuel Gonzalez has a long lap penalty for the incident with Celestino Vietti. I think he might be grateful it's only 1 long lap and not 2, because of course we have seen incidents with Manu already this season. So give him 3 seconds from where he currently is and he's going to drop out of the top 10.
Big chance this, do you feel, for Moreira in terms of the championship. Very, very quickly he'll see on the dashboard the message from race direction. Gonzalez then at the moment on the road in 7th place. There he is, causing a crash. Long lap penalty for Gonzalez. Arbolino picks his way through turn 3. Just ahead on the road then of Gonzalez is that battle between Baltus and Alonso. Holgado over the line was 2.8 seconds clear of Arbolino. First time in the Grand Prix since the standing start of lap 1. Holgado back in the 49s. As now we were just talking about an open goal this was almost like in terms of the championship for Moreira. Well, he's been picked off now by Dixon on the brakes into 5.
Yeah, he's reversing back at the moment as if he's got the handbrake on in this Moto 2 race. Moreira then 13 points available for 4th place, and of course 3 riders up the road who are not in championship contention. So we've now got Moreira 4th, Alonso 5th, Baltus 6th, Gonzalez 7th. Baltus shaping up for a move ahead of David Alonso as well. Remember how strong Baltus was late in the race in Misano.
The slowest lap of Holgado's race was still half a second faster than Arbolino in second. It was almost a full second quicker than Moreira in third place. Of course, Moreira was overtaken by Arbolino. Further back there is Ortola in 8th, Arenas 9th. We've got then Colin Vaya running in 10th place, another strong top 10 maybe beckoning for the rookie for Red Bull KTM Ayo. Philip Salac, he found his personal best lap of the Grand Prix, 1:49.7. That enabled him to get through on Canet for 15th spot.
So at the moment, Aaron Canet is scoring absolutely nothing in this Grand Prix. Another 49.2 for Danny Holgado, with clear track ahead of him. Arbolino can do a 49.6. And we've got Moreira now in the 50s. Diogo Moreira, we have seen him in some trouble recently in Grand Prix, but he somehow manages to show his tenacity and his bravery to stick at it at the front of the field. He's going to have to draw upon those reserves again to keep himself in this podium battle.
This is an absolutely top-notch performance being fired in by Arbolino. He was under the surgeon's knife immediately after the last round in Mazzano for arm pump surgery, and I think there was a lot of concerns maybe. Well, how would the upper limbs hold up in these heavy braking zones? Well, no problem. This is the reason why world champion leader Manu Gonzalez got an excursion through the long lap penalty loop. Contact with Vietti up at turn 10. Second time Vietti's been cleaned out of a podium battle by a Dynavolt ride. Of course, round 1 at Thailand, it was Senna Aegis, wasn't it? It's Holgado then now, already through the picture as your runaway race leader. He's over 3 seconds clear now of Arbolino. Arbolino's got a bit of a breather back to Dixon. Gap between those two just under 6/10.
And with Vietti out of the Grand Prix, Holgado does go on to win this race, which is still a long way away from being achieved, not even a half distance yet. Holgado would go up ahead of Vietti into 6th place in the World Championship, and he would almost rubber stamp the Rookie of the Year prize too. So a lot at stake here potentially for Danny Holgado leading this Grand Prix. We're still waiting, by the way, for Manu Gonzalez to serve his long lap penalty. I think the next lap is his last opportunity, otherwise he'll be in further trouble.
Yeah, he will be in more trouble. He's been enough of it already, hasn't he, so far today? There is Baltus, who has been a spectator on the rear tyre of Alonso for so much of this Grand Prix. Hasn't really been able to get right on par with the number 80 ahead of him to make any kind of significant move in that battle for 5th place. Gonzalez, then there he is in 7th. Holgado over at the line, 3.4 seconds clear of Arbolino, 49.5 for both Arbolino and Dixon. That's keeping that gap between those two around half a second, 6/10 of a second. All eyes then, isn't it, right now on the number 18 bike of Gonzalez. Behind Baltus, charging now towards the long lap penalty loop at turn 3. Here he goes into turn.
Don't overshoot it.
Steady on. He was on the front brake and the rear brake there, wasn't he, to get that stopped going into the long lap penalty. He drops then back in behind Albert Arenas. So Gonzalez down to 9th.
On 9th place now, of course, with everyone else behind him moving up. So not as bad as it could have been there for Gonzalez. I guess he was using all of his 3 laps grace that he had to just try and pull clear of the group behind him so he wouldn't lose as many places and have as many traffic to clear. So 9th place, which is back where he was essentially at the start of the Grand Prix after that disastrous first sector.
Canet just can't get himself into the point scoring places. Woeful weekend for Canet. He's doing 150s at the moment, a 150.1 on the last lap. He's got to be careful because Darren Binder behind him just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix. He's only 3/4 of a second clear of the South African is Canet. He's slipped almost 7/10 behind Ramirez, who now occupies that final point scoring place.
So signs of the advantage that Holgado had at the front sort of stabilising now. Of course, the gap in terms of lap times was as small as it's been in the whole Grand Prix, only a couple of tenths quicker than Arbolino, and so far on this lap the gap has barely grown. It's gone from 3.4 to 3.5. So Holgado's early charge has now got to a stage where he can just manage this through the second half of this Grand Prix. Just make sure he saves some of that super soft SCX rear tyre for the second half of this Grand Prix. He's got 3.5 seconds to play with.
Potentially a real damaging day in terms of the championship for Canet. He could be losing another 7 points right now to Gonzalez. Out of turn 2 through the Motegi sunshine goes Holgado. Miles clear of the pursuing pack, which is still led by Tony Arbolino. Yeah, Holgado's pace is just ever so slightly tailing off. Of course, he was so strong, 4 or 5 laps in the 148 to establish this big buffer at the front. As you were then behind him, Arbolino second, Dixon third. He's got Moreira, Alonso and Baltus the company. Baltus then 1.8 seconds clear of Ortola. At 1:52.1 was Gonzalez's lap through the long lap. So if you compare that to our race leader, Holgado, he lost 2.5 seconds after the penalty for the Vietti contact.
And given the way he was slipping backwards, Moreira has done what he's done on so many occasions this season and rallied and rebounded, and he's kept himself in that group. Moreira's now doing the same lap times as the leaders on a 1:49.7. The top 6 in this race, there was only a 1/10 of a second covering all of their lap times last time around. So we've got a 5-way battle at the moment for second place behind our runaway leader.
Holgado's last 4 Grand Prix, second from a pole position in Austria, the win from pole in Catalonia, third from pole in Misano, and he's cruising to yet another victory and podium here in Motegi. Danny Holgado, since the summer break, I don't know where he went on his holidays, but he has been absolutely sensational. Gonzalez then at the moment has not been able to find a way back through on Ortola or Arenas, but he has closed right then now on the former Moto3 world champion. Should be making light work of those two ahead of him. Dixon's got second. He's finally got through back on Tony Arbolino.
Yeah, Arbolino's made a mistake.
Yeah, he must have made a mistake. Arbolino was in the, well, either 1:50.7. Did Arbolino fluff his braking? Lamarck is down in the hill into turn 11. Dixon at 1:49.9. Holgado back in the sort of mid 1:49s. 3 rides on that last up in the 49s. Holgado, Dixon and Moreira.
Well, the evidence of practice earlier on the weekend, it looked like the 2 clear riders at the front were going to be Gonzalez and Dixon. Dixon is now into second place, but I don't think anyone, with the greatest of respect, expected Holgado. I think some expected that he might lead the Grand Prix, but not to the extent that he is. The thick end of 5 seconds now up the road. That was the moment for Tony Arbolino, who was nearly sent to the skies coming into the final corner.
Ride it, cowboy. Yeah, you do wonder as well, bearing in mind that it was less than a fortnight ago that Tony Arbolino was having, oh, there was the moment on board with Dixon. Great replay that, wasn't it? As we look from the Brit ahead to Tony Arbolino. He did well to save it and stay on 2 wheels there, did Arbolino. You just wonder late on whether sort of fatigue might be an issue for him, having had that recent arm pump surgery.
Gonzalez now up into 8th place, by the way. He has passed Arenas on this 11th lap of 19, although more yellow flags have come out somewhere in the 3rd sector, so we'll keep a close eye. It's Darren Binder whose name is dropping down the order. The rider who, of course, took his first ever Grand Prix podium here way back when. Unfortunately, won't be adding any points for Cressini in Moto2 today.
Still nothing going in terms of vital points as far as Kinet's concerned. How many laps now has he been stuck in that 16th place? Coming back to him is Adrian Huertas, who's back down now in 14th spot. Over the line we go then. We're on lap 12 of 19. Danny Holgado's lead now is up to 4.6 seconds. He's still comfortably in those 1:49s. Dixon then, having accepted the gift from Arbolino going through victory corner a couple laps to go, now is about half a second clear of the Italian behind him.
So this is our 5-way battle. Looks like Baltus is struggling to match this pace. He's now over half a second in drift of Alonso. Baltus in 6th place, so he would score 10 points if he comes across the line there. That would move him to within 5 of his teammate Aaron Kinet for 3rd in the World Championship. Moreira, of course, would be a clear 2nd if he finishes 4th. That would take him on to 201 points. Gonzalez with 8 points, 235. So the gap would come down from 39 to 34 in the advantage of Gonzalez.
Here is Gonzalez and now trying to get his way back through on Ortola. They'll bank it hard left there now through 7. Clearly Gonzalez at the moment has the superior pace. You just saw with the corner speed going through 6 and 7 hours, able to just eat up the gap between himself and his fellow Spaniard. Thought that he might just going to be ascending on the inside of Ortola there, going into 9.
He'll be making sure that every move he makes now is absolutely squeaky clean, having already found himself in the long lap penalty loop, feeling a little bit too impatient and over-aggressive in his attempts to pass Shelton Vietti right here into turn 10. So Manny Gonzalez, of course, it is a missed opportunity. There's no other way of slicing it, but he can still salvage some very useful points from what has been a miserable afternoon so far.
Another good ride this by Ortola, potentially on course for his 5th top 10 of the season in his rookie year. Fellow rookies Alonso and Holgado grabbed so many of the headlines. You can see how hard Ortola's having to work to keep Gonzalez behind him, charging in a little bit hot there down the hill into turn 11. He was on the outside curb. Now, can he get the rear grip, get the traction? on Ortola to try and line up a move on the brakes into the first corner. I think Ortola's going to have him covered off on this braking zone into the first right-hander. He does indeed. And more pressing matters may be emerging once again here for Gonzalez, because Arenas has jumped back into this battle.
Yeah, that little overshoot into the victory corner, into the V corner, should I say, at the end of the back straight, that drew Gonzalez in, who made the same mistake. So that's brought Arenas right back onto the tail of him. Then next behind him is Vaya in 10th place, Sasaki 11th. So not quite the heady heights of Friday when he was up inside the top three. Lopez 12th from Santos Ramirez, and Canet has retaken that final point now from Huertas.
On board then with Gonzalez. That is a clean move. He had to make it clean as a whistle. Then on the brakes into turn 5 through on Ortola. So Gonzalez then now up into P7. That might be as good as it gets as far as the World Championship leader is concerned, because there's a fairly decent gap then to Barry Baltus in 6th. Yeah, Gonzalez 2.2 seconds adrift of the Belgian. So well, that could be as good as it gets then on this Sunday in Japan for the World Championship leader.
Well, at least what we will find out now is just how much pace Gonzalez would have had if he'd been in clear air at the front of the Grand Prix had he not made that awful start. Worth asking the question whether he would have had the pace to defeat Daniel Holgado today with the incredible performance he's showing out at the front of the race. For the first time, though, his lead is starting to come down a little bit. Dixon was a shade faster last time around to close the gap to 4.5 seconds. It's now down to 4.3 through the third sector, but Holgado has got plenty of margin to manage this over the final 6 laps.
Yeah, he'll just be easing off ever so slightly, just making sure that he's got ample rubber for the crucial tail end of this Grand Prix. First time then on lap 13 of 19, Holgado is back in the 150s, and it feels like for the first time in this Grand Prix that somebody actually behind him has lapped quicker. Dixon now is the only rider that's in the 149, so it is some pretty impressive late pace being delivered by the Brit for Mike BDS Racing.
50.1 for Manu Gonzalez versus a 50.5 for Barry Baltus, who I said was drifting away from the 5-way battle that he was at the tail of for second place. Baltus has got a big role to play here, not just for himself in terms of the World Championship, because he's still contending, but of course for Aaron Canet, who's on course for 1 point at the moment. Fantic will be rather keen for Baltus to keep Gonzalez at bay if the 18 does catch it.
Track limits incoming for Huertas. And now Philip Salach further down the order. Salach 13th, Huertas now at the points in 16th. Here is Sasaki-san in front of his home crowd. Looks like the top 10 might elude Sasaki, because over the line on that last lap he was 1.4 seconds behind Vaya. Looking for just his 7th point scoring finish in his 33rd Moto2 start. Sasaki
up ahead of him. Vaya is now catching this battle with Ortola and Arenas. Last time around, Vaya was a quarter of a second or so quicker than the riders up ahead of him, as Arenas now goes in a little bit hot into turn 10, but that does at least give you a good exit as you square off the corner down towards the back straight. The leader Holgado then continues to hold firm at around 4.25 seconds partway through this 14th lap. It's just all about a concentration exercise for him, as once again Arenas gets a little bit squirrely, and this time he overshoots the hairpin in the back straight. Vaya right on top of him now.
That ain't the way you break and tackle turn 11, is it? As far as Albert Arenas is concerned, and now he's got real big problems brewing behind him as Colin Vaya takes advantage of that mistake. Holgado then still 4.2 seconds clear at the front. 5 to go here then, here in Motegi. Tony Arbolino, it's resisting the pressure from behind, hang on to that 3rd place. Well, look at Arenas spinning up that Pirelli rear tyre, going through 1 and 2. Looks like he really is suffering with a lack of rear grip at the moment, is Arenas. Alonso in 5th. Haven't really seen any forward progress made at this stage of the Grand Prix by Alonso. He's only gone backwards so far in this race, which is quite an unusual thing to say, because we know the Colombian's forte is right at this very juncture of races, when on well-worn tyres he really does start to come on strong.
Of course, running in traffic for all the Grand Prix can't have done any good for his front tyre, both the temperature, the pressure and the wear of it. Moreira though now right on top of Arbolino. He's got to make this move now. There's a podium up for grabs here for Diogo Moreira, and crucially 3 extra championship points by going from 4th into 3rd. And if he is going to try and take this World Championship to Manu Gonzalez in the closing stages, those are the kind of moves he must make.
You've got to feel that having had that invasive arm pump surgery just a few days ago, coupled with all the vicious hard braking zones here in Motegi, fatigue and a bit of tiredness and maybe a little bit of discomfort and pain is going to start proving to be an issue late on for Arbolino. Fair play to him, he's produced a heroic ride to keep himself. Yeah, you just saw there, he moved at the right arm as he exited turn 10, so clearly he is just starting to suffer a little bit late on here in Arbolino. Massive respect to him for keeping himself in this podium battle for as long as he has.
Yeah, still very much on course for his best dry result of 2025, although he was really struggling there coming through 12. He was wide through 12, and he's now under pressure, further pressure from Alonso. He'll be desperate to see that checkered flag. Bad news, Tony, you've still got 4 more laps to complete.
Yeah, look at him, he's shaking his head. He just can't keep the right arm into the sort of optimal riding position. He keeps trying to stretch it out. There's lots of moving with the right arm. He's really struggling at the moment, is Arbolino, in the 51. Again, he's going to have to really grit his teeth here, isn't he, Tony Arbolino? You can imagine that arm. Maybe it's just the arm swelling inside the leathers and inside the glove. That may be something that he's having to deal with late on here.
Yeah, and of course, in terms of the World Championship, that could also be an important factor, because he might well reverse back towards Gonzalez yet, who did a 50.1. Alonso now through on Arbolino, who might well drop out of the top 6. Gonzalez is going a second a lap quicker than Arbolino. He's even a half a second quicker than Baltus and Alonso. Manu Gonzalez is still motoring towards potentially a 4th or a 5th here.
Yeah, Arbolino is really suffering here late on. He will do exceptionally well to keep himself inside the top 6. There is Moreira then, who has charged away from Alonso. Has had nothing though, has he, for Jake Dixon. 2.5 seconds behind the Brit. Strung out really at the front of this Grand Prix. Big gaps. 4.1 seconds between Holgado and Dixon. 2.5 then between Dixon and Moreira. Hanging on, literally hanging on for dear life right now, isn't he? Tony Arbolino, more big movements as he tries just to ease the pain, the discomfort from that recovering right arm. How on earth has he kept himself in the podium battle for as long as he has?
These 3.5 laps are going to feel like 3 Grand Prix for Tony Arbolino. He's really gritting his teeth here and keeping himself in the mix. Baltus, of course, he needs the points as much as anybody for his World Championship hopes. If he can get through on Arbolino, that would be an extra point. 1 point at the moment is all Aaron Canet, his teammate, is scoring further back. So Arbolino that time, and once again in the 51s, and again a second slower than Gonzalez, 2 bikes behind him.
Yeah, he's got it all on here, hasn't he, Arbolino, to keep himself inside that top 6. The gap between Holgado and Dixon has just shrunk to under 4 seconds. No great alarm, no need to press the panic button for Holgado, because he's just in the comfort zone, isn't he? He'll just be managing that gap at the front, managing his pace. We're looking then now directly ahead to the suffering Tony Arbolino. We were briefly on board there with Baltus. He will see, he will know exactly the issues that Arbolino is trying to contend with here, and that Baltus will sense that there is a 5th place in the offing.
I wonder if that right arm's just going numb on Arbolino. He's trying to sort of shake some feeling into it in these final stages. You can see the gap that Alonso and Moreira have pulled up ahead. Don't think Alonso is going to necessarily threaten Moreira's podium at the moment. They're doing similar lap times. As you watch this now, battle for 5th and 6th, and Gonzalez is now right behind them.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time, isn't it, before Arbolino...
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. The white flag's going to come out, unfortunately, very, very soon. He has fought such a great fight. He's doing an absolutely sterling job at the moment just to keep Baltus and Gonzalez behind him. And let's just pick them up now. Out of turn 10, they start motoring through that Triumph gearbox. Arbolino got a great drive, didn't he? Fair play coming out of that turn 10. Gonzalez coming from a long way back, levels Baltus on the brakes down the hill into turn 11. Manu Gonzalez, well, looking ahead going, well, Barry, if you're not going to make a move quickly on Arbolino, well, I'll have a pop, mate.
Yeah, so that's now 6th place. Surely that will soon become 5th for Manu Gonzalez. And looking at where this race has settled down into, if Manu Gonzalez had just displayed a little bit more patience up behind Chelsea Vietti, he could well have been on the podium today.
I'm sure Holgado is in full control of this Grand Prix at the front of it, but he has just lost a second. Yeah. He was a second slower than Dixon on that previous lap. Tony Arbolino really is, as we mentioned, suffering. This is going to be the toughest, the hardest. Oh, he was almost down there, wasn't he? The toughest and hardest 5th place potentially he has ever earned in his Grand Prix career. I've actually loved it. Justice if he can finish inside the top 6, you'd feel, for Tony Arbolino, because he's producing heroics at the moment. Gonzalez, though, well, this is just easy, isn't it, really? There's nothing that Arbolino can do, as Gonzalez then picks him off now, going through 5.
It's hurting to watch Tony Arbolino at the moment, no matter how much he must be hurting inside his leathers right now. So Manu Gonzalez, 11 World Championship points he's on course for. In 5th place, he would lose just 5 points to Diogo Moreira if he put the flag out now.
I am sure, I'm still convinced that Danny Holgado is perfectly stage managing this Grand Prix at the front. So I'm just keeping an eye on the sector time zone. Jake Dixon has already found another 3/10 on the Spaniard through the first half of this Motegi circuit. Lap and a half remaining. Tony Arbolino desperately trying to hang on to that top 6. Can Barry Baltus do anything to get through on the Italian?
We'll know that Holgado's stage managing this if he starts waving at the crowd again, as he did partway through the final lap in Barcelona, of course, when he took his first Moto2 victory. This second victory that's coming in a lap and a bit's time, every bit as impressive as the first.
It really has been impressive. He led every single lap at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. He was briefly behind Diogo Moreira at the start of this Grand Prix. There he is, they're moving through your shot, starting the final lap with a 2.6 second advantage over Dixon. A lonely second right now as far as Dixon's concerned.
Alonso hasn't given up on 3rd place yet, a potential double Aspar podium. He did a 50.1. He's the 2nd fastest rider after Dixon on track at the moment. Here it is, the battle for 3rd place. Valuable points up for grabs here for Diogo Moreira, but Alonso, of course, passed Moreira amongst others on the final lap to win the Hungarian Grand Prix, looking to deal some more late heartache for Diogo.
Dixon's had some really impressive late race speed here. He's reeled off a whole bunch of 49s, hasn't he, Jake Dixon? The problem was, having got stuck in a bit of early traffic, Holgado was able to make that decisive breakaway at the front of this Grand Prix. Holgado has it completely covered off, 2.4 seconds clear of the experienced Brit in 2nd place. Game on though, isn't it, for 3rd? Big World Championship points at stake here as far as Moreira is concerned. As it stands right now, he'll be taking 16 points to Mandalika. He will not want to lose these 3 points, will he, to Alonso?
Alonso's the only bike between Moreira and Gonzalez at this stage of the race. Remember, of course, Moreira was up in 2nd place at the point that Gonzalez served his long lap penalty. They could end up line astern in 4th and 5th at the end of this Grand Prix. But Moreira, as long as he makes no mistakes from here, Alonso's going to have to take some serious risks to pass him.
And way out of your picture in cruise control at the front of this Grand Prix, now deep into the final sector, is Holgado, who has been a cut above here, hasn't he, in Motegi. Alonso is too far back to attack Moreira for the final place on the podium as they go down the hill into turn 11. Out of victory corner goes Holgado, and it's going to be a 2nd win in Moto2 in 2025 for the brilliant rookie. Danny dominance here in Motegi. He takes the checkered flag, 1.3 seconds clear of Jake Dixon. Diogo Moreira, how important, how significant could those 3 points be as he does hold off the hard-charging Alonso for the final place on the podium. Gonzalez, despite his long lap and a poor start after the contact with Vietti, does take 5th place. That feels like that's going to be a very important 5th place. Full respect, just moving through your picture there on the number 14 bike. Tony Arbolino did hold off Barry Baltus. He is suffering big time. Is he taking the glove off already? I'm sure there's numbness, I'm sure there's swelling inside the leathers. Baltus 7th, top 10s for Ortola, Arenas and Vaya. Points for Lopez, Ramirez, Salach, Sasaki and Canet 15th. 1 point for the out-of-sort Spaniard. Is that a big blow? Well, it clearly is a big blow, isn't it, in terms of the championship as far as Canet is concerned. But Danny Holgado, take a bow. He has been just absolutely sensational. A pleasure to watch over the last 4 or 5 Grand Prix. 2nd in Austria, a breakthrough first Moto2 podium. He followed that up with an utterly dominant performance, a flag-to-flag victory in front of his home crowd in Catalunya from pole position. Pole last time at Mazzano and 3rd, and this red-hot podium streak rolls on. 2 wins now in the last 3. 4 podiums in the last 5. Wow, just absolute. I mean, you just have to doff your cap and say, Danny Holgado, what a hero.
It's extraordinary. He was already the top point scorer in the second half of the season. That's only going to extend with his performance today. but Dani Holgado with clear daylight behind him at the end of the Grand Prix. This was the battle on the final lap. Alonso gave it a good go to try and take that third place away from Diogo Moreira. There was just 42 thousandths of a second in it as they crossed the line, but for Diogo Moreira, the finish line came in the nick of time. Alonso had to settle in the end for 4th place. It will not be a double Aspar podium to go with the double front row for them yesterday. So in terms of the World Championship, it closes up today. Manu Gonzalez missing a trick here at Motegi after a miserable start and some ill-judged overtaking on Celestino Vietti, which led to a long lap penalty. A rather sheepish wave to the Japanese fans here as Aaron Canet powers past him on his way back to the vantage box. Canet scores just 1 World Championship point. Manu Gonzalez scores 11, and is Aaron Canet starting to fade out of World Championship contention? He is now 49 points back of Manu Gonzalez. It's starting to feel like a 2-horse race now between Gonzalez and Moreira for Moto2 title glory. But the glory and the victory in Motegi belongs to Dani Holgado, who picks up a standing ovation from the thousands that are here at the Mobility Resort Motegi this afternoon. He crushed the opposition, just as he did in Barcelona. He now moves up to 6th place in the World Championship as Manu Gonzalez walks into the intact box. He said he had to use his head to jack on the grid. Unfortunately, it was more a case of losing his head today.
Not a bad day at the office, but it certainly could have been better as far as Gonzalez is concerned. After all the first corner drama when he dropped down to as low as 9th, and then the long lap penalty, I think if you had said to him at that stage you'll be fighting back to 5th, he would have snapped your hands off. Dani Holgado, well, it is all going similarly right now, isn't it, for the Spanish rider. He said after his teammate David Alonso was victorious for the first time in Moto2 in Hungary, it put a bit of a fire in his belly, a bit of a rocket, didn't it, as far as Holgado was concerned. Well, his response has been absolutely phenomenal. Jake Dixon is back on the podium. It's been a bit of a roller coaster run of late, hasn't it, for Dixon. 3rd in the Saxon Ring, 20th in Hungary, 2nd in Catalonia, 16th last time out in Misano. Finding some consistency has been a bit of an issue of late for the Brit. But he's had an excellent weekend, fastest in all practice sessions, 2nd in that Grand Prix.
Oh, careful.
Yeah, we've still got a MotoGP part to run later on, Danny, as they almost wreck our barriers. Paul Espargaro comes to join these celebrations, of course. KTM test rider, working with our Spanish TV colleagues Dazzo. Dani Holgado was very much ensconced with the Espargaro brothers training up in the Andorra Mountains. And that was just another superb performance by Holgado. He did not put a single foot wrong, did he? He could back off, he could just cruise in those last 2 or 3 laps, having established a lead of well in advance, well north of 4 seconds, just like he did in Barcelona. He made that look so easy. We know it never is, but Holgado was just once again on a completely different level.
Well, there's already his team managers. We look at Tony Arbolino in absolute agony in the box. I was just about to say, it was already Nico Tirol's 37th birthday.
Nico, sorry, perfect birthday. Does it get any better than that?
Wow, it's incredible. Yeah, super bonus for me like this.
Moto2 race Japanese Grand Prix laps
with
chart.
this result from Dani's side and also David. We are super happy. They are rookie riders, but they have something special, and we are. This is special, like I say.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moto2 race Japanese Grand Prix laps chart.
Birthday present. Off goes the samba dancing once again in Parc Ferme for Diogo Moreira. He needed that podium, really, having missed the box in the last 2 Grand Prix after his most recent rostrum in Hungary. And it is just making sure he keeps that pressure on Manu Gonzalez. Had to work hard for it as well. He was almost past late on, wasn't he? by Alonso, who we know always does come on strong late in these Moto2 battles. Here he is, then still firmly in the hunt for Moto2 glory in 2025. Third place here in Japan, Diogo Moreira with Jack.
Diogo, congratulations, another podium, and just how important could that be to keep the World Championship hopes alive?
Yeah, for me it was nice, the race. I think we work a lot this weekend. This track for me is difficult, so finish on the podium I think is a good lesson for me. So I'm very happy about this, and now we need to keep like this, try to make points and try to recover points. But yeah, I think we need to keep like this now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's another very important podium as far as the 21-year-old Brazilian is concerned. Takes his career total to double figures, a 10th podium now for Moreira. That was how close it was at the checker flag at the end of those 19 laps here in Motegi. Just 400ths of a second, splitting 10 and 80. Diogo Moreira, well, he's certain to move to MotoGP next season. I know he's been spotted leaving some Honda offices here this weekend in Japan as he looks to finalise his deal to LCR Honda in 2026. Will he be moving up? Will there be a graduation as Moto2 World Champion? Well, we'll find out over the next 5 Grand Prix or so. The rider to beat, the rider to catch at the moment right now is the informed Danny Holgado. Jake Dixon then comes through from 6 on the grid to take a very hard-earned second place. The Brit with Jack.
Jake, it's been a great weekend. I know it's not the victory you would have wanted today, but a lot to be proud of throughout the weekend.
Yeah, 100%. The team's given it an amazing bite for the last 4 races. In Misano, I was dreadful. I want to apologise to them for that. And here, it just literally, I wasn't good enough in them early laps. I took too long to get through, and as you can see at the end, my pace was really fast. But yeah, too little, too late again. I'm really annoyed with myself. I'm happy in the sense that we're back on the podium, but I'm annoyed for the boys and girls because at the end of the day, that bike was far good enough to win the race today, and I let it down. So yeah, on to Indonesia, and I will be having a go again.
Great ride, well done.
Well, a very brutally honest assessment from Jake Dixon. The bike was good enough to win today. The rider on top of it was the one that didn't get the job done. As we said in commentary, his late pace was phenomenal. But as we also said, it was all a little bit too little, too late. Got stuck in traffic early on, didn't he? Did Jake Dixon. Just filling in the eye on the Duruma doll. That is very much part of Japanese culture, of course.
Manu hasn't.
No, unfortunately, Manu Gonzalez not able to complete back-to-back wins here in Motegi. Unfortunately, drama off the line from that pole position, wasn't there, for the Spanish rider. Still comfortably clear, though, at the top of the Moto2 World Championship. Yeah, when you get a Daruma, you make a wish or set a goal, then colour in one of its eyes. The Daruma stares at you until you've made that wish come true. Then you fill in the second eye to mark your success. So that's the reason behind Jake Dixon taking a bit of marker pen to his Daruma.
Yeah, what's the point why Danny Gonzalez did not?
There is Jake with his wife Sarah and daughter Summer. He said he'd be looking for a strong end to his Moto2 career. That was the perfect way to kick off our Flyway Tour. But once again, for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix, he has been the hero of Moto2, an unstoppable force at the moment. Danny Holgado, your Japanese Grand Prix winner with Jack.
Danny, where has this speed come from? Another incredible performance from lights to flag. Just sum up the emotions.
Yeah. Super happy with the sorry. No, yes. Super happy with the race. I did an amazing race during the second lap after the overtake to Diogo. Yeah, very happy with the performance because this circuit was a bit difficult for me in the first day. Small crash in the first session, but I was working very hard with my team to improve the feelings. Yeah, very happy. This feeling is amazing. 2 victories, 4 podiums of 5 possible in the last 5 races. I don't have words. This is amazing. Thank you to my team, my family. Vamos.
Brilliant ride. Congratulations.
Yeah, vamos, come on, indeed. As he mentioned, 4 podiums in the last 5. set it up brilliantly with a really good launch away from the middle of that front row of the grid. There was early drama, what turned out to be a bit of a personal joust between Vietti and Gonzalez. Vietti contact on the outside and Moreira going through the first corner. That pushed him, both himself and Gonzalez out wide. Moreira was your brief early leader, but it didn't take too long, did it, for Holgado to wrestle control of the battle. And let's be honest, it was a lead that he never really looked like relinquishing at any stage in that Grand Prix. Easy as you like, wasn't it, here in Motegi for number 27, Danny Holgado, who I have to say is silencing a few critics, and I'm not ashamed to admit I did not see this coming at all from Holgado in his rookie season. Happy to see a rider making full use of a wonderful opportunity. We know that the Aspar team, one of the best outfits outside of MotoGP, aren't they? The big fist pump there from Holgado. As he mentioned, his weekend started in real poor fashion. A crash in FP1 at turn 10. He was 24th on the timing screens at the end of FP1, but it was a brilliant bounce back. Just got faster and faster and faster throughout the weekend, and he's just got that ball rolling now. He's in that momentum, that confident cycle where you just feel like you can't do anything wrong. Such a wonderful feeling, isn't it? Such a wonderful thing to have on your side, confidence and momentum. Danny Holgado has got both in spades right now.
And as we look ahead to next season, could we see him potentially in a title challenge? It looks like it's going to be a family affair for the Dixons on the podium, as Jake carries daughter Summer up onto the rostrum. Of course, she gate crashed the podium interviews in the broadcaster set when Jake Dixon finished second a couple of races ago in Barcelona. This time, potentially, she might lift the trophy. We'll see what happens in a couple of moments' time. But what a birthday present for Nico Tirol. Double front row yesterday, and now Moto2 victory today. But for a half a tenth of a second and maybe one more lap, it could have been a double podium with David Alonso in 4th place, which is not a bad result at all for a Moto2 rookie, but completely dwarfed by Danny Holgado today and his extraordinary performance. Aspar have really had Moto2 to themselves in many ways since the summer break. That's their 3rd victory now in the last 5. Jake and Summer Dixon then up onto the podium. And that has put a smile on Jake's face after he was rather annoyed at himself in Parc Fermé. But it is Danny Holgado. Well, I think it's probably too far to say that he can't quite believe what's happening, because he's clearly putting in an extraordinary run of results. And he's doing it all on his own back with hard work. He's matured so much over the last couple of years, because he was always a front runner in Moto3. Never quite good enough to get over the hurdle of winning the championship. But he certainly showed us just how good he is as a Moto2 rider this season. 3rd place then to Diogo Moreira, 16 valuable points and a 5th podium of the season, which closes in now on Manu Gonzalez. 34 points the difference with 5 races remaining. Jake, with his one remaining hand, will lift the trophy. One day when she's older, Summer Dixon will look back on these days when she shared a podium with her father. The mayor of Motegi will present the winning trophy. And it didn't really feel in any doubt from lap 1 onwards. Danny's disappearing act as Holgado wins the Japanese Grand Prix by a distance.
The momentum in Motegi firmly with Danny Holgado to take to Mandalika in Indonesia next time around. Jake Dixon wrapping up the podium, just making sure his daughter Summer doesn't get a unwanted Prosecco shower. Jake, though, back to toast the celebrations post-race here in the Grand Prix of Japan. That is some way, isn't it, to start the flyaway tour as far as Danny Holgado's concerned. Max Quiles, the rising Moto3 star at Aspar, part of the celebrations. Jorge Martinez, Aspar there as well. Another really, really strong weekend, not just for Holgado, but for the Aspar team themselves, of course, Valencia-based. Double front row, almost a double podium. And Alonso just coming up short there at the checkered flag. Photos being taken then at the end of what's been another dominant performance by Danny Holgado.
Second victory of the season, the gap 1.3 seconds, which doesn't really do his dominance justice. He was chilling for the last 2 or 3 laps, in fairness. Diogo Moreira third, valuable points in his title quest. David Alonso very nearly took that away from him, but he finishes 4th. Manu Gonzalez, after quite a few adventures and a long lap penalty for taking out Vietti 5th. Arbolino, a heroic 6th, with issues with his right arm, which is recently operated on. Balta 7th, Altola 8th, Arenas right at the top 10. Lopez Ramirez, Salat Sasaki and Aaron Canet completing the point scorers. Canet just scoring a solitary World Championship point today. So here's what it means. Manu Gonzalez lead cut to 34 points with 5 rounds still to go. Is Aaron Canet too far back? Well, he's now 49 points adrift and surely needs a major hot streak in the final rounds to catch Manu Gonzalez. Barry Baltas is 7 points further back in 4th. He, in turn, is 10 ahead of Jake Dixon. Holgado now into the top 6. Constructor standings, Calex's lead is 148 points over Boscoscuro. They, of course, clinched the title last time out at Misano. Do keep frantic, 29 points ahead of Intact GP, who themselves didn't enjoy their finest day. Mark VDS now just 4 points ahead of Aspar for 3rd. Well, that wasn't the Moto2 battle in Japan that we were quite expecting, was it? Manu Gonzalez with a dreadful start from pole position, the overwhelming pre-race favourite, going backwards from the get-go. He and Chelsea Vietti drifted wide into turn 1. He was down into 9th place. An early crash for Danny Munoz. Fortunately, his bike missed by the field. Didn't waste any time. Stino Vietti. Dixon through then on Moreira to take what at the time was 3rd place. Tony Arbolino, of course, at this stage was up the road in 2nd. Gonzalez picking up along that penalty for his collision, which he instigated with Vietti. That dropped him down to 9th place before he made his recovery back to the field. Arbolino, though, with the rear stepping out, that was a sign of some serious physical issues that the Italian was suffering from. He'd already lost 2nd place by that point, with Dixon going through. Diogo Moreira and David Alonso would also soon make their way through on the fast-fading Italian. There was nothing about Danny Holgado that was fading. He was just way too strong today as he takes his 2nd lights to flag victory in the last 3 Grand Prix. Holgado crushes the opposition in Japan. Moto2 will be back in action in a week's time. Up next, though, we begin the countdown to what could be a momentous and historic Japanese Grand Prix for Marc Marquez. MotoGP is up next.
Setting a spectacular man for this region close to the city of Mito and Utsunomiya. The mobility resort Motegi was built by the Honda Motor Company back in 1997. 5 MotoGP titles have been decided at Motegi, and today could be number 6 as Marc Marquez looked to shine in the land of the rising sun and win a first title in 6 long years. Can the Spanish superstar serve out match point number 1? It's time to race in MotoGP. The Mobility Resort Motegi, 2 hours north of the vibrant capital of Tokyo. First Grand Prix was here all the way back in 1999, won then by eventual world champion Kenny Roberts Jr. So much hard braking and hard acceleration zones for the riders to contend with, over 24 laps coming up in the Motor Grand Prix of Japan. Hard braking zones means lots of overtaking opportunities as well around this 4.8 kilometre circuit, one of them being down the hill into turn 11. Turn 1, turn 3 and turn 11, as Brembo categorised this circuit, one of the toughest on the Grand Prix calendar in terms of braking. But just look how many overtaking hotspots there are around this circuit. This was Jorge Martin versus Pecco Bagnaia 2 years ago. More news, unfortunately, about Martin shortly. So starting from pole position for the first time in the Japanese Grand Prix, he revitalised Pecco Bagnaia, got the whole shot. Drama though further down the order as reigning world champion Jorge Martin suffered a fractured right collarbone after big contact with his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez had to work hard for yet another sprint podium, having come through on both Joan Mir and Pedro Acosta. But for the first time in 2025, from that sensational pole position, Pecco Bagnaia back in business and trying to complete the treble here. It was the Italian that hogged all the Saturday headlines here in Motegi. But today is the big one. Today is one of the biggest days of Marc Marquez's Grand Prix career. The moment of truth has arrived for the 93 here in Japan. He has already clinched MotoGP world titles right here in Motegi. 11 years ago now, all the way back in 2014. 2016 he captured the crown right here in the mountains surrounding this massive Honda-owned motorsport complex, and he was also victorious here to wrap up the championship in 2018. Will it be 7 up? Will it be 7th heaven though in what a just over an hour and a half time for Marc Marquez? The comeback has been loading, well, pretty much since round 1 at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand, where Marc made a brilliant debut for the factory Ducati team. Pole position, sprint win and the Grand Prix victory in our opening skirmish of the season in Buriram. And since then, it has been nothing but a story of unrivaled success as far as the 6-time MotoGP World Champion is concerned. It could be the 6th time right here in Motegi that we are crowning a MotoGP World Champion. Ducati's first ever world title success was confirmed here at the then named Twin Ring Motegi with Casey Stoner all the way back in 2007. Those Japanese fans, some of them also would have witnessed Valentino Rossi win the title here in 2008. The last 3 titles, though, to be decided here in Motegi MotoGP, they all went the way of the 32-year-old Spaniard. 5 years, at times 5 very bleak years, 5 very dark years since Marc Marquez suffered that career-threatening right arm injury, the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. It has taken him all of this time to get himself back into this position, a position I'm sure at times he doubted he would ever find himself in. Be a champ in Japan, that's the message from some MotoGP fans. Well, he is treading a very familiar path, isn't he? Coming up over 24 laps. It will be lights out in, 40 minutes time here in Motegi, as we look to crown the first of our 3 world champions in 2025. Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. He had to work up all that second place in yesterday's sprint, Lewis. That was a real hard and aggressive move he put on Dranmere, the factory Honda star excelling on sprint Saturday. But the stage is set. Marc Marquez now just has to deliver that 7th MotoGP world title.
It has an I was there feel to it here this afternoon at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Marc Marquez standing on the brink of career utopia and returning to the very top of MotoGP, a pedestal that he perhaps thought he would never stand on again after the events of Jerez 2020. But he displayed all his fighting spirit and no lack of speed yesterday to come back through to second in the sprint, even if he had to play second fiddle to his returning teammate Pecco Bagnaia, returning to his very best form after a miserable 2025. One more step though for Marc Marquez. If he finishes second, whether it's Bagnaia or Alex Marquez that wins today, second is enough for Marc Marquez to clinch the World Championship.
Without any shadow of a doubt, on the brink of completing one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback ever in motorcycle racing. This was 17 years ago in Motegi, 2008, Valentino Rossi winning the Japanese Grand Prix and winning the World Championship. Masaya Furusawa, of course, there, very much part of so much of Yamaha's resurgence back in the day. The year, of course, prior to that was when Casey Stoner won Ducati's first World Championship here in Japan.
That's on this very day in 2008, September the 28th. 2008 is September the 28th, 2025, the day when Marc Marquez returned to the very top of MotoGP. You feel it's going to take something quite extraordinary for the answer to that to be no, not just because of how he's gone all season, but of course his only remaining rival, younger brother Alex, has had one of his toughest weekends of 2025 so far.
What right now behind the scenes is going through the mind of Marc Marquez? Those fans there dressed in the bright red ant costumes, well, they made a 15,000-kilometre trip all the way from South America in Peru to see if their hero can once again reclaim former glory. Potentially standing in the way, well, no question, potentially standing in the way is Pecco Bagnaia, who has been in red hot form. We've had to wait quite a long time for the real Pecco Bagnaia to stand up in 2025. First time yesterday, really, in a sprint or Grand Prix they've finished together. We've seen Pecco Bagnaia get the better of Marc Marquez. He made it look very, very easy in that sprint, didn't he? Yesterday, did Bagnaia?
Well, unfortunately, from a Japanese point of view, we have some slightly sad news to bring you on the eve of this Japanese Grand Prix. The Japanese Grand Prix will take place without home favourite Ai Ogura. To explain exactly why, we can head down to Jack Appleyard in pit lane. He's with Trackhouse boss Davide Brubio.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Obviously, our attention will turn to that match point for Marc in a second, but a lot of people here today were desperate to see Ai make his debut on home soil, Davide, but that fast crash at Misano was just caused that injury to worsen throughout the weekend. Just bring us up to speed with the latest news.
Yeah, after Misano he kept working very hard in these couple of weeks, 10 days, to be able to race here in Japan, and he made big effort Friday and also yesterday in a sprint race, but this morning the pain was too much, and probably, of course, he might get a little bit worse after the sprint race. So it looks like very difficult to ride for 24 laps and making even worse. So we decided it hurts. It's a very hard decision, but we had to decide to cancel this race and try to do some more work for looking for Mandalika. Of course, it's yeah, as I say, it's hard. There's so many fans, so many people showing 79, and it's the place where it shouldn't happen. But okay, you know, I think the experience now is teaching everybody else that you need to give up and let the nature to do the job, and you have to take a time to recover. So anyway, we will try to do our best to get. The most important is to get him fully recovered before to race again. How difficult a decision was that? Did you almost have to step in? Because I know I would have been desperate to be out there today. Yeah, of course we say that. Yeah, we say for us it's better you don't race because we don't want to make it worse. And also then we had some medical check, and let's say the recommendation was not to race, so it was quite clear, and it's hard to accept, but it is what it is, and that's also part of the racing. Thanks, Davide, and give our best to I. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. I mean, that would have been, make no mistake, the toughest of tough calls for Aguirre to withdraw from his home Grand Prix. Of course, he had a real horrendous 260km/h crash in Misano a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, unfortunately, Aprilia very much depleted, aren't they? More on the reasons why as we follow then now Marc Marquez to one of the biggest days of his Grand Prix career. So many emotions must be running through his mind right now. Of course, this is not his first rodeo. He is a serial world champion. In 125's Moto2 successes, of course, to kick off this illustrious career. 6 MotoGP World Championships, but this one will just hit home that little bit different when you just think of everything that he has been through mentally and physically over the last 5 years. Of course, he left Honda at the end of 2023 when he still had a year left on that lucrative 4-year contract. It's never been about the money. It was never about the money, was it, as far as Marc was concerned? Rumours he gave up 20 million euros for 2024, took a humongous pay cut, joined Bresini Ducati. He said first and foremost just to enjoy racing again, and then of course with the enjoyment would come the success, would come the winning, and he has been a winning machine throughout 2025.
It's confirmation Aguirre's withdrawal, as explained by Davide Brivio. But Marc Marquez is so adored in Japan, in part because, of course, his 6 previous MotoGP crowns were all won with Honda. This is the circuit, Mobility Resort Motegi, owned by Honda, and it was with such a heavy heart that Marc Marquez left the Honda stable. He didn't want to leave that Honda team. He wanted to stay there for his entire MotoGP career, but of course the events, particularly building to a head in 2022, saw him with no option. The outgoing world champion sadly will not be here to hand over his crown to Marc Marquez if he does clinch it today. Jorge Martin involved in that first corner collision when he clattered into his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, which means that the current #1 will not start this afternoon's Japanese Grand Prix.
The baton will not be passed. This is the reason why. Jorge Martin already on his way back to Europe for surgery to repair a displaced right collarbone fracture. You can see him there on the inside of Fermin Aldeguer and Jack Miller. And as Aprilia boss Massimo Riva said, a serious misjudgment in the braking zone for that first corner. A real nasty, horrifying looking incident involving the 2 factory Aprilia riders. Caught up in that melee as well were Johan Zarco, Alex Rins and Miguel Oliveira. But this was horrendous. I mean, to get away actually with just a right collarbone fracture, you feel in many respects Jorge Martin has been rather fortunate. His 4th big injury though of the season. Such a shame. It's been just a horrendous 2025, hasn't it, for the Martinator. The good news though from Aprilia's side is that Marco Bezzecchi is fit to take his place in this 24-lap battle. Well, we know, or it looks to all intents and purposes, we're going to get a Marquez 1-2 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Can Alex delay the celebrations this afternoon? Let's get the thoughts of Gresini boss Michele Mussini, who joins Jack.
Yeah, of course, that is the big question coming into this one. It's been a difficult weekend for Alex Michele, but do you think you've managed to find enough overnight to stop Marc from celebrating the championship today?
I hope so, but first of all I hope that Alex could find more feeling than all the whole weekend so far. And I think that we need to, for sure, to attack in the first lap the things that we didn't reach yesterday in the sprint, and so try to take more points like always.
Of course, you're in the blue corner this year, but if this is the day that Marc wraps up that World Championship, how proud will you and everyone here at Gresini Racing be to have played such a pivotal part in getting him to this place?
I have to say that it's a really strange feeling because, yeah, more proud because maybe we're still talking about the great comeback in the motorsport ever in history. But I have to think that we are challenging for the World Championship until that is mathematically done with Alex, with an incredible season. So can't be more proud of both of our team that really deserve this achievement because we always dreaming big.
Michele, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini. Who would have thought just 3 or 4 years ago that Gresini Ducati would have played such a significant role in the career of Marc Marquez? Who would have ever thought that he would ever seriously contemplate riding for a non-factory team? Some will say it wasn't much of a punt, it wasn't much of a gamble going to Ducati when they are clearly the dominant force in MotoGP right now. It's almost unheard of, isn't it? A rider of Marc's stature, a rider of his ilk and past success, going to an independent team. What I love about Marc is the fact that whenever he talks about this potential 7th World Championship, he always pays homage to Gresini Racing and the fact that they were there, that they were ready to offer him that career lifeline. They've been such a massive part of this career resurrection for the 93.
I think it was Jerez or Le Mans last year when he spoke to you after finishing on the podium, when he said that it was the start of his second life in MotoGP, to be back on the podium, back competitive, regaining a level of form and performance that he wasn't entirely convinced would return again. Because, of course, we're not just talking about the broken arm that he suffered in Jerez 2020. Of course, he had 2 episodes of diplopia, that huge high side in Indonesia on the morning warm-up in 2022. And, of course, that was an injury that really put Marc Marquez's future in the sport into some jeopardy. He recovered from that. He has taken the kind of setbacks that very few professional athletes have to take and then recover from them to get back to the very top of his profession. Marc Marquez is just over an hour away from completing that journey to getting back to doing what he loves doing more than anything else, and that is winning world titles.
Will one of Marc's big rivals in the future be posed by the Shark himself? That's the pizza box. That's all testament to that brilliant celebration that Pedro Acosta made against his former Moto2 foe Tony Arbolino when he won in Mugello, in Arbolino's backyard. Yeah, there's plenty of 37 fans out in force, and then Pedro Acosta, well, he was pretty strong in that sprint yesterday. Third he was over the line for the Red Bull KTM factory racing team. Of course, he was on pole position here 1 year ago. He crashed out early on in the Grand Prix at the final corner while he was trying to run an early hot pace being set by Pecco Bagnaia. Looking for just his 3rd double podium in MotoGP, isn't he? The 20-year-old Spaniard.
His teammate Brad Binder, who has flown much further under the radar so far this weekend at Motegi. Binder will start all the way back in what is now 17th place, of course, with everyone shuffled up 1 place on the grid from behind Ayagura. Binder took the checkered flag in a sprint yesterday in 12th place. It's fair to say that this weekend hasn't ever really threatened getting a lot better than that for Brad.
There's been so much talk, so much gossip, hasn't there, from the moment that Marc Marquez was confirmed as a factory Ducati rider just after last year's Italian Grand Prix Mugello, about whether he was going to be instantly able to compete for that 7th World Championship. Well, as he puts the helmet and gloves on to start the sighting lap here in Japan, it will just be down to Marc and that factory Ducati to get the job done. Frankie Morbidelli, yes, up. That is the message as far as the Frankie fans are concerned. Another strong ride by Morbidelli in the sprint yesterday. His 8th sprint top 5 of the season, although it was a rather lonely 5th place. 4 major surgeries on that right upper arm, the humerus bone that he damaged in that crash at Jerez in 2020. Since he was last MotoGP world champion in 2019. The last of those surgeries, of course, was over in Minnesota with world-renowned specialists. That was it. If that operation didn't work out, Marc Marquez reluctantly was going to have to admit defeat. He was going to have to reluctantly call time on his awesome career. Thankfully, for Marc's sake, and thankfully for MotoGP fans all around the world's sake, the Minnesota surgeons pulled off a masterstroke. They got him back to his best, and he's operating once again at the peak of his powers, isn't he?
Essentially, his right arm was dismantled and rebuilt again. That's how serious his succession of surgeries proved to be. Of course, he tried to turn a week on, didn't he, from that Jerez crash at the Andalusia Grand Prix in 2020. He tried to stay and qualify before he called it a day. That then led to a snowball effect of problems that took him through 2020, 2021, and ultimately 2022. His final Japanese Grand Prix here for Honda. He did finish on the podium in 2023 and burst into tears after that Grand Prix, just to again underline how much Honda meant to him, and in some respects it would feel like the stars aligning if at the home of Honda Marc Marquez was going to clinch that 7th MotoGP crown.
You can almost feel there's a special tension, a special vibe in the air. It's always a unique atmosphere, isn't it, when you come to a match point scenario in the MotoGP World Championship. Of course, we've become accustomed of late to it all going down to the dramatic final round. 2022, 2023 and 2024, the MotoGP World Championship has been decided in the final Grand Prix of the season. Evidence of just how utterly dominant Marc has been throughout 2025, that here we are with still 5 rounds remaining after this Motegi battle, and he can lift the World Championship. 25 wins so far, 30 podiums. I think it's been a fairy tale switch over to the factory Ducati that not even Marc could have expected himself. Well, that is what you call a massive Marc Marquez fan. They've got the full leathers, they've got the replica helmet. Are those the 2 Japanese Marc Marquez superfans who over the last few years have come together in full Repsol Honda gear? They were here last year in full Gresini Ducati gear, and now they're here this weekend in full red factory Ducati gear. That is what you call hardcore support. That's what you call loyalty to the 93.
And if they're already here with a replica World Champions helmet prepared, then we know they are seriously well connected with the Marquez camp as we now look into the face of Marc Marquez. Just how he must be feeling under that crash helmet right now. He's achieved so much in his Grand Prix career. Of course, this is his 206th MotoGP start, of which he has won 73 of them. It's unlike Marc Marquez to really get nervous, but even he admitted yesterday in the Tiso sprint when he came into the first corner with Joan Mir and Pedro Acosta on the inside of him that there was a little bit of circumspection, a little bit of caution. He wanted to make sure that he got through that first corner in one piece. Of course, there is a Grand Prix to win here today. Just how much is Marc Marquez prepared to risk to try and take the World Championship with a victory?
He just wants this race to start right now. He just wants it to be him versus the competition. Let the best rider win out. Of course, there's been all the talking for a good number of weeks now. Building and building. I mean, there was a lot of speculation. There was a lot of talk, wasn't it, that Marc might even have a chance to win the championship a couple of weeks ago over in Misano. It was always going to be a part of our 4-race flyaway sequence, and he was going to be crowned world champion. But right now, he'll just be happy to let his talking be done on the track, just as he did post-race in Misano, where he mimicked the famous Leo Messi celebration, the Barcelona superstar, the Barcelona FC superhero, when he took off the FC Barcelona shirt in front of the Real Madrid fans in the Bernabeu. Marc, when he won that 11th Grand Prix of the season in Valentino Rossi's backyard in Misano, he took off those red Ducati leathers and he copied the Messi celebration. Leo did his talking on the pitch. I'll let my talking be done on the track, was Marc's clear message. I think there'll just be a sense of relief, Lewis, just to get this race started, so he can just sort of block out all the chatter, all the talk about whether he will be a 7-time world champion in about an hour's time.
Well, it's what makes these athletes so great, and guess what makes them great is the fact that they don't really focus on anything else other than the job they have to do. Even Marc Marquez, who is so used to having cameras put in his face, people wanting selfies, wanting autographs, having to do all sorts of PR activities, all he wants to do is put the crash helmet on, put on his leathers, fasten up his gloves and go motor racing, and that's what he is about to do this afternoon. Just look at all those ones on the bottom of the screen, the graphic of course. In terms of Grand Prix Sunday victories this season, Marc Marquez has already taken 11 to go with the 14 sprint wins that he's taken in 2025. There has barely been a weakness in Marc Marquez's MotoGP season of 2025. There have been plenty, unfortunately, for Pecco Bagnaia, his teammate, who will be just 2 places over to Marc Marquez's left on the grid, with Pecco Bagnaia starting from pole. Joan Mir, the 2020 world champion, starts between the factory Ducatis on the front row of the grid. Medium as it stands is the tyre choice for the front row. Pedro Acosta, Fabio Quartararo and Frankie Morbidelli on row 2. Luca Marini for Honda 7th, ahead of Alex Marquez 8th. Has to finish inside the top 9 to have any hope of keeping the title alive beyond this weekend. Bezzecchi 9th, ahead of Raul Fernandez, Johan Zarco and Fabrice Gianantonio. Jack Miller, of course, promoted up to 13th after Aigura's withdrawal. He has Aldeguer and Oliveira for company. Brad Binder, of course, with Martin moving out of the way, is up to 16th on the grid, ahead of Alex Rins and Taka Nakagami. And Ayat Bastianini, Solkjær Chantra and Maverick Vinales on row 7. And of course, it is worth reiterating, with Agura and Martin withdrawing, just 21 start.
Inevitably, of course, in this kind of match point scenario, there's been so much talk about Marc Marquez. Let's not forget the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, pole position and a dominant sprint victory yesterday. And let's not forget one of the standout performers of this Japanese Grand Prix so far this weekend. In Honda's backyard, it has been Honda HRC Castrol rider Joan Mir on the front row for the first time on a factory Honda yesterday, and he put up a great fight for the podium in the sprint. Can he maybe go one or if not better than 4th place yesterday? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Alberto Puig, who's with Jack.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend so far for Honda, and Joan in particular, so close to the podium yesterday, Alberto. I guess the big question today is, can he go one better and get that podium?
I'm not a magician, I don't know. I wish it could happen, but you know, today is a completely different race from yesterday, and I think also the pace will be different. So yeah, we have to see how our bike react and different tire, and let's see. I mean, it will be tough, more than yesterday, but yeah, I mean, as you said, both riders have shown a good performance in the weekend, and let's hope they can have a good start and go.
The switch to the medium rear, is that a positive thing for you guys?
I will tell you later, but not the best, but not a disaster. Let's say it like this.
This, of course, could be a special day for Marc. I know you're going to be fully focused on your guys' efforts today, but what are your emotions like with Marc on the verge of completing something quite special?
Well, I mean, it's Marc's story. It's very serious. We don't have time here to talk about it, sorry, but I can only say that the guy deserves everything.
Thanks, Alberto.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Of course, Alberto Puig, he has seen up close and personal. He was right there, wasn't he, in the thick of the Repsol Honda garage to see Marc Marquez produce so many brilliant performances down the years. He was right there when Marc won those 6 MotoGP world titles. Marc Marquez has spoken with nothing but great affection for the job that Alberto Puig did for him through thick and thin at HRC. I think it was probably one of the biggest wrenches for Marc to walk out on Honda at the end of 2023 was because he had such a tight relationship with Alberto Puig. There is downtown, the vibrant, sprawling metropolis of Tokyo. Will Marc Marquez be having some party in downtown Tokyo later on this afternoon? Another person who has seen Marc rise potentially back to the top from rock bottom is his manager, Jimmy Hernandez, and he joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Jimmy, you've been inside the camp for a very long time. This weekend, a special one. Marc admitting to some nerves yesterday, saying that he felt the weight of expectation. What was he like today?
I mean, it's normal. I mean, that's a good signal. You know, if you have some nerves, it is something that you need to manage. And yeah, we are just, I think, with all the ingredients just on the side, everything is should be smooth, but you never know. I mean, Mark is for sure, he won't be, you know, really slow. I mean, he will go not to win, I hope, because I'm really making the pressure, like, please, let's go, let's step by step. It's not important the win of the race, but you know, with an athlete like, with a rider like Mark, you never know. And the most important thing is that he feels confident. If he feels confident going, you know, from the starting line fast, I mean, we will see. But he's come down, which is the good signal, you know.
This morning, could you tell that it was a big day, or was it Mark as normal?
I mean, of course, it's a bit different. I mean, it's not another GP, just another GP. This is something that it's a bit different, but you know, it's not the first time that he is in this situation, so that's good. And yeah, we're trying just to normalize the situation, to you know, just to try to support a bit that the nerves come a bit down and everyone is you know, on the, you know, on a normal, let's say, scenario. But of course, there's something, you know, in the stomach that is there. So we'll see how it goes.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks there to Jimmy, part of Mark's backroom team. I'm sure they have tried to do everything possible, keep the same routine, keep the normal routine, but this is anything but a routine normal day, isn't it, as far as Mark is concerned. The biggest comeback. Hard to really argue with that sentiment. Also, some Pedro Acosta fans in amongst the MM93 clan. You just saw there, part of this long recovery process has seen Marc Marquez miss 30 Grand Prix in the last 5 years. He has hurt so much, both physically and mentally. But once again, he finds himself in a position where he can be crowned world champion. Above anything else, this journey back to the top was all just to prove to himself more than anybody that he still had what it takes to fight with the best. He still had what it takes to win in MotoGP, and more importantly, he still had what it takes to win another world championship. You almost get a sense, though, don't you, the way it's gone for Mark in 2025, that perhaps the best is still to come.
He feels perhaps a more rounded, complete rider now than he was back in 2019. And 2019, of course, was a Grand Prix season where, outside of Austin, he was first and second in every single Sunday Grand Prix. A crisis was a P2 for Marc Marquez on that occasion. But in 2025, of course, he's got a bit of a self-awareness now in terms of his physical limitations. He knows now that he is not invincible. Going from the back of row 2, then, it's Frankie Morbidelli for VR46. Can he go forwards from there? He's speaking to Jack.
Frankie in the podium fight yesterday, after a great turnaround, what's possible today?
Hopefully again a great race and a podium fight.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you, I will.
Short and sweet as always, from Frankie Morbidelli. He is a man of a few words, isn't he? I'm a bit disappointed. I was waiting for some more AC/DC lyrics from Frankie.
Mark's even first to the spot of the national anthem. So Mark, who's been first to just about everything else so far this season, not wasting any time. The anthem's coming up in around about 3 minutes' time, so you can see the riders all taking their positions. Of course, always a rousing and emotional moment here in Japan when the national anthem is performed, so that's coming your way very, very shortly. Marc Marquez, incredibly, in all of the chaos, all the hullabaloo and all the energy on that grid, has been able to find some sanctuary.
He has been here before. He's done it. He's got the T-shirt. He's got the silverware to boot as well. Penny for the thoughts right now of the 32-year-old Spaniard, as potentially his biggest rival in this upcoming Grand Prix of Japan walks to the pre-race grid ceremony as well. Pecco Bagnaia, who has found finally a magic wand fix, it seems, to all of his early and mid-season woes, taking pole position yesterday, followed up by a sprint victory, which I don't think a few of us saw coming after Bagnaia's recent sprint miseries. 13th in Hungary, 14th in Catalonia, 13th in Misano. I don't know what they did at that Monday test at his home Grand Prix Misano a couple of weeks ago, Lewis, but it has just completely transformed the 28-year-old.
whatever they changed worked to treat. Jack Appleyard did his very best yesterday to try and get that information out of Pecco Bagnaia, but he was very much keeping that information to himself. Just saw Julio Marquez, father of Mark and Alex, in the pit lane with all of the second motorcycles lined up. We can't say with any great certainty that they're not going to be required this afternoon, because as we look outside our commentary box window, there are still some ominous clouds beginning to loom overhead.
Well, you have to say, at least on the outside, he's looking rather relaxed, cool, composed. He so often in the past has been able to bat off these high-pressure situations, hasn't he? As we get set then for the pre-race grid ceremony. Such a shame, unfortunately, we are missing the home crowd hero at Ayagura. A minute away from the Japanese national anthem. Kiko Nishiguchi will have the honour of performing the anthem in front of the main grandstand here. It's just started to get a little bit darker. That cloud is threatening to swallow up this mobility resort Motegi complex, as the Japanese fans then, one and all, get ready. They're all on their feet, standing for the national anthem. Well, we said he looked relaxed, we said he looked calm. He cracks a big smile because we're just, what, less than 10 minutes away now from one of the biggest days of Marc Marquez's Grand Prix career. We'll take a pause then now for the Japanese national anthem.
Trying to get the fuck up out of here tonight.
Formed. And the next noise that will surround this Motegi venue is the sweet sound of 21 MotoGP riders. Starting from fourth amongst them is Pedro Acosta, of course, made his way through to the sprint podium yesterday. What about a repeat on Sunday as crew chief Paul Athens with Jack?
Paul, podium yesterday, and Pedro looked really strong, but this longer distance, I imagine, is going to be, well, a challenge for everyone, but potentially you guys in particular. How is Pedro going to face it?
Yeah, no, I mean, yesterday we did great. You know, every time you get a podium, you need to celebrate these moments. You know, it's very difficult beating those front guys, so to be somewhere close was great. Today we expect a completely different race in the fact of the management and the tyre wear and stuff, so we're ready for that. We understand what we need to do, we just have to execute it, you know. So all about getting the good start again, staying out of trouble the first laps, and then we see how it plays out.
Good luck.
Good, cheers. Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Acosta's crew chief Paul Trevathan. They will be hoping for a double podium to take to Mandalika next weekend, of course, where Acosta was exceptionally strong over in Indonesia last year. The moment moment of truth. Judgment Day closing then now, as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. He's had the pleasure of seeing the brilliance of Marc up close and personal throughout 2025. Of course, so often the enemy for Ducati. Close now, though, to becoming just the fourth Ducati rider in history to win a MotoGP world title. What's going through the mind right now of the boss, Davide Tardozzi, is with Jack.
Davide, you don't need me to tell you it's a big one today. How are you feeling ahead of it?
We are relaxed, but we have a mix of strategy, because obviously Pecco wants to show that he's back in the position he deserves, while on the other hand Marc has to bring home the points to win the championship, so it's a different thing. But I think the opponent today will be very tough, because I'm sure that Bezzecchi will be very, very strong, and also Pedro.
Do you think Marc will be able to help himself if he's behind Pecco from trying to fight for the win?
Don't know. I think that Marc, first of all, think to the championship, then he liked to win, but today he needs the points for the championship.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. The message has been loud and clear from the Marc and factory Ducati camp this year. It's not all about the winning, it's just trying to make sure they close out the championship at the earliest possible opportunity. Not a necessity, not disappointing if it doesn't happen here today in Japan. But Marc Marquez standing right on the brink of closing out one of the greatest comebacks we have ever seen. All on Alex. Several different scenarios, of course, at play in this upcoming 24-lap Grand Prix of Japan. The most simplest of which, if Marc either wins this Grand Prix and takes his 100th career success and 12th of the season, or finishes second, well, it does not matter. It's completely immaterial where Alex finishes, because Marc will be world champion.
Yeah, if all those other scenarios are required, don't worry, we're on top of all of them. But Marc Marquez will be after the simplest, a direct route to the World Championship here this afternoon. But it is a fascinating discussion, isn't it, that Jack was having there with Davide Tardozzi about whether Marc Marquez is prepared to win the World Championship in whatever means necessary, in whatever position it requires, or whether he's going to try and clinch it with that 100th Grand Prix win across all classes. In many respects, it's a big day for Pecco Bagnaia to beat his teammate straight up, head-to-head, to fully confirm that he is back in business.
Well, in his previous 283 Grand Prix starts, 205 in MotoGP, Marc Marquez has had one default setting. It has been all in. Maximum risk for the win. What will be the strategy at play here today? Alex Marquez frustrating out of the points, the checker flag in yesterday's sprint, a big scare as well when he almost washed out the front end of his Ducati GP24 in turn 9. You feel that all the hard work has been done. So many endearing images over the last few years when you think about Marc Marquez sort of slumped over the Armco barrier after his 5th crash of the weekend at the Saxon Ring in 2023. That was when he really did start to feel like his career was over at Honda. I remember at the Valencia test, his first taste of the Ducati at the end of 2023, just that cheeky smile to Frankie Carcetti after that first run of 5 or 6 laps. Right there and then, Marc knew he'd made the right call. He knew he had started that journey back to the top in the MotoGP World Championship, a journey which he could about to be completed here. 24 laps of this Grand Prix of Japan coming your way. On pole position, looking for a sprint and Grand Prix double. That would be some story, given Pecco Bagnaia's history so far in 2025. The Italian then goes from pole. Joan Mir, his first Honda front row, his first front row since 2022. Podiumless is Mir since the Algarve Grand Prix in 2021. But it is the day of reckoning. Is it going to be a magic day in Motegi for Marc Marquez as he looks to crown the 7th World Championship? 71 months, 312 weeks, 2,184 days, and nearly 6 years since Marc Marquez won the last of his 6 MotoGP titles in Thailand in 2019. Does just another 40 minutes, 24 laps and 115 kilometres of the mobility resort Motegi stand between the Spaniard, completing a comeback surely unrivalled in global sport. Warm-up lap about to get underway here in Japan. This is a day that for so long seemed a distant dream after his injury nightmare began at Jerez in 2020. But a day he thought might never arrive could end as one of the greatest days of his career, one of the greatest days of his life. The number 93, certainly no stranger to success here in Motegi, is he? Some of the best days of his career have taken place right here in Japan. There was the euphoria of title wins here in 2014, 2016 and 2018, but this will top them all, given everything that Marc's had to endure, both mentally and physically, in the last 5 years. His nearest and dearest watch on. 2,184 days since he last became world champion, as mentioned. A victory which would be the 100th of his career and make him only the 3rd rider in Grand Prix history to reach a century of wins, with Italian icons Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi, or a repeat of his 2nd place in yesterday's sprint will be enough to spark what are sure to be incredibly emotional celebrations. It's been some journey, hasn't it, these last 5 years? He thought about stopping back in 2023 as he couldn't stop crashing a Honda left behind in that new Ducati era, but there has been no stopping Marc Marquez in 2025 on board the factory Ducati. No rider has ever reclaimed the MotoGP World Championship after more than a 5-year wait. 14 sprint wins, 11 Grand Prix wins and 30 podiums have moved him to the brink of becoming just the 3rd rider in history to win 7 or more Premier Class titles. He's poised to follow Casey Stoner, Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin as Ducati World Champions, and in our 76-year glorious history of Grand Prix racing, the 32-year-old could be just the 6th rider to win MotoGP titles for 2 different manufacturers, adding his names to an elite and exclusive list with the likes of Jeff Duke, Giacomo Agostini, Eddie Lawson, Valentino Rossi and Casey Stoner. This is it, folks. You are potentially about to witness the comeback to top all comebacks. Marc Marquez, just 24 laps away from being in 7th heaven, capturing that elusive 7th MotoGP title. 6 long years it is since his last, back in 2019 when he was victorious in the Grand Prix of Thailand. The green flag clears at the back. Will Marc Marquez prevail here in Japan? Lights out, and we're racing in his potential title decider here in Motegi. It's a great start from pole position by Pecco Bagnaia, who flies down towards the first corner, leading the field. Mir has a mistake on the factory Honda on the brakes into turn 1. That's allowed Marc Marquez up into P3. Acosta's been rapid away from the 2nd pro of the grid. He's up in 2nd. Marc, though, is 3rd.
Once again, like yesterday, it was a poor start by Marc Marquez, but Mir's mistake led him off the hook to a certain extent. Quartararo passed the 36.2, so the factory Yamaha start is up into 4th.
Mir has had a couple already heart-stopping moments on the brakes going into turn 1 now and there into turn 3. Here's Acosta trying to get through on the inside of Bagnaia on the brakes into turn 5. No way through. He really did show a front wheel though there to the Italian.
Nothing wrong with Pecco Bagnaia's confidence on the front end of the braking there, was that he had to brake super late to keep Acosta at bay. Acosta potentially recognising that his best opportunity to beat the Ducatis is to get ahead of them early.
Yeah, fight with fire. It took too long, Marc, yesterday to get through on both Mir and Acosta for him to have anything late on for the runaway sprint winner Bagnaia. There is Mir then as they go now through turn 9 for the first time. Fabio Quartararo's had a really strong start to this Grand Prix in front of the Yamaha hierarchy. He's up to 4th spot.
Alex Marquez is exactly where he started. He's in 8th place at the moment. The rider that's gone backwards off the line is Luca Marini from 7th. He's now 10th.
Down the downhill straight we go then for the first time. Bagnaia almost half a second clear of Acosta as we came through the 3rd split on this opening lap. But there is Motegi, who's certainly going to be battered and bruised after that horrendous collision with his factory Prix teammate Jorge Martin on lap 1 of the sprint yesterday. end of lap 1 in the Grand Prix here in Japan. Bagnaia has had the dream start, hasn't he, to what could potentially be a dream double here in Motegi. He leads over the line by 7/10 of a second, clear of Acosta.
And we'll never know if Marc Marquez would have had the speed to chase and beat Pecco Bagnaia in the sprint yesterday. Maybe we'll find it out today. But what really cost him was getting bottled up behind Mir and Acosta for too long in the sprint yesterday. By the time he got into second place, Pecco Bagnaia was 3 seconds up the road. Mir now attacking on Quartararo, who spent most of yesterday defending from a Honda. This time the Honda's through on the start of lap 2. Mir goes through into 4th place.
Of course, potentially for successive P4s, he wants more. Can he get more? That would be the big question. Once again, it looks so nervous, so unsettled in front of that Honda. Quartararo gets a rather unfriendly tap from Morbidelli. He left the door open, I think, to Quartararo going into turn 5. Morbidelli sees the tarmac, perfectly entitled to do so, and it's been a real... Well, that mistake at turn 5 from Quartararo has seen him drop from 4th to 8th.
Yeah, Morbidelli's had his detractors, and rightly so on occasion this season, but he had every right to go for that gap. Quartararo had gone wide, and he's going to go further wide here because Ralph Fernandez is piling on the pain for the 2021 World Champion. Started his lap in 4th, he's now back to 9th.
Marc still unable to find a way through on Acosta. This is almost history repeating itself, isn't it, from the sprint yesterday. Bagnaia checking out the front of this Grand Prix. Look at the advantage he has now, built up to over a second already. Acosta, massive gap then between the top 2, and Marc just cannot find a way through on the Spaniard ahead of him.
Yeah, Costa's out there rating for himself, of course he is, and for KTM, but he's Pecco Bagnaia's best friend at the moment in this Grand Prix, and so often when Bagnaia was at his best, he would pull out that early second half advantage and manage it from there. Is Bagnaia about to produce another vintage Sunday performance after returning to form yesterday?
Where has he been? Where has Bagnaia been for the last 5 or 6 Grand Prix? Back in business handsome, isn't he, here in Motegi? As we mentioned in the sprint yesterday, we'd love to know what they've done to completely galvanise Bagnaia's fortunes.
That was Honda, I think that was Hanaka Garner. No, it was Marini actually at the top of the picture going way wide. Marini's lost 5 places into turn 1, so it's been a miserable start for the other factory Honda. Marini now 15th.
Yeah, this was Quartararo desperately trying to keep those behind him at bay. Yeah, he sensed, didn't he, that Morbidelli was on the inside. No contact. It was a perfectly legal move as far as Morbidelli was concerned. He'd have been bitterly disappointed if he had not charged for that wide open space that he had directly ahead of him. In terms of wide open space ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, well, he's got no troubles at the moment, has he, early on here in Japan. Santi Hernandez watches on, of course, his current charge, Joan Mir, charging up into 4th place. Of course, he'll be keeping a very close eye on Marc Marquez as well. He was with Marc for all of his 6 MotoGP World titles as crew chief at the factory Honda squad.
Speaking of charging, Marco Bezzecchi's doing the same here on board the factory at Prix. Of course, he will be in a little bit of pain after the events of yesterday when his teammate took him out at the start of the sprint. Bezzecchi, who thought he had the pace on Friday, and it looked like he had the pace to be involved in the battle for the podium, but qualified poorly back in 9th place. He's now chasing Frankie Morbidelli for 5th.
Who were the 2 riders that Davide Tardozzi mentioned in dispatches to Jack on the pre-race grid about threats to Ducati's dominance here this weekend? Acosta and Bezzecchi. And they're living up to that prediction, aren't they, at the moment? We're on board then right now with Bez. He's following Morbidelli on the PR46 Ducati. Acosta and Marca are trying to match the pace now at Bagnaia, which at the moment is a bit of a futile mission. Bagnaia still the fastest rider on circuit with a 1:44.7. Acosta with a 1:44.8 behind him. 1.3 seconds now is Pecco's lead over Pedro.
Luca Marini's got a problem because he's pitted on that factory Honda. I saw him going wide at turn 1 at the start of that 3rd lap. There's clearly something much more serious wrong with Marini's number 10 bike. He's out of this Grand Prix.
That's a real shame. That's going to be his first DNF of the entire season. Oh, that's frustrating. That's really cruel, isn't it, for the Italian here in Honda's home Grand Prix. And they're staring down the handlebars and the dashboard. Mystery electrical fault, I'm sure, will be the reason offered by Honda. Of holding their honour right now. As far as HRC are concerned, he's doing a rousing job at the moment. Is Mir still there in 4th place. Here is Bezzecchi. It's going to be a tough old challenge to find a way through on Morbidelli. Can he make it through here into turn 9? No, Frankie just too strong on the front end of that year-old Ducati.
And Alex Marquez is behind that battle in 7th place, and rather than attacking the riders ahead, it looks like he's under a little bit of pressure here from Raul Fernandez. Here they come into the picture, 73 ahead of 25. If Alex Marquez finishes 7th, Marc Marquez only needs 3 points for 13th place. That gives you an idea of the scale of the problems facing Alex Marquez if he's going to take this title on to Indonesia.
Once again, you can just see how hard Mir was attacking on that factory Honda on the brakes. It just, wheels have not been in line any braking zone so far in this Grand Prix as far as the Spaniard is concerned. It's pretty spectacular to watch. It's heart in the mouth as far as your Honda are concerned to watch. Title chance, Marc motoring towards 537 points. He's already scoring record-breaking points tally in 2025. We've still got 5 rounds remaining after this Japanese Grand Prix. At the moment then, Alex just about holding at bay Raul Fernandez, the lone representation from Trackhouse Prix joining us for the first time. Unfortunately, Ayagura sadly having to withdraw pre-race here today in his home Grand Prix.
Bagnaya's got a quarter of a second on the field at the moment. He's just on a 44.587. Personal best for both Acosta and Marc Marquez, but they cannot get anywhere near the pace of Pecco at the moment. His lead is fast approaching 2 seconds now.
And as we saw yesterday, when you gave him that kind of an advantage in the sprint, where you had no chance, not a prayer of reeling him back in. Of course, we're double the distance here this afternoon as Bezzecchi
coming through
launches it. He really does launch it, but you just know that Motegi was going to try and tough it out. Bezzecchi then finally has got through. That was a real bold move by Bez going through turn 7. You don't see too many passes made there. That was top draw stuff from the Italian.
We know the Aprilia corner as well. There was some great evidence of that. And he's not a million miles away from the podium battle. Marc Marquez, if anything, looks like he's dropping back towards Mir at the moment on this current lap 5 of 24. Look at the gap up, it's so worth a half a second up to Pedro Acosta and Mir, with a little bit of encouragement up ahead. The 2020 champion chasing who looks like, as it stands, becoming the 2025 champion.
Of course, with so many vicious hard braking zones here in Motegi, and in still pretty hot and mild conditions here, despite the threat of rain that's hung around this Japanese venue for much of the day. Front tyre temperature and front tyre pressure was always going to be a crucial factor in this Grand Prix. Is that just something that Marc's having to contend with in the wake behind Acosta's factory KTM? Bagnaia now, 1.7 seconds he is clear of Acosta. Marc actually is back in the 45s here.
Yeah, Pecco Bagnaia was not the fastest rider on the racetrack. That's Marco Bezzecchi, even with that overtake on Morbidelli, who he's already left in his dust. A 44.6 for Marco Bezzecchi. If only he'd qualified somewhere towards the front. It's clear he's got podium pace. He might still catch the podium battle yet.
Hard to think that Marc's really riding tight. He's not really one that's ever succumbed to nerves or pressure. Not that there's really any kind of pressure in terms of the championship. It's not exactly like this is a nail-biting, tense final round decider, is it? And as he's spoken throughout this weekend, it's not a given. It's not a necessity that he wins the World Championship here today. If he stays as is, well, that's exactly what will happen.
Pecco Bagnaia is just too fast, as simple as that. This weekend, from the evidence so far, Marc Marquez hasn't had the pace to beat Pecco Bagnaia, nor in qualifying, nor in the sprint, and at the moment, not in the Grand Prix. But this is a battle over the course of 22 Grand Prix weekends, and that is ultimately what leads to the world champion being crowned. Marc Marquez, ultimately, he said in the build-up to the weekend, didn't he? He said earlier in the weekend, I'd much rather win the world championship here with a 4th than wait until Indonesia to take it with a victory. He wants to win it at the earliest available opportunity. He's looking like a man of his word right now.
Doing a top job once again in 4th place is Mir. Hasn't been dropped at all, has he, by Marc? There is Bagnaia, your runaway leader. He has really streaked away at the front of this Grand Prix early doors, hasn't he? Bagnaia, 2 seconds he is now clear of Acosta. 44.7 once again from the Italian, who looks so supreme at the moment. Well, sprint yesterday proved that pole position was no fluke, and it looks like at the moment he's proving that the sprint victory was no fluke. We were sort of debating, weren't we, even last night, about whether Pecco Bagnaia was well and truly back to his brilliant best. Well, he is giving us a rather clear and emphatic answer right now. 2 seconds ahead of Acosta.
And growing. Acosta then with that sort of 4/10 of a second advantage over Marc Marquez, who looked like he was a little bit hot again there into turn 5. That corner has caused him grief throughout this Japanese Grand Prix weekend.
Yeah, he charged in hot there into 5. That's going to prick up the interest of Mir once again in 4th place. Just a reminder, it's 4 long years, the Algarve Grand Prix in 2021. The last time we saw Mir on the podium, that was, of course, when he was on the bright blue factory Suzuki. What an opportunity this potentially is for Mir to break his duck in terms of podium finishes on the factory Honda. Regardless of whatever happens from this point onwards, it's been by far his best weekend for HRC. 2nd on the grid, 4th in the sprint, and right in the podium battle in the Grand Prix.
It won't be lost on Joan Mir. It certainly is not lost on Joan Mir. What happened to him yesterday when Marc Marquez dive-bombed him into turn 10? He said he'd quite happily take the opportunity to dish out some revenge punishment on Marc Marquez here this afternoon. He can't rule it out at the moment.
Certainly can't. At the moment, you have to say it looks like a relatively comfortable 3rd for Marc. I mean, he hasn't been put under any serious pressure from Mir. Mir's not been able to maybe offer a block pass back of his own after what we saw at turn 10 in the sprint yesterday. Alex Marquez has just fired in his fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far with a 1:45.088. That was about a 10.5 quicker than Marc. Only 2 riders currently on track then now here in Motegi that are keeping themselves in the 44s. That's your leader, Bagnaia, who's still 2.1 seconds clear of Acosta, who in turn also is back in those 44s.
Yeah, so Marc Marquez consecutive laps now in the 45s. Is he just giving his front tyre a little bit of a breathe, a little bit of a rest, just let the pressure, let the temperature just come back down a little bit and attack again later on in the Grand Prix? Of course, we have seen Pedro Acosta already this season fade late on. It's definitely not an entire issue in terms of a different option. Everyone is on the medium front, medium rear combination. Of course, we saw Acosta in Barcelona the last time he looked like a genuine podium threat. Go for the soft rear tyre and plummet down the order. At least he's on the same option as all those around him this time.
It was Acosta managing that sort of 0.6 of a second gap back to Marc quite beautifully. At the moment, we're charging up now towards turn 10. Mir will not be close enough to dish it back out a block pass, which Marc made him right here. Bottom gear, 3rd gear corner down to 70 kilometres an hour. And you do really start winding up the power through that seamless shift gearbox up to 6th gear briefly. And 315 kilometres an hour. Oh, Mir, rear tyre was in the air on that factory Honda. Kitchen sink's coming right now, isn't it, from Mir as he battles for that podium. He's great to watch.
Well, already this season, Joan Mir has had plenty of double DNFs. I think he might be prepared to risk another DNF this afternoon if a podium is possible. As you say, it's been so long since the 2020 World Champion has stood on a MotoGP podium. What a place it would be to end that run. As we go across the line now, once again, Bagnaia is just hammering away in the 1:44s, 2.6 seconds up the road and long gone.
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to accuse Joan Mir of a lack of effort or not running right on the ragged edge on that factory Honda in this Grand Prix. He's being told here early to go to mapping 2, so maybe already altering the electronic settings, maybe a bit of traction control just to manage the wheel spin.
Well, Alberto Puig was asked by Jack on the grid, wasn't he, whether the switch to the medium rear would be a good thing or a bad thing for the factory Hondas. It wasn't exactly a confidence-inducing answer, was it, from Alberto on the grid? Perhaps within slightly happier, have the soft rear being the option. It simply wasn't on this afternoon. Well, it's been quite a warm weekend here in Japan. We're not even at half-race distance yet, so Mir has to be mindful that he doesn't take too much getting suckered into a battle with Marc Marquez if it's not ultimately the battle he's fighting today.
I wonder what the Spanish word is for loose, because that's exactly what that factory Honda is right now underneath Mir. Further back then, Retseki in 5th place. Morbidelli inside the top 6. Alex is 7th. Marc Marquez once again just in hot. He's had issues, hasn't he, sort of in those hard braking zones where you're sort of dropping all the way down to sort of those 1st, 2nd gear corners, which there's an abundance of here in Motegi. Alex Marquez 7th, Raul Fernandez 8th, Quartararo and Zarco inside the top 10. Binder has just taken 11th from Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's having a pretty average weekend on the VR46 Ducati. Points for Aldeguer, Bastianini and Jack Miller as it stands right now. Well, lap 10 of 24 is what we're on right now, approaching the halfway point of this Japanese Grand Prix. Match points looming for Marc Marquez. It doesn't look like he's going to be crowned world champion from the top step of the podium, does it? Because his teammate, Pecco Bagnaia, at the moment, is just in a race of his own. There was a replay of the mistake Marc made up into the first gear, turn 10. Very, very quickly, Bagnaia's lead will be over 3 seconds for the first time in this Grand Prix.
If Marc Marquez thought he had the pace to go after Pecco Bagnaia, surely he would have done something about Acosta by now. We saw how he just dive-bombed Joan Mir because he knew he had to get off after Acosta to take that second place, but he seems relatively happy at this stage to sit there. Either he's not got no pace to get close to Acosta, or he hasn't got the appetite to at this stage of the race.
Well, all of his 6 previous MotoGP titles have been claimed from the podium. 3 times he has been victorious to wrap up the world title. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case on this occasion, but it's not just about today, is it? It's all about the bigger picture as far as Marc is concerned. It's been pretty stable, hasn't it, really, behind Pecco Bagnaia, who is now, for the first time in this Grand Prix, as we suspected he would do, very, very quickly establishing that advantage over 3 seconds. Not really much going on in terms of passing in this battle behind him. Marc just cannot get close, can he, to Acosta at all. Acosta's doing a real strong job there to hold on to this second place. He has not given Marc a sniff at taking that second away from him.
Only one previous second place this season for Pedro Acosta, which was second to Marc Marquez in Hungary. Cast your votes right now for the ride of the race. Scan the QR code and make your vote. This is as close as Marc has been, though, for quite some time. But when we get into the braking zone, Pedro Acosta able to break that a little bit later.
It's been a classic display, hasn't it, from Pecco Bagnaia, right out of his playbook. Get the pole position, get the old shot, and then clear off at the front. Finally then, finally on lap 11 of 24, Marc has made the move. Acosta just trying to run that tighter inside line as they sweep through the double left-hander of turn 3 and 4. It's taken the best part of 11 laps and 3 corners for Marc to finally find himself up into P2.
It's interesting to see what Joan Mir now can do in this particular battle, because he said yesterday that the time he lost battling Marc Marquez cost him the opportunity to potentially chase down Acosta and take a podium in the sprint. He hasn't had that problem this time. He's been behind Marc since the first lap was completed. So now that Acosta has been overtaken by Marc Marquez, is he soon going to come under pressure, the 37 from the 36?
Looking so tense, so apprehensive. All they can do is watch on. Of course, Marc's father, Julia, his girlfriend, Gemma Pinto, they have been at his side while he's returned back to the glory days. Once again, look, he was a fraction offline there as he ran into that turn 10. He is, though, starting to break away from Acosta immediately.
Bez is getting stuck into this now. Look at the back of the picture, just off to the left-hand side. It's now a 4-way fight, or maybe a 3-way fight for third. We'll see if Marc Marquez just disappears off up the road from Acosta. It's already 4/10 of a second, 3/4 of the way through this lap, but Acosta is about to accompany from both a Honda and from an Aprilia.
Mir's going to get busted for cruelty to Michelin front tyres very, very soon. Once again, you just saw it there. But the rear tyre was not making contact on that run down into turn 11. So having made his way through on Acosta on the previous lap at turn 3, straight away Marc was able to get the hammer down and find a low 145. Immediately he was nearly 7/10 clear of Acosta. Acosta, having lost that position on the last lap right here, was actually in the 46s for the very first time.
So Bezzecchi 45.5 and Morbidelli actually just behind him 45.4. You just saw the flash of fluo yellow on the VR46 Ducati just at the top of the picture, who's not completely out of this battle either, but Bezzecchi perhaps the main threat here. He certainly had the superior pace outside of the factory Ducatis in this Grand Prix, but he's perhaps falling into that sort of holding pattern now up behind Mir and Acosta. Is Bezzecchi still in this run for the podium? So you can't rule him out yet.
Such a head scratcher. It's so puzzling, isn't it, to really fully understand just how in the space of a fortnight Pecco Bagnaia has gone from the misery of Misano to one of the best weekends of his Grand Prix career. A record-busting lap to take pole position yesterday in Q2. A brilliant start to finish victory in the sprint. He's going to, well, it looks like, barring any disasters, barring any late collapses, going to have a start to finish victory in the Grand Prix. as we mentioned at the start of this race, where on earth has he been for so much of 2025?
Well, let's see if he can stay in this kind of vein of form for the end of the 2025 season. Of course, we've got the Indonesian Grand Prix coming up in a week's time, the Grand Prix that Pecco Bagnaia won from 13th on the grid a couple of years ago for the Thailand, and Sepang to come. Of course, a memorable victory for Bagnaia in Sepang last year before the doubleheader in Portimao and Valencia still to come to close this season off. If Bagnaia can end this season in this kind of form, then he can genuinely look ahead to 2026 with some positivity.
It's taken 2 laps for Mark to build already a second lead over Acosta, who at the moment just does not have the pace to go with the 2 Ducatis ahead of him. He's got it all on as well here to keep Mir and Bezzecchi at bay behind him. Once again, just as it was in the sprint yesterday when he had a very lonely ride to 5th, it looks like, as it stands right now, another lonely experience here in Motegi in 6th place for Morbidelli. He's a couple of seconds almost clear of Alex. Alex has not been able to break Ralph Hernandez at all. Those two have been locked together for the majority of this Grand Prix. Quartararo, who was briefly 4th after a lightning start, is currently 9th, had a fellow Frenchman Zarco. Binder 11th, Gian Antonio 12th, Aldeguer, Bastianini and Miller further down, still keeping themselves inside the point scoring place, although Miller's got his hands full because Rins, Nakagami and Oliveira are not too far behind the Aussie.
Just as we saw yesterday, once Marc Marquez gets himself into clear space and empty tarmac, he's got Pecco Bagnaia's pace, or at least at this stage. Bagnaia, though, surely just managing from here with a near 4-second lead, but they both exchanged 45 zeros on the last lap. But Marc Marquez, I don't think he'll care too much when he takes the checkered flag if he wins the World Championship, as he's on course to do. But in terms of taking either sprint or Grand Prix victory, Marc's been as quick as Bagnaia in clear space. He just hasn't had much of it.
Mir starting to close in here on Acosta, isn't he? Through this final sector, through victory corner we go. It looks like a nailed-on victory right now, doesn't it, as far as Bagnaia is concerned. And once again, slightly faster on that last lap than he is Mark. Acosta really is struggling at the moment. He's in a little bit wide, isn't he, going through that complex, the 2 right-handers of 1 and 2. He's got some serious trouble brewing here as Acosta, because Mir and Bezzecchi are waiting to pounce.
And he's got a rider right behind him who will be not short of motivation. Joan Mir will be absolutely desperate for a podium finish, and a podium finish earned entirely on merit if he is able to take it. Of course, we did see John Zarco take a victory for Honda earlier in the season in a rain-affected French Grand Prix, and then, of course, a podium finish in Silverstone and what was a slightly strange and curious afternoon, not taking anything away from those results. But there's no question there's been no assistance for Honda here this afternoon. This is on pure pace from Mir.
He's going for it in 2.7 and he goes. Yeah, Acosta looks like he's really struggling at the moment with grip on those Michelin tyres, doesn't he? Joan Mir then does fight his way through up into 3rd place. The home crowd are loving this as we have a Honda on the podium potentially here in the Honda-owned Motegi circuit. That was a lovely move. Mir set that up brilliantly. Attacked hard on Acosta on the brakes in 2.5 and then had much better corner speed. Yeah, Acosta's really struggling. Acosta's got massive problems to deal with here. He's got a long time, 10 laps remaining here in this Motegi battle. It could be a long old 10 laps as far as Acosta is concerned, but this has been utterly brilliant by Mir.
To say early on in the Grand Prix, can't say that Pedro Acosta's got an unblemished record of managing tyres to the end of a Grand Prix. KTM certainly stronger in sprints than they have been in Sunday Grand Prix, and we're seeing that again here. Look at the distance already that Mir has been able to pull out, and Acosta once again finding a rearguard action. This time the rider queuing up behind him is the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi.
They've not had a dry race podium, the factory Honda team, since the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix all the way back in 2021, when of course they had a double podium in Marc Marquez leading home Pol Espargaro. Whoever thought we'd ever say that? Oh, what's going on with Bagnaia? Bagnaia's got smoke. What's going on here? There's smoke coming off the rear of Bagnaia's factory Ducati. Is something just rubbing on that rear tyre? But there was clear signs of smoke, wasn't there? On the right-hand side of Bagnaia's Ducati, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this one. As he was going through the double right-handers of 3 and 4, yet another puff of smoke there. It's just something, well, he'd be hoping there's something just catching. A shake of the head from Davide Tardozzi, because this would be a heartache. This would be so cool if there's a tech issue which could threaten Bagnaia's Japanese Grand Prix dominance.
Something is coming out of the exhaust. It's coming from elsewhere on that Ducati, but he's still extending his lead. He's still going very quickly at the moment, is Pecco Bagnaia, so it's not something that he should be worrying about too. It's from the right-hand side. Is it coming out of the exhaust? It's flicking away. So at the moment, it's not slowing Pecco Bagnaia down, as his lead is now back up over 4 seconds, but perhaps something for the Ducati squad to keep an eye on.
Well, he's smoking the field at the moment, no question. It's Bagnaia. There have been a few nervy faces, a few gut-wrenching moments inside that factory Ducati garage as they saw the same image as what we did, as now Bezzecchi goes on the inside of Acosta. Acosta can do all he wants to try and lean on Bezzecchi to force the mistake from the Italian, but that's not going to happen. Bez just too good on the front end of that Aprilia, down the hill into turn 11. So Acosta then now in quick succession, having been second for so much of this Grand Prix, now sees himself punted back into 5th.
Bagnaia still did a 45.3 even with smoke coming out of his Ducati, so whatever's going on, it ain't slowing him down yet. We have 9 laps to go in this Grand Prix, so there's nerves now on both sides of the Ducati camp. Can Marc Marquez secure the World Championship, and will Pecco Bagnaia's Ducati keep running?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's having any kind of impact, any effect on his pace at the moment. On the brakes he goes into turn 5. Massive advantage he has over Marc. 4 seconds is the gap between the two factory Ducatis. Jimmy Hernandez, Marc Marquez's manager, looking on. Girlfriend Gemma Pinto, side by side, a constant companion to Marc. Jose Luis Martinez, his great friend, of course. They have been together for so many years. Look at the tension etched all over the face of Davide Tardozzi. I think he's looking for a big screen just to say, has that smoke gone? Has it stopped? Please say it has.
There was another little puff of smoke there, I think, as he rounded turn 7, but it's not exactly signs of a fire in there. There is no smoke without fire, as the old saying goes, but at the moment Pecco Bagnaia, his Ducati is running absolutely fine. And of course, in terms of the World Championship, we know Marc Marquez is on course to clinch it. Pecco Bagnaia potentially reviving his chances of finishing runner-up to Marc in the World Championship today.
I'll tell you what, Mia has locked and loaded here for that podium. He's a mile clear of Bezzecchi. What a weekend potentially this is going to be for Mia. A first factory Honda podium incoming for the Spaniard. It will be just his 14th podium in MotoGP. He's had to wait 4 long years for it. Times 4 very long, barren years as he joined Honda, probably their lowest ebb in 2024.
It's the one thing Ducati have to hope doesn't happen here, is that the smoke coming out of Pecco Bagnaia's Ducati necessitates a black and orange flag from the race direction in the FIA MotoGP stewards, because of course if you get that, you've got to park it and pull into the pits. Morbidelli parks it at the inside now of Pedro Acosta, who of course was in 2nd place for the first half of this Grand Prix. 2nd has now become 6th.
Pedro in a whole world of pain right now, isn't he? He's just a bit of a passenger at the moment on that factory KTM. Tries to respond to the move made by Morbidelli. Gatti going somewhere to outbrake Frankie on that run down to turn 5. Let's check the gap now between Acosta and Alex. That's only a second, so there might be a top 6 in the offing here for Alex as well.
Just another opportunity to sing Joan Mir's praises. He just did a 1:45.1. He's the fastest rider now on the racetrack. Marc Marquez has just been given a track limits warning, something else to occupy his mind. What also might be occupying his mind is the fact that Mir just took 3/10 out of it.
Well, we've talked about these green shoots of recovery over the last few Grand Prix as far as Honda are concerned. They've been throwing new parts of the RC213, be like wedding at a confetti at a wedding, I should say. There has been so many upgrades, electronic upgrades, chassis upgrades, swing arms, you name it. There's been so many new components fitted to that Honda. Each one of them has been a step forward in performance. And it's all coming to fruition here. What a place to do it as well if Honda are to return to the podium as a factory squad, of course. Johan Zarco has already been a race winner for HRC this year. Mia, well, he's under no pressure whatsoever. 2.4 seconds clear he is of Bears. He once again is both faster than Bagnaia and Marc ahead of him. He can forget about Bagnaia, but he's still game on potentially in terms of Marc. That gap's down to just under 1.3 seconds.
Pedro Acosta's day hasn't continued to get worse. Might get even worse on this lap. Look at Alex Marquez closing up behind him. Acosta did a 1:46.9. He is now the slowest rider on the circuit, so big are his problems. Okay, he's been overtaken by Morbidelli on the last lap, but Acosta now reversing back towards Alex Marquez, and up the road, just up the picture there, is Ralph Hernandez, who might catch him too.
Yeah, Acosta's tactic obviously was right. Let's just go hell for leather. Let's just go gung-ho, full gas at the start of this Grand Prix. Try and keep ourselves in the early podium battle, which he did, to be fair. And then try and manage the grip at the end of the race, which at the moment is not going to be mission accomplished as far as the Spaniard is concerned. Yeah, there's going to be so many great stories at the end of this Grand Prix. The resurgence, the back-to-business Bagnaia, well, that's clearly in full working order, isn't it? As he's going to complete the treble here shortly. Marc will be crowned MotoGP World Champion, barring any late dramas. And Joan Mir, another great story to be told in this Japanese Grand Prix of 2025. As he looks well set for that podium. A very, very comfortable P3 at the moment.
If Marc did feel under any threat from Joan Mir for second place, he responded to that. He's now opened that advantage up by a quarter of a second, and through the first 3 sectors of this 18th lap, he's actually also taken a bit of time out of Pecco Bagnaia, whose relentless race pace in this Grand Prix. It's been high 44s and now very consistently in the low to mid 145s. Marc Marquez 2/10 quicker, but it's way too late where that's concerned, as Alex Marquez now begins to do what the other riders doing. There's Acosta sails way off the racetrack, just could not slow that KTM down. He's lost much more now than 6th place.
Just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, right now, as far as Acosta is concerned. He's got some impressive off-roading skills, though, to be fair to him there, managing a 300 horsepower MotoGP bike through what is some very deep gravel on the outside of that first corner. But Acosta then has now dropped him back behind 14? Maverick Vinales, was it?
Yeah. Even further than that, potentially. He might be right at the back of the field now. We were riding on board with Alex Marquez, and I thought, blimey, Pedro's braking late. Turned out he's braking way too late.
Well, we're all flying to Indonesia tomorrow. I think Acosta was trying to beat us all to check him, wasn't he, there? Way off the track going into that first corner. He has indeed returned behind Maverick Vinales, so he has dropped down to dead last. That smoke seems to have cleared. No dramas at the moment for Bagnaia. Of course, his one and only previous Grand Prix success this year, well, that was a gift-wrapped present from Marc over at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Marc was charging away at the front of that Grand Prix with a 2-second advantage when he crashed out of contention and allowed Bagnaia to take victory in round 3. Who would have thought there?
Oh, that was
the smoke is back. That smoke is back. Who would have thought after that third round when Bagnaia was victorious that we'd have to wait until late September before his next win? Well, that's clear. That's the biggest
plume we've seen so far.
We have seen. That is at its worst, no question about it.
Still doing 45.5s, in fairness to Pecco Bagnaia. 5 more laps for that Ducati to hang on. And Ducati must be thinking, as much as there's going to be an almighty party, whatever happens today, for Marc Marquez in the World Championship, surely everyone at Ducati with a heart will be thinking, surely Pecco's not going to be denied in this kind of fashion.
Yeah, I bet Marc's just closely monitoring that situation as well. Seeing a smoking bike in front of him, he's going to be thinking, hang on a minute, let's just hope that there's nothing, no fluid going to be dropped. Well, Bagnaia completely oblivious to what is happening under the back of his right leg at the moment. The bottom exhaust on that factory Ducati smoking once again quite significantly on the right-hand side. But it hasn't knocked him out of his rhythm at the moment, has it? The gap has come down to 3.1 seconds. As we said, I mean, Pecco will be completely unaware of what's happening underneath him.
Yeah, he's having way too much fun at the moment, dominating this Grand Prix. Surely not at this stage. He's going to be denied in what would be heartbreaking fashion for Pecco Bagnaia on the best Grand Prix weekend of his 2025 season. In fairness, there haven't been many other competitors for that particular prize. He deserves to win this Japanese Grand Prix, and barring a complete detonation of that Ducati engine, he is 4.5 laps away from it.
Down the hill then, Bagnaia goes, just over 4 laps of this Japanese Grand Prix remaining. What a weekend it is going to be for the factory Ducati team. Pole position with a 1:42.9 from Bagnaia yesterday. On course for a 1-2 in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. And of course, Marc Marquez on course for world title glory. Gigi Dell'Igna here, just talking to Gigi is MotoGP technical director Danny Aldridge. Taka Nakagami's gone down late on here. Nakagami then has crashed out of 15th place.
As I mentioned, if they get a black and orange flag out to Pecco Bagnaia, he's got to pull off the road and park it, and that would of course cost him Grand Prix victory. That was Nakagami running on into the gravel trap. He's essentially going to get buried there in the gravel and drop it on his side. Bagnaia did lose 4/10 to Marc Marquez on that last lap, but as mentioned, if race direction step in and say that you're a danger to other competitors with smoke coming out of your bike, that would ruin Pecco Bagnaia's celebrations today.
Yeah, and that engine at the moment is still alive, but it's clearly dying a slow death at the moment. I don't think he'll be able to use that one maybe next time out in Mandalika. Are we going to get a dramatic late plot twist here in Motegi? It would be the cruelest of cruelest blows, wouldn't it, as far as Bagnaia is concerned, because he has ridden an immaculate, perfect Grand Prix so far, made the perfect launch away from that pole position, and let's be frank, he has never really been troubled at all in this Grand Prix, has he?
I think what will determine race direction's decision is whether any fluids come out along with the smoke. Clearly there isn't at the moment, because surely we'd have known by now, because riders will have fallen off on it. So clearly at this stage it's only smoke, not fluids, coming out of the Ducati. If that changes, then Pecco Bagnaia might get pulled off the road.
You can understand why the race direction and the tech staff behind the scenes here have got some concerns about what's happening underneath Bagnaia. There's nothing wrong with his pace. His pace isn't slacking off at all. It is a little bit, because that's, of course, he's on well-worn tyres, and he's just managing the gap at the front.
Well, Marquez is now doing 45.1s in second place, taking half second a lap out of Bagnaia. That's not going to take back. Deserves a World Championship point for the performances he's put in so far this weekend.
Would it have been a different story had he nailed the start? Or would it have been a different outcome had he not taken, 11.5 laps to get through on Pedro Acosta? Well, Marc Marquez is not going to care one bit, is he? Because right now he can tour to that 7th World Championship. Here is Bagnaia, your race leader. Smoke billows once again out of the exhaust on the factory Ducati. Pops a little bit of a wheel as he grabs a handful of throttle out of that final corner. 2 laps to go then here, and it's a 2-second lead that Bagnaia takes into this lap 23 of 24.
Who's more nervous at the moment? Is it Gemma Pinto in the Ducati box? Is it Gigi Dall'Igna? Is it Davide Tardozzi? They're all watching on for very different reasons. So we're watching 2 factory Ducatis with their own various issues to think about in the final couple of laps. Marc Marquez at this point now with 2 laps to go. Surely it's going to be a test of his concentration and a test of his emotions. Surely now he's thinking about what he is on the verge of accomplishing.
He's on the verge of accomplishing greatness. He's on the verge of accomplishing the greatest comeback in history, isn't he? You can see the trails of smoke from Bagnaia's Ducati there, just in the tunnel as Marc powers through turn 6, through now the left-hander of 7. That gap is now under 2 seconds. Don't think we are going to get any late fireworks. Don't think we're going to get any late drama in terms of the victor here in Japan. But what is not up for any debate, what is it, 2,184 days since he was last world champion. 71 months and over 300 weeks since he was last in this position. Marc Marquez very, very shortly will be less than 5 kilometres away from a 7th MotoGP world title. Take nothing away as well from the rider that's going to complete the podium places here today, surely. Joan Mir has been sensational. He's on course for a first Honda podium. We're about to start this lap, last lap here in Japan.
And somewhere watching back in Spain will be the current and about to be outgoing world champion, Jorge Martin, who unfortunately is not in a position today to hand the crown over to Marc Marquez. But that is what is about to happen. 1 more lap away from the completion of one of sport's greatest comeback stories.
Last lap underway then here in the Japanese Grand Prix. comeback almost fully loaded for Marc Marquez. He has a good long look over his left shoulder. He will not barely see Joan Mir. What must be going through the mind of Marc Marquez right now? What a story his is. A story straight out of Hollywood, isn't it? A triumph of the human spirit in many respects over adversity. His own refusal when the odds stacked against him seemed insurmountable to throw the towel in. He might have lost 4 years of his career after Jerez 2020, but he lost none of the hunger, lost none of the desire, lost none of the speed, and lost none of the belief, did he, Marc Marquez? Through turn 7 he goes then now on this last lap, halfway around one of the biggest laps of his career. He just simply would not give up, would he? He simply would not be beaten. Jerez changed him, but it did not defeat him. There's been the surgeries and setbacks, tears and fears, a journey of recovery and discovery, a career reborn at Ducati as he reinvented himself as a person and a rider. Resilience matched by pure brilliance. There have been countless dark days and dozens of doubts, but there can be no doubt that we have witnessed a genius return to the peak of his powers in 2025. Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Monday sporting titans who've been hailed for producing amazing comebacks. Now Marc Marquez surely has to be mentioned in the same breath. From all the pain to the pantheon of global sporting icons, Pecco Bagnaia will win the Japanese Grand Prix, but from career Saint-Lucenji in Minnesota back to the top 7 of Penny Motorland, the crowning glory here in Motegi is the comeback to top all comebacks. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. He hit rock bottom, but he's risen to the top once again and clinches his 7th MotoGP World Championship. Now the emotion, all the tears will come flooding out. He has done it. Comeback loading, comeback fully loaded, overcome by emotion. What a story has been as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. He laps up his first World Championship in 6 long years. One of the first riders to congratulate him is a person who has seen all of the dark times that Marc has gone through since Jerez in 2020. I think Marc himself has said without Alex by his side he would not have completed this journey. This is going to feel immense. This is going to feel like the weight of the world has been lifted off his shoulders, because finally, after 6 long years, we can say once again in the same sentence, Marc Marquez, MotoGP World Champion.
He's made a career out of winning world championships, but through all the dark days of surgeries, of broken arms, of diplopia, he may have never thought this day would come again. You can hear him screaming under his crash helmet, a day he never thought would come again. From career oblivion, it felt like, back in 2020, to the rarefied air of greatness once more. A magnificent 7th world title, the undisputed champion of MotoGP in 2025 is Marc Marquez.
He's done it. He's done it the hard way. Nothing will ever be able to take it away from such an amazing comeback. I'm sure he can't quite believe it himself. There were times in those 5 years, your mind goes back to the Sachsenring Grand Prix in Germany in 2023, where he had the 5th crash of the weekend, the morning warm-up session, slumped over the trackside Armco, beaten, destroyed, almost pushed into retirement by that unruly Honda. Even the genius, mercurial talent of Marc Marquez could not keep Honda at the front of MotoGP battles. He wanted to enjoy racing again. All the injuries had seen him fall out of love with the sport that he has loved since he was able to walk and crawl. But now Marc Marquez stands tall as the world champion once again. Ducati's 4th world champion with Casey Stoner, Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Gigi Dell'Igna, as we can hear the screams once again, loud and proud from the new world champion. Down to you, Jack.
Gigi, you moved heaven and earth to have Marc on your motorcycle in 2024. For so long, he stopped you from winning the World Championship. Now he's just won it on your bike. How do you feel?
You know, I feel fantastic. You know, I'm really happy for all the team, for him, because he did a fantastic job to recover for him injury, and so I'm really happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Gigi Dell'Igna, who made that call, didn't he, himself, when there was all those discussions behind the scenes. Martino Marquez for the prized factory Ducati seat in 2025. A tough decision, but one right now which has been fully vindicated by the number 93. The 32-year-old Spaniard then does indeed become the sixth rider to win a MotoGP title for two different factories. Just listen to that list of names: Jeff Duke, Eddie Lawson, Casey Stoner, Valentino Rossi and Giacomo Agostini. What a story. What a journey has been, not just for Mark, but all of those close to him who have seen him suffer so much in recent years.
Devo fare.
You can hear the emotion. You can almost feel the tears running down his face. What a moment. What a rider. What a talent. What a world champion. Back to his brilliant best. And now it's time for the celebrations and the party to begin.
A whole life marked by a number. How many poles? How many victories? How much are you worth? When they reduce it all to a number. But a number can't tell an entire story. Behind a number, there's more than a title. There's more than fear, more than sacrifice, more than a heart that never gives up. Behind the number, there's more than a comeback. If they want to know what a number really means, I'll tell them what's behind it.
Vamos indeed, completely overcome, completely overwhelmed with emotion is Marc Marquez. The comeback king has taken the throne once again as the MotoGP world champion. You would need to have a heart of stone not to be moved right now by the images, these moving images which we are watching. The coronation of the comeback king here. Just on the right-hand side of your picture is Jose Luis Martinez, one of Mark's real close confidants. He's been at his side for over a decade. Here comes the world champion's bib for the first time in 6 years on the red Ducati, now at the end of the red carpet. And it's time to paint Motegi red, isn't it? As Marc Marquez toasts World Championship success once again.
Competing and winning is his oxygen, and Marc Marquez can breathe again. He's got the taste for competing, and he now has that sweet taste of winning. The numbers don't even come close to telling the story. It is much more than just a number. 7 MotoGP World Championships, 9 Grand Prix World Championships after his dominant runs in Moto2 and 125s. One must be an overjoyed Davide Tardozzi with Pecco Bagnaia's victory today and Marc Marquez's title glory. Davide Tardozzi is speaking to Jack.
Davide, I think more than a number sums it up perfectly. The comeback is complete.
It's the perfect day. Win the champion here in Japan and having Pecco back like he did yesterday and today is something amazing. It's something that we can't even dream, and I think that is something that we will keep in the heart and in the mind forever.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
He has certainly won the hearts and minds of so many MotoGP fans, hasn't he? Now in history, in terms of Premier Class titles, only Italian icon Giacomo Agostini has won more than Mark. He moves level now on 7 with Valentino Rossi. A magnificent 7. He's in 7th heaven right now. Is the number 93. He's got the special world champion bib, more than a number. He's got the special world champion helmet, and now he's going to take the accolades and a raucous reception from the paddock as he comes into pit lane. There is the Gresini Ducati team, and he stops, understandably so, because it might have only been for 1 season and 20 Grand Prix, but the Italian-based team did so much to ignite the fire once again in the belly of Marc Marquez. Fabio Quartararo, yeah, a former MotoGP world champion, comes to offer his congratulations.
Well, ultimately, we're talking about 22 competitors who risk their lives up against each other. They all recognise what Marc Marquez has put into this.
Once again, he completely breaks down as he is mobbed, as he is greeted by the factory Ducati crew. Marco Rigamonti right in the heart of it, his crew chief. An embrace from Gigi Dell'Igna, Gemma Pinto, with the kiss of congratulations. Julie Marquez there, his father as well. Only they know, only they really know, Mark's inner circle, just how brutally tough some of the days in the last 5 years have been. Grazie Ducati. Get a feeling, given the form and the spectacular performances he's produced already this season in 2025, that it's MotoGP title number 7. It ain't going to be the last if he carries on at this rate. He meets and greets all of his Ducati crew. And Motegi there on the left-hand side, a 125 and 250cc world champion. He was a heck of a rider back in the day, wasn't he, Poggiali? Now a rider coach, working with Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Of course, let's not forget Bagnaia. He produced his best race and his best weekend of the season. It will largely be a bit of a supporting role for the Italian as we crown a new world champion, but take nothing away from Bagnaia, because he was phenomenal here in Japan. Yeah, he can start breathing, he can start relaxing. Claudio Domenicali, I think, is on the phone from Borgo Panigale back in Europe. Of course, the Ducati CEO, 4th rider to win a world title for the Bologna brand. And I don't think this is going to sink in for quite some time. It'll probably be after Valencia, the final Grand Prix of the campaign, when he really does start to process what has been a magical 2025 campaign. And there it is. That's what it's all about. It's all about getting your name on that plaque and then adding it to the Tower of Champions.
Hunter Victory back in Assen described him as a winning machine, on board a winning machine. And Marc Marquez, who's one away from a century of Grand Prix victories, yet another accolade that he's on the verge of achieving, as he holds up 9 fingers and thumbs for his 9 World Championships. Today, the 7th in MotoGP. And after 6 years of incredible pain, emotion and rehabilitation, the comeback is complete.
There's going to be a hell of a party somewhere in Japan tonight, that's for sure. Another dominant season as far as Ducati are concerned. That was Mark's 31st podium of the season. 25 wins, 14 in the sprints, 11 in the Grand Prix. a record point scoring total. Was that Mark just saying Mama is his Mum Rosa on the phone from back in Europe? I'm sure she is. I'm sure she is also, like so many, overcome. It's a momentous occasion. It's a momentous achievement, isn't it, by Mark? You can't really sort of overstate just what a comeback this has been. He's not a rider too often throughout his career who's really been happy to share his emotions in public. As we mentioned, you need a heart of stone not to be blown away by these scenes. There is Dorna CEO Carmelo Espeleta about to hail the MotoGP hero once again as the World Championship celebrations commence here in Japan.
Muchas gracias. Ahora me acuerdo de la clínica que se ha luchado, se ha luchado. Te sigo. Gracias. ¿Cómo va? Hostia. ¿Cómo va? No me acuerdo. A ver. Ahora sí.
And there you go. That is confirmation of the coronation. The comeback king is back on the throne as Marc Marquez once again adds his name to the Tower of Champions. He is the world champion. Campione del Mundo once again, the 32-year-old Spaniard. What a journey it has been. What a story. You could write 25 books about his season in 2025. Surely there's going to be a movie one day made about this remarkable return to prominence for a rider who just would not take no for an answer. He would not accept that his best days were behind him. You think of when he was coming round from the anaesthetic of that surgery in Minnesota, wondering whether that career-saving surgery had worked, whether he would get moments back like this. There is part of his backroom team, a physio who's been working very, very closely with Mark. Also moved to tears, I'm not going to lie, I've got a bit of a lump in my throat here in the commentary box as well. Second place in the Japanese Grand Prix, but when it really matters, P1 in the World Championship.
Evidently after a 6-year wait, a little out of practice with applying his plaque to the Champions Tower. He's had plenty of practice over the years. He now takes on the cap of World Champion. More than a number, more than a comeback, and just much more than any ordinary rider, Marc Marquez. He has put his heart and soul into this. Gemma Pinto to his left, who has lived so many of those dark moments with Marc Marquez. Her role central to this Hollywood comeback story for Marc Marquez, who is back atop the throne once again as the reference, the gold standard, the greatest on planet Earth in MotoGP.
Great shots from a camera, perfectly positioned inside our new look Tower of Champions as we hail once again the MotoGP World Champion. It's going to be a hell of a long time to get that smile wiped off the face of Marc Marquez. 126th podium in MotoGP to round out one of the most dominant campaigns we have seen. In Grand Prix history, and we've seen a few. In our proud 76-year story.
the back of the t-shirts there. More than a title, more than a victory, more than a scar, more than a comeback, more than a bike, more than a number. Marc Marquez, whatever way you cut it, produces one of sport's greatest comeback stories. From a point where he thought his career would be over, his career reaches a new height. Your 2025 MotoGP World Champion, Marc Marquez, speaking to Jack.
Marc, from Jerez 2020 to now, 6 long years of pain, of suffering, of sacrifice, but you are MotoGP World Champion again. Can you just describe your emotions looking back on that journey and having completed the greatest comeback in sporting history?
No, it's impossible even to speak. Every time when I don't want to remember what I pass away, just want to enjoy the moment. But it's true that was difficult, was super difficult. But now I'm in pace of myself, how it's passing me. It's okay. So I did a big mistake in my career to come back too early, and then you know, I fight, and I won again. So I'm on pace.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
A world champion finding his inner peace, finding the content. Gentlemen, the shoulder resisted, step by step. Wow! Unbelievable!
I cannot ride like I want. I will have a surgery next week. Esto no es por placer, esto es para ganar,
He's like so angry.
I'm a winner, guys. My mentality will never change, Thank you very much.
Marc Marquez onto the Ducati.
Marc is back. All the sacrifices have been worth it. Marc Marquez has been supreme once again.
He has pulled off the greatest comeback in history against all the odds. The 93 is world champion once again.
That was a very emotional moment, wasn't it, as Marc Marquez spoke to Jack. Let's get a thought. So, Joan Mir, his first Honda podium. What a weekend for him. He's down in Parc Fermé.
Joan, that must feel very special. Your first podium with Honda, the first since 2021 for yourself. It feels like it's been coming, but wow, you must feel amazing after that, especially here in Motegi as well.
Yeah, well, long time without this feeling. So you can believe how happy I am. I think that this arrived in the perfect moment for us. We fought a lot for this. You can believe, and you know, everything is worth it for this moment. So thank you so much to the team for the work that they've been doing, for all the effort that they made to give me a competitive bike, and also to all the effort that they made to you know, to help myself in the difficult moments. No, is unbelievable. I'm so happy. So hopefully we can continue like this. That is the most difficult thing. But once we achieve one podium, I think that now we already make it. So we have just to repeat it. So happy.
Congratulations, Joan.
Yeah, that was an awesome job, wasn't it, by Joan Mir? Congratulations to him. What a shot. What a shot this is. He has never forgotten his past. He might be looking to the future, more success, Marc Marquez, but this is a wonderful shot as he embraces so many of his former Honda crew, including Santi Hernandez, and there's a real warm embrace with Alberto Puig, who saw Marc's sprint. The race winner, what a weekend. Pole, sprint win and Grand Prix win for Pecco Bagnaia here in Japan. He's with Elliott.
Pecco, the perfect weekend after such a difficult season, that must feel super special. And were you aware of anything going wrong with your machine? We saw smoke coming out of it. Just talk through your emotions after the perfect weekend here in Japan.
First of all, I don't want to take out any spotlights from Mark. He's arrived and he deserves any spotlight today. But in any case, happy. It's just I'm just a little shame that it arrived now. But in any case, happy for the weekend, happy for the performance, and I hope that from now on I will continue in this way, because like this I can fight.
Congratulations, Pecco, on a great weekend.
Fighting talk. Let's hope he can indeed take the fight then to Marc Marquez. Lovely scenes behind the podium here. What an embrace that is. Two Ducati world champions.
I think they're talking about the smoke there that Marc Marquez was feeling in his face when he was chasing down Pecco Bagnaia in the latter stage of the Grand Prix. Yes, some fighting talk, but also what a class act Pecco Bagnaia is, who was so humble and so complimentary when Jorge Martin beat him to the World Championship at the end of last season. Today, in terms of the Grand Prix, might well be Pecco Bagnaia's day, but he's not losing sight of who today is really all about.
Non si dice, qui, sotto il tunnel straight. En el túnel. Sì, guarda.
Meno male. Succedeva così oggi che mi squalificavano, ero
Io pago per l'ultima medaglia l'altra volta.
So Pecco Bagnaia breathing a big sigh of relief as he got to watch his smoking Ducati. He looked over his shoulder and went, GG!
That's the first he found of it.
Thankfully, it did not stop him touring to what was a brilliant victory here in the Japanese Grand Prix. And there was nothing stopping, was there, Marc Marquez from crowning his title here in Japan. No wonder Davide Tardozzi's got a big smile on his face. What a weekend for the factory Ducati squad. Pole for Pecco, a 1-2 in the sprint yesterday, a 1-2 in the Grand Prix, and with the cherry on the top of the cake, Marc Marquez, the 2025 MotoGP World Champion.
Santi Hernandez there congratulating all at Ducati, and it is Gigi Dell'Igna so instrumental, not just in Marc Marquez moving to this squad, but so instrumental in this Ducati odyssey that we have now in MotoGP, which you could argue began here back in 2007 when Casey Stoner won their first MotoGP world title. Of course, across Marc Marquez, Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia, that is now 4 in a row for the Bologna boys. So we get set then to welcome our podium finishers, and on a day where we do herald the new world champion, it all feels rather fitting, doesn't it? That 3 MotoGP world champions, 3 of the creme de la creme, the very best in the world, will stand together on top of the podium. Certainly the best technical mind in the world where MotoGP is concerned is Gigi Dell'Igna, who will be part of the celebrations. What a day for Joan Mir. His 4-year wait for a MotoGP podium is over, but the 6-year wait for MotoGP title glory ends now for Marc Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia joins him on the podium, a 2-time world champion in his own right in this great sport that we love. And Pecco Bagnaia has rediscovered his love for MotoGP here this weekend. Ducati, of course, well on course for the Triple Crown. The Team's Championship will surely follow next time out in Indonesia. The Constructors' Championship already clinched. The Riders' Championship secured today, and so much of it is down to that man. In many respects, Gigi Dall'Igna is the reason Marc Marquez has joined Ducati. And in so many respects, Marc Marquez is the reason that Gigi Dall'Igna is so successful this year. Joan Mir, third place. It's a 13th MotoGP podium. It's been a long time since the previous ones for him. Marc Marquez, who said, "I am now at peace." The tranquility that comes with being the very best in the world. Yet another trophy to add to his collection. MotoGP podium number 126. But as far as the Grand Prix today is concerned, let's not forget our winner. He has had some dark times too in 2025. But a second pole position of the season, a first sprint win, and a second Grand Prix victory of the year. They did not see which way he went, they only saw the smoke. Pecco Bagnaia wins the Japanese Grand Prix.
Everybody, please come up and take your caps off.
The spoils on the day here in Japan go to Pecco Bagnaia. The spoils in 2025, though, go the way of his factory Ducati teammate, Spanish superstar Marc Marquez, shining bright once again as the MotoGP World Champion. Such special podium celebrations. Ducati once again dominant, as they so often have been. We are clearly living, aren't we, in the Ducati era of the MotoGP World Championship. Soaked in Prosecco is Gigi Dall'Igna. No wonder he's taking a big gulp, because he has witnessed one of the most dominant campaigns we've seen. The first rider in history, Marc Marquez, to regain the MotoGP World Championship after a 5-year drought. Over 70 months and 300 weeks since he had this special sweet feeling at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram. Yeah, normally he's trying to take on a bit of water after a Grand Prix, just to rehydrate. He's only got eyes for the Prosecco. First rider to win the MotoGP World Championship with 2 different manufacturers. And that is a very elite and exclusive club which features icons and legends. Agostini, Lawson, Rossi, Duke, Stoner, and now Marc Marquez, 6 times a MotoGP World Champion for Honda, and now 1 and counting in the blood red of Ducati. Great weekend as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. I think it's fair to say he looks like he's well and truly back, which is good news for MotoGP fans. As he said in his post-race interview, let's hope that he can start taking the fight once again to Marc Marquez. And with a beaming smile there to the left of Bagnaia, with good reason, Joan Mir. That was the moment, the championship-winning checkered flag that Marc Marquez has waited so long to see.
Grazie. Devo fare?
Let the tears start flowing for Marc Marquez. That was shortly after he'd watched a story of this great comeback. He said he's trying to enjoy the moment, live in the moment. But it's so hard just to ignore the story of the last 5 years as he completes the great comeback. As said in commentary, you sort of think of Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods in the modern era of sport who've been hailed for their return to the top. You think of Muhammad Ali, George Foreman back in the day. Just to be mentioned in the same breath of global superstars just shows what a story Marc Marquez's has been. That's just the start of some special celebrations as he embraces the Tower of Champions, and once again he finds himself and his name right back at the top of the tower. And celebrations, well, I'm sure they'll go on long into the night here in Japan, but Marc has more business to attend to next weekend in Mandalika. We are off to the breathtaking, the jaw-dropping island of Lombok for round 18, the Pertamina Grand Prix of Indonesia, where we know who our 2025 world champion is.
It is Marc Marquez. The winner today, though, is Pecco Bagnaia. Never really looked back, even though when he did look back, he would have seen some smoke coming from his bike. Marc Marquez second and wins the World Championship in style. Juan Mir back on the podium for Honda, his first Honda podium. Motegi fourth from Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Raul Fernandez and Fabio Quartararo. Zarco ninth from Aldeguer, Bastianini, Binder, Gian Antonio Oliveira, and points for Somkhiat Chantra. Pedro Costa, of course, after his excursion, when he was clearly beginning to fade, drops him all the way down to 17th place. So the simple analysis is this, as you can see on the left of your screens, Marc Marquez is the MotoGP world champion once again. His lead now over 200 points back to Alex Marquez. He finished 6th today. Pecco Bagnaia now 66 behind Alex Marquez and potentially back on form. Could he still launch a bid to secure the runner-up spot? Well, Ducati, of course, are the Constructors' champions. Aprilia now 26 points clear of KTM in second place. Honda now 40 points further back after their podium today. And in the Teams' Championship, well, the Ducati Lenovo squad a long way clear of BK8 Grassini, who took 6th and 10th today with Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer. VR46 on course to ensure it's a Ducati lockout of the top three. And in the independent standings, well, Alex Marquez looks set to clinch the independent prize next weekend in Indonesia. He's 144 points clear of Frankie Morbidelli. Independent team standings then, Grassini still over 100 points clear of VR46. Morbidelli was 5th and Gian Antonio 13th for that squad today. Across Trackhouse with one entrant today, Raul Fernandez did ensure that they picked up 9 points for 7th place, which lifts them ahead of Tech 3. So with the eyes of the world upon him, Marc Marquez began his quest to secure that 7th MotoGP title, although his Grand Prix started in similar fashion to his sprint on Saturday, losing places on the way down to turn 1. He would at least emerge out of that first corner ahead of Joan Mir in third, but Pedro Acosta, crucially for the Grand Prix victory, got himself between the factory Ducatis. A battle of the R46 Academy graduates was going on further back as the recovering Motegi made his way back up the order. Marc Marquez, though, waited till just before half distance to make his move on Pedro Acosta. As Acosta began to very quickly run out of grip, Marc Marquez through into second place. Acosta's problems would only grow from there as he would lose third place to Joan Mir, securing his first Honda podium and the first for the 2020 World Champion in 4 years. Despite smoke billowing from his factory Ducati, Pecco Bagnaia didn't have any other real problems, didn't affect his pace at all as he continued to leave the rest trading in his smoke. That was Acosta heading off on his own journey into the gravel trap, which dropped him out of the points as Alex Marquez was on the verge of taking 6th place from him. Despite the rather ominous trails behind him, Pecco Bagnaia secured a comfortable victory. The best weekend of his 2025 season, but one of the very best days of Marc Marquez's life. After all of the pain and sacrifice, the tortuous hours and days rehabilitating from arm surgeries, from diplopia, and so much more, Marc Marquez has completed his comeback story. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion.
Welcome to the most exciting sport on earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest bikes, the most forward-thinking manufacturers. This is the hunt, and there can only be one winner. We ride to the edge of possibility. Our riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the brakes. The riders, athletes with hunter mentality, at the peak of physical fitness, talent and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced bikes on the planet, capable of speeds above 360 kilometers per hour, purpose-built for MotoGP with pioneering engineering, creating blistering acceleration, ultimate precision and absolute performance. Unrideable to mere mortals, tamed only by our riders. We ride to the edge of your seat with more overtakes, more drama and more adrenaline. The rear wheel drifts, the fastest laps, the final corner moves, the reigning champions, the plucky underdogs, the legends and the upstarts. The times when you can't look, and those when you can't look away. We ride with purpose, with pioneers and visionaries working tirelessly, not just for the win, but for the future of our sport, our technology, and our planet. Their eyes not only on the checkered flag, but on that ever-moving finish line called progress. We ride together as one global racing family, with the riders, the teams, the engineers, the technicians, the broadcasters, the truck drivers, the cooks, the hospitality staff, the sponsors, the many individuals all united in the goal of glory, with every kind of fan. the every weekenders, the first timers, the forever fans, the never miss a flaggers, the home track faithfuls, the destination circuit holidayers, the day trippers, the Sunday sofa viewers, the ones we've known forever and the ones we haven't met yet, cheering from the stands or at the screen. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, we are one garage. Be part of it. We saved you a seat. It's time for the 2025 MotoGP World Championship.
Marquez is down at turn 15. His sprint run is over.
It is his first big Saturday slip-up of the season. Ducati's golden run in the sprint is over. Simply the best in San Marino. Marco Bezzecchi completes a sensational Saturday. Welcome one and all to Grand Prix of San Marino. All eyes on pole position.
The riders now get set for action here at Misano.
Lights out, and we're racing here MotoGP in Misano. Great start from pole position of Marco Bezzecchi. Bez has made the perfect start. As Mark closes right onto the rear tyre of Bezzecchi. That's Acosta getting on the inside of the Gian Antonio. Now into sixth. Margot, I thought he was going to try and line up that move on Bezzecchi. Acosta now up into fifth.
Acosta's preferred passing point is coming up into Quercia.
Quartararo tries desperately to tough it out in the braking zone. With Acosta now up into fourth.
Pedro Acosta, he's going to think about a podium. Oh, he's broken down.
Been an embarrassing weekend with the factory KTM team.
So Brad Binder's problem on Friday has been repeated.
Well, an absolute shocker for KTM.
As that's Pecco Bagnaia now on the floor. A home Grand Prix to forget for Pecco.
A 2025 to forget for Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi, he's under big pressure though right now, isn't he, from Mark? Oh, Bez has made a mistake. Marc Marquez make a move on Bez to take the lead here in Misano. More misery for Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi, absolutely phenomenal. A 1:31.357 from Bez, fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Mark just cannot shake him off.
Marc Marquez responds with one of his own.
It has been another Misano masterclass from Mark. He takes the checker flag, just over half a second clear of Bezzecchi. It is a very lonely and distant third place for Alex. Comeback loading.
He gets a match point at the Japanese Grand Prix Motegi.
That is revenge. That is payback for his exit. Control. Your sprint winner here in Barcelona is Marc Marquez. 2025 MotoGP Constructor Champions once again are Ducati. Congratulations. Marc Marquez comes into our main race day in round 15 with a 185-point lead. He will go to Misano next weekend with a first match points. So Marc could not lose 3 points or more to Alex in this upcoming 24-lap Grand Prix in Catalonia. It's lights out of the race to give MotoGP here in Montmano. At the front though, it's Alex Marquez that leads the field down into the first corner. Marc trying to get aggressive on his inside in the braking zone for turn one. Alex goes around the outside and Marc almost going through two. They lean on each other, don't they, the brothers, but it's Marc that has the early advantage.
Pecco Bagnaia started this Grand Prix. Sport's greatest comeback story has hit Hollywood ending here this afternoon at the Japanese Grand Prix. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. An afternoon of drama, of glory and high emotion here at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Marc Marquez has done it. Jack up here alongside myself, Lewis Sotheby, trying to put into some sort of context what we've witnessed today.
I mean, all you have to do is just look at the emotion, the outpouring of emotion that came from Marc once he completed it. It's so often the most stone-focused, the most laser-focused rider on the MotoGP grid, and that all washed away. If any of you for a second wanted to question the pain, the suffering, the sacrifice that Marc has been through, the depths of despair that he's had to stare directly in the face from Jerez 2020 through to today, then that proves just how dark things were at times for Marc Marquez. When he says, I was questioning whether to retire or not, he means it. Retirement was a genuine possibility over the past 6 years, but thank God he didn't, because we have just seen the greatest comeback story in any sport officially completed. And I thought the karaoke would start later on tonight, but Marc certainly had the eye of the tiger today.
Well, Marc Marquez is the world champion, finished second today to his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. So many positive things to talk about with Ducati Corsa Sporting Director Mauro Casilli. First of all, many congratulations. The World Championship secured. Give us your emotions on what is an incredible day for yourself and Ducati.
Just for your information, I'm missing the celebration. You know what I mean? So no problem. So honestly speaking, it's very difficult to find the words, because every time was the first time for me. I spent a couple of times that we won some championship, but every time, as I told you, is the new emotion, honestly speaking.
Of course, we've seen Marc Marquez at such a high level throughout his entire MotoGP career, but do you think this season we've seen the very best version we've ever seen of Marc Marquez?
I think so, because seeing him on the red bike was like a superhero. I think it's the best season ever for Marc.
Was there ever any doubt in bringing Marc to Ducati for 2024?
Yes, he won a lot. No, I'm joking. No, it's okay. No, any doubts. It was a difficult choice at the beginning, because, you know, we had a difficult moment in the middle of last year. But we did a very good choice. We are so proud and so happy to have him in the box.
From a human side as well, you'll have spent a lot of time with Marc with the garage doors down. We could see the emotion. Just tell us how much this will mean to him today and what he's been through this year to get to the top of MotoGP again.
You know, from women's point of view, I would like to say this was a surprise, but not true, because when I spoke last year with Nadia from Gresini, she said, you will get in love with him because he's like a superstar. It was like this, because from the beginning he was really part of the family. From the beginning he knew perfectly all the name for the guys that are working with him, so it's fantastic.
In terms of the way he managed this weekend, he did say yesterday that perhaps he was a little bit tight, a little bit tense. Did you sense a tension in Marc Marquez this morning?
Yes, I did speak with him this morning, because usually I don't speak with the riders during the Friday, Saturday and Friday, Sunday, because I don't want to go inside his boat, you know what I mean? And but I saw him very serious. but it's normal, I think, because today is the day for him.
And just finally, one more line, of course. It's a 1-2 today for the factory Ducati team. We have to talk about the winner, Pecco Bagnaia. A perfect weekend for him, pole position, sprint win and Grand Prix win. Pecco's officially back. Yeah,
I mean, I saw a different face of Pecco Monday in the test in Misano. We finally maybe we found a solution for him. We worked together with him from the beginning, understanding together the potential of our bike. I'm quite sure that we find a solution. But I will tell you in Indonesia.
We'll see you in Indonesia. Quite fittingly, we are the champions is playing, so go and enjoy the celebrations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Mauro Grassilli, who is about to join the party that's going on behind us. We'll do our very best to make ourselves heard over the music that's playing behind us. Yeah, let's talk about the journey that Marc Marquez has been on from 2020, where, of course, he suffered that right humerus injury. 4 surgeries since. Just talk about how dark it got for Marc Marquez at the point of 2022 when he went for that final surgery post the Italian Grand Prix. That surgery was make or break for his career.
No, it was. And Marc even admitted there, I think maybe for one of the first times ever, when asked about Jerez 2020, he said, I made a mistake in my career. One of the biggest mistakes I've made in my life. In that comeback just 1 week later after the crash at the Jerez 2020 Grand Prix. But you have to just acknowledge the grit, the determination of Marc before going for that 4th final career-saving surgery, because he didn't come there to the US to have that surgery on the back of a run of poor results. You've got to remember, at the end of 2021, he was still winning races. He was still fighting the front despite only having pretty much one arm, and that showed you that he wasn't going to give up. But yeah, that decision in Mugello, we were there that day, and I think it's a day that we all remember, because we knew we're going to remember this day for one of 2 reasons. Either this is the day that we say is the end of Marc Marquez, and we never see him get back to the heights that we saw and we witnessed from 2013 through to 2019, or thankfully we knew that it would be the start of his rise back to the top, back to the summit of MotoGP, and in the end that's exactly what it was.
In terms of other milestones in this comeback story for Marc Marquez, of course, moved to Gresini, basically forfeited his pay packet to move to Gresini to try and get the love back for MotoGP, the love of competition again. And I think the journey from a Ducati point of view from Marc Marquez to the top of MotoGP again, I feel the starting point was that smile with Frankie Carcetti when he came back on his first run of the Valencia test. He realised that he was back in business again.
He absolutely did. Even Marc, who normally is poker-faced, he couldn't hide it on that day because he knew, OK, I'm back here. And you have to give huge credit for the Gresini team for welcoming him in with that family atmosphere to allow him to find his confidence again, because I know it seems crazy to say about a rider who is regarded as one of, if not the greatest to ever swing his leg over a motorcycle, but Marc genuinely did not believe or did not know if he could fight for victories again, if he could fight for world championships again, because Gigi Dall'Igna, it's rumoured, wanted him on that factory bike in 2024. He knew Marc's talents, he'd seen it and watched him deny Gigi and Ducati world championships year after year in those fights of Andrea Dovizioso. But Marc said, no, I need to discover myself, I need to discover that feeling again first, and I'll go to Gresini alongside my brother into a family atmosphere who brought him in and brought him back to a level where he believed again. And then, of course, the rest is history. As soon as it was announced that Marc Marquez, despite earlier in that weekend, again at Mugello, it feels as though everything is centred around that. Early in the weekend, it was Jorge Martinez done it. He's managed to get the deal done and he's managed to win the fight to be Pecco Bagnaia's teammate. And then, so clever, coming out in the press conference and saying, I'm not going to Pramac. It is factory or bust for me. And he forced the hand of Ducati. He knew, and Gigi Dall'Igna knew, that they couldn't afford to get rid of Marc Marquez, and that's why they moved heaven and earth. That's why they lost Martin, they lost Bezzecchi, they lost Enea Bastianini and Pramac pretty much to get him on the second factory Ducati. They went all in. Marc went all in on red, as he said at the start of the year, and luckily for them, it's paid off big time.
11 Sunday Grand Prix wins this season. 24 victories in total if you include all of his sprint wins this season. Amazingly, this is just the second Grand Prix weekend of the season he hasn't won either the sprint or the Grand Prix. Pecco Bagnaia saw to that. I asked Mauro Grissini the question that I'm also going to ask you now. Are we seeing the best version we've ever seen of Marc Marquez now?
I think so. We spoke about it on Thursday, and Marc referenced it yesterday after the sprint. It's funny you say it's the first weekend of the year where he's failed to win either the sprint or the Grand Prix, sorry, the second weekend of the year, and that just tells you that, as he admitted, he's felt the weight of expectation. He's felt the pressure of the championship this weekend, and that's because, as he admitted, he's a changed man from 2019. Those 6 titles in 7 years, it came almost too easily because he felt invincible. He felt that he could walk on water, and in this sport, eventually it will catch you out, because that's just the nature of MotoGP, and it did. It bit him on the backside when he felt he was invincible, and that's why I think it's the best version of Marc Marquez, because he's mature now. He understands himself better. He's the most well-rounded, most complete version of himself now that he's past 30. And for me, I think that's why we can safely say that this is the best version of Marc Marquez to ever sit aboard a MotoGP bike.
I'd say as well, we're not just seeing the best version of Marc Marquez, the rider, but Marc Marquez, the man, I would say, as well at this stage. He's got such a great support network around him with his girlfriend Gemma. Of course, his brother Alex, who's kept him very honest through much of this season and is still on course to finish as the runner-up in the World Championship this season. Marc Marquez, I think the injuries he suffered, how close he came to the brink of retirement in MotoGP, I think it's humanised him. And also, spending all of that time at the Grissini squad, as you say, a really family-run team, Marc Marquez is much more grounded and much more aware, I guess, of his own humanity now in MotoGP. He knows, as you say, that he's no longer invincible. He knows he can hurt himself. He knows he can break himself. And we saw that pure, raw, viral emotion coming out of him when he crossed the line.
No, the injuries and the darkest days, they humbled him, because from 2013 to 2019, because everything came so easily to him, he almost felt that he was God. He couldn't be touched, but now he is a far more humble character, and for us to work with him in the media, maybe previously, it could be a challenge at times, because Marc was so laser focused on just coming to the next victory, winning the next championship, that maybe he wouldn't give us the time of day or treat the media as he does now. But he is a far more human character, a far more humbled character. He's far more centred, far more grounded, and as you say, that goes to the changes that not only has he been through himself, but as he's grown up, as he's matured, he's brought people in around him. You know, the partnership, the relationship he's got with his girlfriend Gemma. We could see her emotion today, the way in which brother Alex has helped him come through all of the struggles, and how pleased he was for him. You remember those days in 2021 and 2022 when the videos came out of him supporting his brother at home. His mum, his dad, who have had great jokes this year about being in the blue corner or the red corner. It's a Marc Marquez who previously was on a one-man mission to dominate MotoGP by himself, but he brought the team in, and that has allowed him to get to the point that we see today.
A spare moment for the winner today, Pecco Bagnaia winning the Japanese Grand Prix. It does feel as if Pecco Bagnaia is legitimately back in MotoGP, and MotoGP may well be all the better for it. We'll discuss his victory in just a moment, but let's now hear from the Japanese Grand Prix winner. It's come too late for him to challenge for a third MotoGP crown, but Pecco Bagnaia is back in business. Here he is giving his post-Grand Prix thoughts after victory today.
Well, I think we can well and truly say Pecco Bagnaia is back in business and back in brilliant fashion this weekend. Pecco, what a weekend here in Japan. Pole position with an all-time lap record yesterday. Victory in the sprint, leading every lap. Victory in the Grand Prix today, leading every lap. Do you feel you are back?
Like you said, 2 seconds ago, never left. But it's true that the results from this season are a bit strange, and what happened in this weekend is just something that arrived in a moment when we finally found the way. I'm very happy about today, but I'm also very angry about today, because about this weekend, because maybe we could have done this earlier, maybe after 1 or 2 Grand Prix. But it's something that sometimes
things are not going in the direction you want, and it's difficult to understand some changing. So we just struggled a bit during the season, but finally the test in Misano gave us the chance, the possibility to finally try things that have helped me a lot. Some specific that have helped me also in other situations. So super happy about it. Finally we found it. Maybe next Grand Prix I will be back in 20 positions, but I just want to enjoy the moment. Say a huge congratulations to Mark, that is super deserving this title. It was unbeatable this season, and see if I can fight with him in the next 5 races.
2 weeks ago, in front of your home crowd in Misano, it looked like a crisis. We saw you struggling in the sprint, you crashed out at the Grand Prix, you looked so frustrated, so angry, so upset. Yeah. 2 weeks later, it's a completely different story. So, I mean, can you tell us what changed in 2 weeks?
There is Gigi there. So
I knew you were going to say that.
He really knows. Honestly, I'm just the rider, and I'm just here to push. Sometimes when I push, I'm 20. Sometimes when I push, I win. So it's not only a matter of me.
I don't know if you were aware at any point in that Grand Prix, but our hearts skipped a few beats when we saw the smoke coming out of the exhaust. I mean, talk us through that. I mean, were you worried? Were you aware of what was going on?
I was not knowing anything. I was just not understanding why in the last 3-4 laps I was out of power in some corners, and I was saying strange. Never had before this kind of feeling. But finally I didn't get any sanction. If in case I was getting one, I was maybe the more upset moment in my career. So better like this.
And just finally, we'll finish on your teammates. Mark, we always you knew how strong he was going to be when he moved into the factory Ducati project, but just how impressed have you been with just how strong he has been, and how tough is he going to beat in the future?
Mark did amazing things this season. He was starting in a fantastic way. Then he had like 2 or 3 races where he needed to calm down a bit, and then it was a machine for the rest of the season. So congratulations to him, congratulations to his part of the team. But could have been fantastic to have fighted him a bit, but we have the chance now. Right now, I just want to say congratulations to him, and thanks, because I learned a lot of things this season.
It's what we all want to see, 2 great champions fighting each other at the front. Pecco, congratulations, an awesome weekend. Well done. Great
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to Pecco Bagnaia, today's Japanese Grand Prix winner. But the biggest congratulation of all goes to your new MotoGP world champion, Marc Marquez, speaking now to Matt Burke.
Long years after his last title success in 2019, we can finally say once again, Marc Marquez, MotoGP world champion. Marc, how good does that feel?
It's difficult to explain, because I have super strange feeling. Of course I feel happy, but first feeling is like I feel in peace with myself. I mean, the first sentence, as I say in Spanish TV, is like, I was Marc against Marc during 5 years. Marc against injury, but especially about mental side was difficult. Many people around me helps a lot, and I will not say any name, because without them, they already know who they are, but without them was impossible. I took super difficult decisions, but you know, I closed the circle in the perfect way in Japan. When I won many championships, my Ducati team was in the podium, my Honda team was in the podium, so perfect day.
Almost written in the stars, it feels like. Just talk us through your feelings, Marc, on the last lap, and that, I'm sure, explosion of emotion when you crossed the finish line. I mean, that was probably an experience, a sensation you've never had before in your career.
Yeah, because normally I never cry in my World Championships when I won, but now I don't want to think about what I pass away. I mean, if I think of it, just I start to feel bad, because the human, one of the good things of the humans, like you can't forget the bad moments. So it's difficult to forget because still today I feel it some days, but dream comes true. I mean, the most difficult challenge of my career has done.
Just shows that you should never give up. You should always fight as you have done, Mark. I mean, just talk us about this last couple of years. You left Honda, you joined Ducati, you got yourself the factory seat. I mean, it's been a fairy tale dream season. It's only 25 wins, I think 31 podiums. As you said, dreams do come true.
Yeah, as you know, and we talked many times that on that journey, because the year was a long, very long journey. We took some difficult, important decisions, but always follow my instincts, because the people around me helps a lot to take that decisions, but just to give me the chance to follow my instincts. So I did it. I try. I didn't care if it was failure or victory, or I mean, if I fail, I fail, but if I don't try, I will fail. So I try and we achieve it.
Was there any doubts? 1% of doubt that you would be one day standing here again as the world champion?
I mean, since this year, it was difficult to understand if I was able to fight again for the world championship. It was target by target. When you are, always I try to point the maximum, but believe me, when you are super deep underground, you cannot point in the biggest claim. So just first of all, last year I enjoy again, I take again the pace, confidence with myself, and this year I will start in the best way possible. We manage, and today also I'm happy because we manage our emotions.
Mark, it is absolutely amazing once again to say you are the MotoGP World Champion after everything that you've been through. I think you've been an inspiration to so many MotoGP fans all around the world. So all I can say is congratulations once again and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all that 93s that helps me right now and in the deepest moment 2-3 years ago. Thank you very much.
And allow us to add our congratulations to that. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. In terms of what's going to come up next, is Jack's enjoying Back to Black in the background. Back to business for us. In a week's time, we're off to Indonesia. In terms of what's coming up next, 2 press conferences coming your way if you're watching us live. Soon we'll hear from Marc Marquez in his own press conference, but coming up first, let's hear from our winner today, Pecco Bagnaia, and third place, Joan Mir, back on the podium today.
We're off to do some karaoke.
We're off to do some karaoke. We'll see you in Indonesia. The press conference is coming up next.
Abbiamo fatto il podio a Valencia, ah no, a Portimao, primo 6 secondi. Sì, a Portimao. Sì.
Welcome to the first part of our post-race press conferences here at the Prix of Japan. And we have, of course, winner doing the double back in business, the perfect iteration for Francesco Bagnaia with the Ducati Manila team this weekend. And also plenty to celebrate. A first podium since, you were just saying, I think, Algarve 2021 for you. That's what it was. And the first factory Honda podium since here for Mark in 2023 as well. Congratulations, Joan Mir from Honda HRC Castrol. Pecco, of course, is the winner. We'll start with you. I mean, there's so much to talk about. We'll keep it short and sweet to let you enjoy this. You said you didn't want to steal Mark's spotlight, but there's enough for everyone today, and you deserve some. Incredible weekend. What's made the difference? How does it feel? And could you tell that we could see all those little puffs of smoke giving us heart attacks on the TV?
For me now, I deserve a nice beer.
We would agree.
So maybe my team can provide to me. We have a nice sponsor, so.
I was going to say an Estrella Galicia 0-0, of course, right?
Yeah. But no, in any case, apart jokes, super happy about the performance of this weekend. Angry and happy and angry. Because honestly, if I was finding that solution before, maybe it could have been a different championship. But today I literally enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed a lot from testing Misano. I was able to push, I was able to control, and races like this are the ones I prefer. So starting well, try to push from the start and just then managing. But more happy than this is difficult, and like you said, I don't want to take the spotlight to Mark, because he did an amazing job this season, and nothing more. The smokes, I was not knowing it. I just felt a bit of less performance in the last 4 laps, but in some exit of the corners, but the lap times were there. So happy to not get any sanction, because in case I could have been much more angry.
You can imagine. No, it seems all drama-free in the end, except for the roar of "oh" from the media centre when the first one went up. But Joan, of course, another incredible thing to celebrate for you as well today. Lots of happy people on the podium today for different reasons. It's been a while since you've been up here. You've had some incredible bad luck, a few mistakes as well, but you've really put it together this weekend. It's been a fantastic overall performance, qualifying front row, yesterday just off the podium, today on it. How does that feel for you and for Honda?
Well, I think you explained very well. The reality is that has been a very difficult period for me. From the day that we decide to move to online in a difficult period, we already know that a long time without maybe good results could happen, but I could not imagine that amount of time. The reality is that has been a super difficult period. I just never give up, trying to always, not always, but sometimes try to see the positive thing from the things that was happening that were happening to us, and you know, now you can imagine how nice is the taste of this podium. I just enjoy every lap of this race, fighting with these guys. That was a long time that I was not doing it, and yeah, just super happy for the team. They deserve a lot. Also here in Japan, I cannot think a better place to do our comeback, you know, and yeah, just super happy for Honda. Thank you to them. They deserve it.
Yeah, you should watch the images of Santi in the box when you go.
Long time also without seeing image of Santi in the box.
Yeah, congratulations to both of you. Guys in the room, if you've got any questions for Pecco and Joan before we welcome Mark for the World Champion press conference, let us know.
Hello, a question for Pecco, Manuel Pesino. Pecco, the change from one Grand Prix to another has been more than massive. What has been the key? What did you do? What has not? Can you explain what happened?
The difference to me, that I'm the rider, and I just need to push on the bike instead before. And now I was riding. We can ride my bike and not fight with it. So it was much easier for me to brake hard and entry faster in the corners, and without having that much movement, that much locking.